Question 69 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, i.e., virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, i.e., virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 69 of the Beatitudes in 4 Articles. We must now consider the Beatitudes, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the Beatitudes differ from the gifts and virtues. Second, of the rewards of the Beatitudes, whether they refer to this life. Third, of the number of the Beatitudes. Fourth, of the fittingness of the rewards ascribed to the Beatitudes. First Article. Whether the Beatitudes differ from the virtues and gifts. Objection 1. It would seem that the Beatitudes do not differ from the virtues and gifts. For Augustine, on the Sermon on the Mount 1:4, assigns the Beatitudes recited by Matthew, in verse 3 and following, to the gifts of the Holy Ghost. And Ambrose, in his commentary on Luke chapter 6, verse 20 and following, ascribes the Beatitudes mentioned there to the 4 cardinal virtues. Therefore the Beatitudes do not differ from the virtues and gifts. Objection 2: Further, there are but 2 rules of the human will: the reason and the eternal law, as stated above in Question 19, Article 3, and in Question 21, Article 1. Now the virtues perfect man in relation to reason, while the gifts perfect him in relation to the eternal law of the Holy Ghost, as is clear from what has been said above in Question 68, Articles 1 and 3. Therefore there cannot be anything else pertaining to the rectitude of the human will besides the virtues and gifts. Therefore the Beatitudes do not differ from them. Objection 3: Further, among the Beatitudes are included meekness, justice, and mercy, which are said to be virtues. Therefore the Beatitudes do not differ from the virtues and gifts. On the contrary, certain things are included among the Beatitudes that are neither virtues nor gifts: for example, poverty, mourning, and peace. Therefore the Beatitudes differ from the virtues and gifts. I answer that, as stated above in Question 2, Article 7, and in Question 3, Article 1, happiness is the last end of human life. Now one is said to possess the end already, when one hopes to possess it: wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 1:9 that "children are said to be happy because they are full of hope." And the Apostle says in Romans 8:24, "We are saved by hope." Again, we hope to obtain an end because we are suitably moved towards that end and approach thereto, and this implies some action. And a man is moved towards and approaches the happy end by works of virtue, and above all by the works of the gifts, if we speak of eternal happiness, for which our reason is not sufficient, since we need to be moved by the Holy Ghost, and to be perfected with His gifts that we may obey and follow Him. Consequently, the Beatitudes differ from the virtues and gifts, not as habit from habit, but as act from habit. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine and Ambrose assign the Beatitudes to the gifts and virtues, as acts are ascribed to habits. but the gifts are more excellent than the cardinal virtues, as stated above (Q. 68, A. 8). Wherefore Ambrose, in explaining the beatitudes propounded to the throng, assigns them to the cardinal virtues; whereas Augustine, who is explaining the beatitudes delivered to the disciples on the mountain, and so to those who were more perfect, ascribes them to the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Reply Obj. 2: This argument proves that no other habits, besides the virtues and gifts, rectify human conduct. Reply Obj. 3: Meekness is to be taken as denoting the act of meekness, and the same applies to justice and mercy. And though these might seem to be virtues, they are nevertheless ascribed to gifts, because the gifts perfect man in all matters wherein the virtues perfect him, as stated above (Q. 68, A. 2). _Second article. Whether the rewards assigned to the beatitudes refer to this life? Objection 1: It would seem that the rewards assigned to the beatitudes do not refer to this life. Because some are said to be happy because they hope for a reward, as stated above (A. 1). Now the object of hope is future happiness. Therefore these rewards refer to the life to come. Obj. 2: Further, certain punishments are set down in opposition to the beatitudes, as found in Luke chapter 6, where we read: "Woe to you that are filled, for you shall hunger. Woe to you that now laugh, for you shall mourn and weep." Now these punishments do not refer to this life, because frequently men are not punished in this life, according to Job 21:13: "They spend their days in wealth." Therefore neither do the rewards of the beatitudes refer to this life. Obj. 3: Further, the kingdom of heaven, which is set down as the reward of poverty, is the happiness of heaven, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix). Again, abundant fullness is not to be had save in the life to come, according to Ps. 16:15: "I shall be filled when thy glory shall appear." Again, it is only in the future life that we shall see God, and that our Divine sonship will be made manifest, according to 1 John 3:2: "We are now the sons of God, and it hath not yet appeared what we shall be. We know that, when He shall appear, we shall be like to Him, because we shall see Him as He is." Therefore these rewards refer to the future life. On the contrary, Augustine says (in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount i, 4): "These promises can be fulfilled in this life, as we believe them to have been fulfilled in the apostles. For no words can express that complete change into the likeness even of an angel which is promised to us after this life." I answer that, Expounders of Holy Writ are not agreed in speaking of these rewards. For some, with Ambrose in his commentary on the Gospel of Luke 5, hold that all these rewards refer to the life to come; while Augustine, in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount i, 4, holds them to refer to the present life; and Chrysostom in his homilies, in particular his commentary on Matthew 15, says that some refer to the future, and some to the present life. In order to make the matter clear, we must take note that hope of future happiness may be in us for two reasons. First, by reason of our having a preparation for, or a disposition to, future happiness, and this is by way of merit. Secondly, by a kind of imperfect inchoation of future happiness in holy men, even in this life. For it is one thing to hope that the tree will bear fruit, when the leaves begin to appear, and another when we see the first signs of the fruit. Accordingly those things which are set down as merits in the Beatitudes are a kind of preparation for, or disposition to happiness, either perfect or inchoate; while those that are assigned as rewards may be either perfect happiness, so as to refer to the future life, or some beginning of happiness, such as is found in those who have attained perfection, in which case they refer to the present life. Because when a man begins to make progress in the acts of the virtues and gifts, it is to be hoped that he will arrive at perfection, both as a wayfarer and as a citizen of the heavenly kingdom. Reply Obj. 1: Hope regards future happiness as the last end, yet it may also regard the assistance of grace as that which leads to that end, according to Ps. 27:7: "In Him hath my heart hoped, and I have been helped." Reply Obj. 2: Although sometimes the wicked do not undergo temporal punishment in this life, yet they suffer spiritual punishment. Hence Augustine says (Confess. I): "Thou hast decreed, and it is so, Lord, that the disordered mind should be its own punishment." The Philosopher too says of the wicked (Ethic. ix, 4) that "their soul is divided against itself: one part pulls this way, another that"; and afterwards he concludes, saying: "If wickedness makes a man so miserable, he should strain every nerve to avoid vice." In like manner, although on the other hand the good sometimes do not receive material rewards in this life, yet they never lack spiritual rewards, even in this life, according to Matt. 19:29 and Mark 10:30: "Ye shall receive 100 times as much, even in this time." Reply Obj. 3: All these rewards will be fully consummated in the life to come: but meanwhile they are, in a manner, begun even in this life. Because "the kingdom of heaven," as Augustine says, can denote the beginning of perfect wisdom, in so far as "the Spirit begins to reign in men." The possession of the land denotes the well-ordered affections of the soul that rests, by its desire, on the solid foundation of the eternal inheritance, signified by "the land." They are comforted in this life by receiving the Holy Ghost, Who is called the Paraclete, i.e. the Comforter. They have their fill, even in this life, of that food of which Our Lord said (John 4:34): "My meat is to do the will of Him that sent Me." Again, in this life men obtain God's mercy. Again, the eye being cleansed by the gift of understanding, we can, so to speak, see God. Likewise in this life, those who are the peacemakers of their own movements, approach to likeness to God, and are called the children of God. Nevertheless, these things will be more perfectly fulfilled in heaven. ________________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the Beatitudes Are Suitably Enumerated? Objection 1: It would seem that the beatitudes are unsuitably enumerated. For the beatitudes are assigned to the gifts, as stated above (A. 1, ad 1). Now some of the gifts, viz. wisdom and understanding, belong to the contemplative life: yet no beatitude is assigned to the act of contemplation, for all are assigned to matters connected with the active life. Therefore the beatitudes are insufficiently enumerated. Obj. 2: Further, not only do the executive gifts belong to the active life, but also some of the directive gifts, e.g. knowledge and counsel. Yet none of the beatitudes seems to be directly connected with the acts of knowledge or counsel. Therefore the beatitudes are insufficiently indicated. Obj. 3: Further, among the executive gifts connected with the active life, fear is said to be connected with poverty. while piety seems to correspond to the beatitude of mercy. Yet nothing is included directly connected with justice. Therefore the beatitudes are insufficiently enumerated. Obj. 4: Further, many other beatitudes are mentioned in Holy Writ. Thus it is written in Job 5:17: "Blessed is the man whom God correcteth"; and in Psalm 1:1: "Blessed is the man who hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly"; and in Proverbs 3:13: "Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom." Therefore the beatitudes are insufficiently enumerated. Obj. 5: On the other hand, it seems that too many are mentioned. For there are 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, whereas 8 beatitudes are indicated. Obj. 6: Further, only 4 beatitudes are indicated in the 6th chapter of Luke. Therefore the 7 or 8 mentioned in Matthew 5 are too many. I answer that, These beatitudes are most suitably enumerated. To make this evident, it must be observed that beatitude has been held to consist in one of 3 things. For some have ascribed it to a sensual life, some to an active life, and some to a contemplative life (cf. Q. 3). Now these 3 kinds of happiness stand in different relations to future beatitude, by hoping for which we are said to be happy. Because sensual happiness, being false and contrary to reason, is an obstacle to future beatitude; while happiness of the active life is a disposition of future beatitude; and contemplative happiness, if perfect, is the very essence of future beatitude, and, if imperfect, is a beginning thereof. And so Our Lord, in the first place, indicated certain beatitudes as removing the obstacle of sensual happiness. For a life of pleasure consists of 2 things: first, in the affluence of external goods, whether riches or honors, from which man is withdrawn; by a virtue, so that he uses them in moderation; and by a gift, in a more excellent way, so that he despises them altogether. Hence the first beatitude is: "Blessed are the poor in spirit," which may refer either to the contempt of riches, or to the contempt of honors, which results from humility. Secondly, the sensual life consists in following the bent of one's passions, whether irascible or concupiscible. From following the irascible passions man is withdrawn, by a virtue, so that they are kept within the bounds appointed by the ruling of reason; and by a gift, in a more excellent manner, so that man, according to God's will, is altogether undisturbed by them. Hence the second beatitude is: "Blessed are the meek." From following the concupiscible passions man is withdrawn, by a virtue, so that man uses these passions in moderation; and by a gift, so that, if necessary, he casts them aside altogether; nay more, so that, if need be, he makes a deliberate choice of sorrow (cf. Q. 35, A. 3). Hence the third beatitude is: "Blessed are they that mourn." Active life consists chiefly in man's relations with his neighbor, either by way of duty or by way of spontaneous gratuity. To the former we are disposed, by a virtue, so that we do not refuse to do our duty to our neighbor, which pertains to justice; and by a gift, so that we do the same much more heartily, by accomplishing works of justice with an ardent desire, even as a hungry and thirsty man eats and drinks with eager appetite. Hence the fourth beatitude is: "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice." With regard to spontaneous favors we are perfected, by a virtue, so that we give where reason dictates we should give, e.g. to our friends or others united to us, which pertains to the virtue of liberality; and by a gift, so that through reverence for God we consider only the needs of those on whom we bestow our gratuitous bounty. Hence it is written (Luke 14:12, 13): "When thou makest a dinner or supper, call not thy friends, nor thy brethren," etc., "but call the poor, the maimed," etc., which, properly, is to have mercy. Hence the fifth beatitude is: "Blessed are the merciful." Those things which concern the contemplative life are either final beatitude itself, or some beginning thereof: wherefore they are included in the beatitudes, not as merits, but as rewards. Yet the effects of the active life, which dispose man for the contemplative life, are included in the beatitudes. Now the effect of the active life, as regards those virtues and gifts whereby man is perfected in himself, is the cleansing of man's heart, so that it is not defiled by the passions. Hence the sixth beatitude is: "Blessed are the clean of heart." But as regards the virtues and gifts whereby man is perfected in relation to his neighbor, the effect of the active life is peace, according to Isa. 32:17: "The work of justice shall be peace." Hence the seventh beatitude is: "Blessed are the peacemakers." Reply Obj. 1: The acts of the gifts which belong to the active life are indicated in the merits; but the acts of the gifts pertaining to the contemplative life are indicated in the rewards, for the reason given above. Because to see God corresponds to the gift of understanding, and to be like God by being adoptive children of God corresponds to the gift of wisdom. Reply Obj. 2: In things pertaining to the active life, knowledge is not sought for its own sake, but for the sake of operation, as even the Philosopher states (Ethic. ii, 2). And therefore, since beatitude implies something ultimate, the beatitudes do not include the acts of those gifts which direct man in the active life, such acts, to wit, as are elicited by those gifts, as, for example, to counsel is the act of counsel, and to judge the act of knowledge; but on the other hand they include those operative acts of which the gifts have the direction, as, for example, mourning, in respect of knowledge, and mercy, in respect of counsel. Reply Obj. 3: In applying the beatitudes to the gifts, we may consider two things. One is likeness of matter. In this way all the first five beatitudes may be assigned to knowledge and counsel as to the directing principles: whereas they must be distributed among the executive gifts, so that, to wit, hunger and thirst for justice, and mercy too, correspond to piety, which perfects man in his relations to others. Meekness to fortitude, for Ambrose says on Luke 6:22: "It is the business of fortitude to conquer anger, and to curb indignation": fortitude being about the irascible passions; poverty and mourning to the gift of fear, whereby man withdraws from the lusts and pleasures of the world. Secondly, we may consider the motives of the beatitudes: and in this way some of them will have to be assigned differently. Because the principal motive for meekness is reverence for God, which belongs to piety. The chief motive for mourning is knowledge, whereby man knows his failings and those of worldly things, according to Ecclus. 1:18: "He that addeth knowledge, addeth also sorrow." The principal motive for hungering after the works of justice is fortitude of the soul; and the chief motive for being merciful is God's counsel, according to Dan. 4:24: "Let my counsel be acceptable to the king, and redeem thou thy sins with alms, and thy iniquities with works of mercy to the poor." It is thus that Augustine assigns them in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount i, 4. Reply Obj. 4: All the beatitudes mentioned in Holy Writ must be reduced to these, either as to the merits or as to the rewards, because they must all belong either to the active or to the contemplative life. Accordingly, when we read, "Blessed is the man whom the Lord correcteth," we must refer this to the beatitude of mourning. When we read, "Blessed is the man that hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly," we must refer it to cleanness of heart. And when we read, "Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom," this must be referred to the reward of the seventh beatitude. The same applies to all others that can be adduced. Reply Obj. 5: The eighth beatitude is a confirmation and declaration of all those that precede: because, from the very fact that a man is confirmed in poverty of spirit, meekness, and the rest, it follows that no persecution will induce him to renounce them. Hence the eighth beatitude corresponds, in a way, to all the preceding seven. Reply Obj. 6: Luke relates our Lord's sermon as addressed to the multitude, as is found in Luke 6:17. Hence he sets down the beatitudes according to the capacity of the multitude, who know no other happiness than pleasure, temporal and earthly: whereby by these four beatitudes our Lord excludes four things which seem to belong to such happiness. The first of these is abundance of external goods, which he sets aside by saying, "Blessed are ye poor." The second is that man be well off as to his body, in food and drink, and so forth: and this he excludes by saying, in the second place, "Blessed are ye that hunger." The third is that it should be well with man as to joyfulness of heart: and this he puts aside by saying, "Blessed are ye that weep now." The fourth is the outward favor of man: and this he excludes, saying, fourthly, "Blessed shall you be when men shall hate you." And as Ambrose says on Luke 6:20, "Poverty corresponds to temperance, which is unmoved by delights; hunger to justice, since who hungers is compassionate, and through compassion gives; mourning to prudence, which deplores perishable things; endurance of men's hatred belongs to fortitude." Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the Rewards of the Beatitudes Are Suitably Enumerated? Objection 1: It would seem that the rewards of the beatitudes are unsuitably enumerated. Because the kingdom of heaven, which is eternal life, contains all good things. Therefore, once given the kingdom of heaven, no other rewards should be mentioned. Obj. 2: Further, the kingdom of heaven is assigned as the reward both of the first and of the eighth beatitude. Therefore, on the same ground, it should have been assigned to all. Obj. 3: Further, the beatitudes are arranged in the ascending order, as Augustine remarks in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount i, 4: whereas the rewards seem to be placed in the descending order, since to possess the land is less than to possess the kingdom of heaven. Therefore these rewards are unsuitably enumerated. On the contrary stands the authority of our Lord, who propounded these rewards. I answer that, these rewards are most suitably assigned, considering the nature of the beatitudes in relation to the three kinds of happiness indicated above (A. 3). For the first three beatitudes concerned the withdrawal of man from those things in which sensual happiness consists, which happiness man desires by seeking the object of his natural desire, not where he should seek it, notably in God, but in temporal and perishable things. Wherefore the rewards of the first three beatitudes correspond to these things which some men seek to find in earthly happiness. For men seek in external things, notably riches and honors, a certain excellence and abundance, both of which are implied in the kingdom of heaven, whereby man attains to excellence and abundance of good things in God. Hence our Lord promised the kingdom of heaven to the poor in spirit. Again, cruel and pitiless men seek by wrangling and fighting to destroy their enemies so as to gain security for themselves. Hence our Lord promised the meek a secure and peaceful possession of the land of the living, whereby the solid reality of eternal goods is denoted. Again, men seek consolation for the toils of the present life, in the lusts and pleasures of the world. Hence our Lord promises comfort to those that mourn. Two other beatitudes belong to the works of active happiness, which are the works of virtues directing man in his relations to his neighbor, from which operations some men withdraw through inordinate love of their own good. Hence our Lord assigns to these beatitudes rewards in correspondence with the motives for which men recede from them. For there are some who recede from acts of justice, and instead of rendering what is due, lay hands on what is not theirs, that they may abound in temporal goods. Wherefore our Lord promised those who hunger after justice that they shall have their fill. Some, again, recede from works of mercy, lest they be busied with other people's misery. Hence our Lord promised the merciful that they should obtain mercy, and be delivered from all misery. The last two beatitudes belong to contemplative happiness or beatitude. Hence the rewards are assigned in correspondence with the dispositions included in the merit. For cleanness of the eye disposes one to see clearly. Hence the clean of heart are promised that they shall see God. Again, to make peace either in oneself or among others, shows a man to be a follower of God, who is the God of unity and peace. Hence, as a reward, he is promised the glory of the divine sonship, consisting in perfect union with God through consummate wisdom. Reply Obj. 1: As Chrysostom says in his homily number 15 on the Gospel of Matthew, all these rewards are one in reality, notably eternal happiness, which the human intellect cannot grasp. Hence it was necessary to describe it by means of various boons known to us, while observing due proportion to the merits to which those rewards are assigned. Reply Obj. 2: Just as the eighth beatitude is a confirmation of all the beatitudes, so it deserves all the rewards of the beatitudes. Hence it returns to the first, that we may understand all the other rewards to be attributed to it in consequence. Or else, according to Ambrose, in his Commentary on the Gospel of Luke 5, the kingdom of heaven is promised to the poor in spirit, as regards the glory of the soul, but to those who suffer persecution in their bodies, it is promised as regards the glory of the body. Reply Obj. 3: The rewards are also arranged in ascending order. For it is more to possess the land of the heavenly kingdom than simply to have it, since we have many things without possessing them firmly and peacefully. Again, it is more to be comforted in the kingdom than to have and possess it, for there are many things the possession of which is accompanied by sorrow. Again, it is more to have one's fill than simply to be comforted, because fullness implies abundance of comfort. And mercy surpasses satiety, for thereby man receives more than he merited or was able to desire. And yet more is it to see God, even as he is a greater man who not only dines at court, but also sees the king's countenance. Lastly, the highest place in the royal palace belongs to the king's son. End of question 69. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 70 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 70 of the fruits of the Holy Ghost, in 4 articles. We must now consider the fruits of the Holy Ghost, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the fruits of the Holy Ghost are acts. Second, whether they differ from the Beatitudes. Third, of their number. Fourth, of their opposition to the works of the flesh. First article, whether the fruits of the Holy Ghost which the Apostle enumerates in Galatians 5 are acts. Objection 1. It would seem that the fruits of the Holy Ghost, enumerated by the Apostle in Galatians 5, verses 22 and 23, are not acts. For that which bears fruit should not itself be called a fruit, unless we should go on indefinitely. But our actions bear fruit, for it is written in Wisdom 3:15, "The fruit of good labor is glorious," and in John 4:36, "He that reapeth receiveth wages, and gathereth fruit unto life everlasting." Therefore our actions are not to be called fruits. Objection 2: Further, as Augustine says on the Trinity x, 10, "We enjoy the things we know, when the will rests by rejoicing in them." The verb "we enjoy" comes from fruimur, from which verb we have the Latin fructus and the English fruit. But our will should not rest in our actions for their own sake. Therefore our actions should not be called fruits. Obj. 3: Further, among the fruits of the Holy Ghost the Apostle numbers certain virtues, notably charity, meekness, faith, and chastity. Now virtues are not actions, but habits, as stated above in Q. 55, A. 1. Therefore the fruits are not actions. On the contrary, it is written Matthew 12:33, "By the fruit the tree is known," that is to say, man is known by his works, as holy men explain the passage. Therefore human actions are called fruits. I answer that, the word fruit has been transferred from the material to the spiritual world. Now fruit, among material things, is the product of a plant when it comes to perfection, and has a certain sweetness. This fruit has a twofold relation: to the tree that produces it, and to the man who gathers the fruit from the tree. Accordingly, in spiritual matters we may take the word fruit in 2 ways. First, so that the fruit of man, who is likened to the tree, is that which he produces. Secondly, so that man's fruit is what he gathers. Yet not all that man gathers is fruit, but only that which is last and gives pleasure. For a man has both a field and a tree, and yet these are not called fruits. But that only which is last, to wit, that which man intends to derive from the field and from the tree. In this sense, man's fruit is his last end, which is intended for his enjoyment. If, however, by man's fruit we understand a product of man, then human actions are called fruits: because operation is the second act of the operator, and gives pleasure if it is suitable to him. If, then, man's operation proceeds from man in virtue of his reason, it is said to be the fruit of his reason: but if it proceeds from him in respect of a higher power, which is a power of the Holy Ghost, then man's operation is said to be the fruit of the Holy Ghost, as of a divine seed, for it is written (1 John 3:9): "Whosoever is born of God committeth no sin, for his seed abideth in him." Reply Obj. 1: Since the fruit is something last and final, nothing hinders one fruit bearing another fruit, even as one end is subordinate to another. And so our works, in so far as they are produced by the Holy Ghost working in us, are fruits. But in so far as they are referred to the end which is eternal life, they should rather be called flowers. Hence it is written (Ecclus. 24:23): "My flowers are the fruits of honor and riches." Reply Obj. 2: When the will is said to delight in a thing for its own sake, this may be understood in two ways. First, so that the expression "for the sake of" be taken to designate the final cause: and in this way man delights in nothing for its own sake, except the last end. Secondly, so that it expresses the formal cause: and in this way a man may delight in anything that is delightful by reason of its form. Thus it is clear that a sick man delights in health for its own sake, as in an end; in a nice medicine, not as in an end, but as in something tasty; and in a nasty medicine, nowise for its own sake, but only for the sake of something else. Accordingly, we must say that man must delight in God for his own sake, as being his last end; and in virtuous deeds, not as being his end, but for the sake of their inherent goodness which is delightful to the virtuous. Hence Ambrose says (De Paradiso xiii) that virtuous deeds are called fruits because "they refresh those that have them, with a holy and genuine delight." Reply Obj. 3: Sometimes the names of the virtues are applied to their actions. Thus Augustine writes (In Evang. Joan. xl): "Faith is to believe what thou seest not"; and in his De Christian Teaching iii:10: "Charity is the movement of the soul in loving God and our neighbor." It is thus that the names of the virtues are used in reckoning the fruits. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether the Fruits Differ from the Beatitudes? Objection 1: It would seem that the fruits do not differ from the beatitudes. For the beatitudes are assigned to the gifts, as stated above (Q. 69, A. 1, ad 1). But the gifts perfect man in so far as he is moved by the Holy Ghost. Therefore the beatitudes themselves are fruits of the Holy Ghost. Obj. 2: Further, as the fruit of eternal life is to future beatitude, which is that of actual possession, so are the fruits of the present life to the beatitudes of the present life, which are based on hope. Now the fruit of eternal life is identified with future beatitude. Therefore the fruits of the present life are the beatitudes. Obj. 3: Further, fruit is essentially something ultimate and delightful. Now this is the very nature of beatitude, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 1; and (Q. 4, A. 1). Therefore fruit and beatitude have the same nature, and consequently should not be distinguished from one another. On the contrary, things divided into different species differ from one another. But fruits and beatitudes are divided into different parts, as is clear from the way in which they are enumerated. Therefore the fruits differ from the beatitudes. I answer that, More is required for a beatitude than for a fruit. Because it is sufficient for a fruit to be something ultimate and delightful, whereas for a beatitude it must be something perfect and excellent. Hence all the beatitudes may be called fruits, but not vice versa. For the fruits are any virtuous deeds in which one delights, whereas the beatitudes are none but perfect works, and which, by reason of their perfection, are assigned to the gifts rather than to the virtues, as already stated (Q. 69, A. 1, ad 1). Reply Obj. 1: This argument proves the beatitudes to be fruits, but not that all the fruits are beatitudes. Reply Obj. 2: The fruit of eternal life is ultimate and perfect simply. Hence it nowise differs from future beatitude. On the other hand, the fruits of the present life are not simply ultimate and perfect, wherefore not all the fruits are beatitudes. Reply Obj. 3: More is required for a beatitude than for a fruit, as stated. Third article. Whether the fruits are suitably enumerated by the Apostle? Objection 1: It would seem that the fruits are unsuitably enumerated by the Apostle (Gal. 5:22, 23). Because elsewhere he says that there is only one fruit of the present life, according to Rom. 6:22: "You have your fruit unto sanctification." Moreover, it is written (Isa. 27:9): "This is all the fruit, that the sin be taken away." Therefore we should not reckon 12 fruits. Obj. 2: Further, fruit is the product of spiritual seed, as stated in A. 1. But our Lord mentions (Matt. 13:23) a threefold fruit as growing from a spiritual seed in a good ground, viz. hundredfold, sixtyfold, and thirtyfold. Therefore one should not reckon 12 fruits. Obj. 3: Further, the very nature of fruit is to be something ultimate and delightful. But this does not apply to all the fruits mentioned by the Apostle. For patience and long-suffering seem to imply a painful object, while faith is not something ultimate, but rather something primary and fundamental. Therefore too many fruits are enumerated. Obj. 4: On the other hand, it seems that they are enumerated insufficiently and incompletely. For it has been stated (A. 2) that all the beatitudes may be called fruits, yet not all are mentioned here. Nor is there anything corresponding to the acts of wisdom and many other virtues. Therefore it seems that the fruits are insufficiently enumerated. I answer that, The number of 12 fruits enumerated by the Apostle is suitable, and that there may be a reference to them in the 12 fruits of which it is written (Apoc. 22:2): "On both sides of the river was the tree bearing 12 fruits." Since, however, a fruit is something that proceeds from a source as from a seed or root, the difference between these fruits must be gathered from the various ways in which the Holy Ghost proceeds in us, which process consists in this, that the mind of man is set in order, first of all in regard to itself, secondly, in regard to things that are near it, thirdly, in regard to things that are below it. Accordingly, man's mind is well disposed in regard to itself, when it has a good disposition towards good things and towards evil things. Now the first disposition of the human mind towards the good is effected by love, which is the first of our emotions and the root of them all, as stated above (Q. 27, A. 4). Wherefore, among the fruits of the Holy Ghost we reckon charity, wherein the Holy Ghost is given in a special manner, as in His own likeness, since He Himself is love. Hence it is written (Rom. 5:5): "The charity of God is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, Who is given to us." The necessary result of the love of charity is joy, because every lover rejoices at being united to the beloved. Now charity has always actual presence in God, Whom it loves, according to 1 John 4:16: "He that abideth in charity, abideth in God, and God in him." Wherefore the sequel of charity is joy. Now the perfection of joy is peace, in two respects. First, as regards freedom from outward disturbance: for it is impossible to rejoice perfectly in the beloved good, if one is disturbed in the enjoyment thereof. And again, if a man's heart is perfectly set at peace in one object, he cannot be disquieted by any other, since he accounts all others as nothing. Hence it is written (Ps. 118:165): "Much peace have they that love thy law, and to them there is no stumbling block": because, to wit, external things do not disturb them in their enjoyment of God. Secondly, as regards the calm of the restless desire: for he does not perfectly rejoice who is not satisfied with the object of his joy. Now peace implies these two things, namely, that we be not disturbed by external things, and that our desires rest altogether in one object. Wherefore, after charity and joy, peace is given the third place. In evil things the mind has a good disposition in respect of two things: first, by not being disturbed whenever evil threatens, which pertains to patience; secondly, by not being disturbed whenever good things are delayed, which belongs to long-suffering, since "to lack good is a kind of evil" (Ethic. v, 3). Man's mind is well disposed as regards what is near him, viz. his neighbor: first, as to the will to do good, and to this belongs goodness; secondly, as to the execution of well-doing, and to this belongs benignity, for the benign are those in whom the salutary flame (bonus ignis) of love has enkindled the desire to be kind to their neighbor; thirdly, as to his suffering with equanimity the evils his neighbor inflicts on him; to this belongs meekness, which curbs anger; fourthly, in the point of our refraining from doing harm to our neighbor not only through anger, but also through fraud or deceit; to this pertains faith, if we take it as denoting fidelity. But if we take it for the faith whereby we believe in God, then man is directed thereby to that which is above him, so that he subjects his intellect, and consequently all that he is, to God. Man is well disposed in respect of that which is below him, as regards external action, by modesty, whereby we observe the mode in all our words and deeds; as regards internal desires, by continence and chastity, whether these two differ because chastity withdraws man from unlawful desires, continence also from lawful desires; or because the continent man is subject to concupiscence, but is not led away, whereas the chaste man is neither subject to, nor led away from them. Reply Obj. 1: Sanctification is effected by all the virtues, by which also sins are taken away. Consequently, fruit is mentioned there in the singular, on account of its being generically one, though divided into many species which are spoken of as so many fruits. Reply Obj. 2: The hundredfold, sixtyfold, and thirtyfold fruits do not differ as various species of virtuous acts, but as various degrees of perfection, even in the same virtue. Thus continence of the married state is said to be signified by the thirtyfold fruit; the continence of widowhood by the sixtyfold; and virginal continence by the hundredfold fruit. There are, moreover, other ways in which holy men distinguish three evangelical fruits according to the three degrees of virtue: and they speak of three degrees, because the perfection of anything is considered with respect to its beginning, its middle, and its end. Reply Obj. 3: The fact of not being disturbed by painful things is something to delight in: and as to faith, if we consider it as the foundation, it has the aspect of being ultimate and delightful, inasmuch as it contains certainty. Hence a gloss expounds thus: "Faith, which is certainly about the unseen." Reply Obj. 4: As Augustine says on Gal. 5:22, 23, "the Apostle had no intention of teaching us how many, either works of the flesh or fruits of the Spirit, there are, but to show how the former should be avoided, and the latter sought after." Hence either more or fewer fruits might have been mentioned. Nevertheless, all the acts of the gifts and virtues can be reduced to these by a certain kind of fittingness, in so far as all the virtues and gifts must needs direct the mind in one of the above mentioned ways: wherefore the acts of wisdom and of any gifts directing to good are reduced to charity, joy, and peace. The reason why he mentions these rather than others is that these imply either enjoyment of good things, or relief from evils, which things seem to belong to the notion of fruit. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the Fruits of the Holy Ghost Are Contrary to the Works of the Flesh? Objection 1: It would seem that the fruits of the Holy Ghost are not contrary to the works of the flesh, which the Apostle enumerates in Gal. 5:19 seqq. Because contraries are in the same genus. But the works of the flesh are not called fruits. Therefore the fruits of the Spirit are not contrary to them. Obj. 2: Further, one thing has a contrary. Now the Apostle mentions more works of the flesh than fruits of the Spirit. Therefore the fruits of the Spirit and the works of the flesh are not contrary to one another. Obj. 3: Further, among the fruits of the Spirit, the first place is given to charity, joy, and peace: to which fornication, uncleanness, and immodesty, which are the first of the works of the flesh, are not opposed. Therefore the fruits of the Spirit are not contrary to the works of the flesh. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Gal. 5:17 that "the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh." I answer that, The works of the flesh and the fruits of the Spirit may be taken in two ways. First, in general: and in this way the fruits of the Holy Ghost considered in general are contrary to the works of the flesh. Because the Holy Ghost moves the human mind to that which is in accord with reason, or rather to that which surpasses reason: whereas the fleshly, viz. the sensitive appetite, draws man to sensible goods which are beneath him. Wherefore, since upward and downward are contrary movements in the physical order, so in human actions the works of the flesh are contrary to the fruits of the Spirit. Secondly, both fruits and fleshly works as enumerated may be considered singly, each according to its specific nature. And in this they are not of necessity contrary each to each, because, as stated above (A. 3, fourth reply), the Apostle did not intend to enumerate all the works, whether spiritual or carnal. However, by a kind of adaptation, Augustine, commenting on Gal. 5:22, 23, contrasts the fruits with the carnal works, each to each. Thus, "to fornication, which is the love of satisfying lust outside lawful wedlock, we may contrast charity, whereby the soul is wedded to God, wherein also is true chastity. By uncleanness we must understand whatever disturbances arise from fornication, and to these the joy of tranquillity is opposed. Idolatry, by reason of which war was waged against the gospel of God, is opposed to peace. Against witchcrafts, enmities, contentions, emulations, wraths, and quarrels, there is long-suffering, which helps us to bear the evils inflicted on us by those among whom we dwell; while kindness helps us to cure those evils, and goodness to forgive them. In contrast to heresy there is faith; to envy, mildness; to drunkenness and revelling, contingency." Reply Obj. 1: That which proceeds from a tree against the tree's nature is not called its fruit, but rather its corruption. And since works of virtue are connatural to reason, while works of vice are contrary to nature, therefore it is that works of virtue are called fruits, but not so works of vice. Reply Obj. 2: Good happens in one way, evil in all manner of ways, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). So that to one virtue many vices are contrary. Consequently we must not be surprised if the works of the flesh are more numerous than the fruits of the Spirit. The reply to the third objection is clear from what has been said. End of question 70. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 71 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 71. Of vice and sin considered in themselves. In 6 articles. We have in the next place to consider vice and sin, about which 6 points have to be considered. 1. Vice and sin considered in themselves. 2. Their distinction. 3. Their comparison with one another. 4. The subject of sin. 5. The cause of sin. 6. The effect of sin. Under the first head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether vice is contrary to virtue. Second, whether vice is contrary to nature. Third, which is worse, a vice or a vicious act? Fourth, whether a vicious act is compatible with virtue. Fifth, Whether every sin includes action? Sixth, of the definition of sin proposed by Augustine against Faustus the Manichee. Sin is a word, deed, or desire against the eternal law. First article. Whether vice is contrary to virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that vice is not contrary to virtue. For one thing has one contrary, as proved in Metaph. x, 17. Now sin and malice are contrary to virtue. Therefore vice is not contrary to it, since vice applies also to undue disposition of bodily members, or of any things whatever. Obj. 2: Further, virtue denotes a certain perfection of power. But vice does not denote anything relative to power. Therefore vice is not contrary to virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Cicero, in his Questions debated at Tusculum, says that virtue is the soul's health. Now sickness or disease, rather than vice, is opposed to health. Therefore vice is not contrary to virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Perfectione Justit. ii) that vice is a quality in respect of which the soul is evil. But virtue is a quality which makes its subject good, as was shown above (Q. 55, AA. 3, 4). Therefore vice is contrary to virtue. I answer that, two things may be considered in virtue: the essence of virtue, and that to which virtue is ordained. In the essence of virtue we may consider something directly, and we may consider something consequently. Virtue implies directly a disposition whereby the subject is well disposed according to the mode of its nature, wherefore the Philosopher says in Phys. vii, 17 that virtue is a disposition of a perfect thing to that which is best, and by perfect I mean that which is disposed according to its nature. That which virtue implies consequently is that it is a kind of goodness, because the goodness of a thing consists in its being well disposed according to the mode of its nature. That to which virtue is directed is a good act, as was shown above (Q. 56, A. 3). Accordingly, three things are found to be contrary to virtue. One of these is sin, which is opposed to virtue in respect of that to which virtue is ordained: since, properly speaking, sin denotes an inordinate act, even as an act of virtue is an ordinate and due act. In respect of that which virtue implies consequently, viz. that it is a kind of goodness, the contrary of virtue is malice: while in respect of that which belongs to the essence of virtue directly, its contrary is vice. Because the vice of a thing seems to consist in its not being disposed in a way befitting its nature. Hence Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii): "Whatever is lacking for a thing's natural perfection may be called a vice." Reply Obj. 1: These three things are contrary to virtue, but not in the same respect. For sin is opposed to virtue, according as the latter is productive of a good work; malice, according as a virtue is a kind of goodness; while vice is opposed to virtue properly as such. Reply Obj. 2: Virtue implies not only perfection of power, the principle of action, but also the due disposition of its subject. The reason for this is because a thing operates according as it is in act, so that a thing needs to be well disposed if it has to produce a good work. It is in this respect that vice is contrary to virtue. Reply Obj. 3: As Cicero says (Questions debated at Tusculum IV), disease and sickness are vicious qualities: for in speaking of the body he calls it disease, "when the whole body is infected," for instance with fever or the like. He calls it sickness, "when the disease is attended with weakness": and vice, "when the parts of the body are not well compacted together." And although at times there may be disease in the body without sickness, for instance when a man has a hidden complaint without being hindered outwardly from his wonted occupations, "yet in the soul," as he says, "these two things are indistinguishable, except in thought." For whenever a man is ill disposed inwardly, through some inordinate affection, he is rendered thereby unfit for fulfilling his duties, since "a tree is known by its fruit," i.e. man by his works, according to Matt. 12:33. But "vice of the soul," as Cicero says, "is a habit or affection of the soul discordant and inconsistent with itself through life": and this is to be found even without disease and sickness, e.g. when a man sins from weakness or passion. Consequently vice is of wider extent than sickness or disease, even as virtue extends to more things than health, for health itself is reckoned a kind of virtue, according to Phys. vii, 17. Consequently vice is reckoned as contrary to virtue, more fittingly than sickness or disease. ________________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Vice Is Contrary to Nature? Objection 1: It would seem that vice is not contrary to nature. Because vice is contrary to virtue, as stated above (A. 1). Now virtue is in us, not by nature but by infusion or habituation, as stated above (Q. 63, AA. 1, 2, 3). Therefore vice is not contrary to nature. Obj. 2: Further, it is impossible to become habituated to that which is contrary to nature. Thus "a stone never becomes habituated to upward movement" (Ethic. ii, 1). But some men become habituated to vice. Therefore vice is not contrary to nature. Obj. 3: Further, anything contrary to a nature is not found in the greater number of individuals possessed of that nature. Now vice is found in the greater number of men: for it is written (Matt. 7:13): "Broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there are who go in thereat." Therefore vice is not contrary to nature. Obj. 4: Further, sin is compared to vice as act to habit, as stated above (A. 1). Now sin is defined as "a word, deed, or desire contrary to the law of God," as Augustine shows (Contra Faust. xxii, 27). But the law of God is above nature. Therefore we should say that vice is contrary to the law rather than to nature. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 13): "Every vice, simply because it is a vice, is contrary to nature." I answer that, As stated above (A. 1), vice is contrary to virtue. Now the virtue of a thing consists in its being well disposed in a manner befitting its nature, as stated above (A. 1). Hence the vice of anything consists in its being disposed in a manner not befitting its nature, and for this reason is that thing vituperated, which word is derived from vice, according to Augustine (De Lib. Arb. iii, 14). But it must be observed that the nature of a thing is chiefly the form from which that thing derives its species. Now man derives his species from his rational soul, and consequently whatever is contrary to the order of reason is, properly speaking, contrary to the nature of man, as man; while whatever is in accord with reason, is in accord with the nature of man, as man. Now man's good is to be found in accord with reason, and his evil is to be against reason, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore human virtue, which makes a man good and his work good, is in accord with man's nature, forasmuch as it accords with his reason; while vice is contrary to man's nature, in so far as it is contrary to the order of reason. Reply Obj. 1: Although the virtues are not caused by nature as regards their perfection of being, yet they incline us to that which accords with reason, i.e. with the order of reason. For Cicero says (De Invent. Rhet. ii) that "virtue is a habit in accord with reason, like a second nature": and it is in this sense that virtue is said to be in accord with nature, and on the other hand, that vice is contrary to nature. Reply Obj. 2: The Philosopher is speaking there of a thing being against nature, in so far as "being against nature" is contrary to "being from nature"; and not in so far as "being against nature" is contrary to "being in accord with nature," in which latter sense virtues are said to be in accord with nature, inasmuch as they incline us to that which is suitable to nature. Reply Obj. 3: There is a twofold nature in man, rational nature and the sensitive nature. And since it is through the operation of his senses that man accomplishes acts of reason, hence there are more who follow the inclinations of the sensitive nature than who follow the order of reason, because more reach the beginning of a business than achieve its completion. Now the presence of vices and sins in man is owing to the fact that he follows the inclination of his sensitive nature against the order of his reason. Reply Obj. 4: Whatever is irregular in a work of art, is unnatural to the art which produced that work. Now the eternal law is compared to the order of human reason, as art to a work of art. Therefore it amounts to the same that vice and sin are against the order of human reason, and that they are contrary to the eternal law. Hence Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 6) that "every nature, as such, is from God, and is a vicious nature in so far as it fails from the Divine art whereby it was made." _______________________ THIRD ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether Vice Is Worse Than a Vicious Act? Objection 1: It would seem that vice, i.e. a bad habit, is worse than a sin, i.e. a bad act. For as the more lasting a good is, the better it is: so the longer an evil lasts, the worse it is. Now a vicious habit is more lasting than vicious acts that pass forthwith. Therefore a vicious habit is worse than a vicious act. Obj. 2: Further, several evils are more to be shunned than one. But a bad habit is virtually the cause of many bad acts. Therefore a vicious habit is worse than a vicious act. Obj. 3: Further, a cause is more potent than its effect. But a habit produces its actions both as to their goodness and as to their badness. Therefore a habit is more potent than its act, both in goodness and in badness. On the contrary, a man is justly punished for a vicious act, but not for a vicious habit, so long as no act ensues. Therefore a vicious action is worse than a vicious habit. I answer that, A habit stands midway between power and act. Now it is evident that both in good and in evil, act precedes power, as stated in Metaph. ix, 19. For it is better to do well than to be able to do well, and in like manner it is more blameworthy to do evil than to be able to do evil. Whence it also follows that both in goodness and in badness, habit stands midway between power and act, so that, to wit, even as a good or evil habit stands above the corresponding power in goodness or in badness, so does it stand below the corresponding act. This is also made clear from the fact that a habit is not called good or bad, save in so far as it induces to a good or bad act. Wherefore a habit is called good or bad by reason of the goodness or badness of its act. So that an act surpasses its habit in goodness or badness, since "the cause of a thing being such, is yet more so." Reply Obj. 1: Nothing hinders one thing from standing above another simply, and below it in some respect. Now a thing is deemed above another simply if it surpasses it in a point which is proper to both; while it is deemed above it in a certain respect if it surpasses it in something which is accidental to both. Now it has been shown from the very nature of act and habit, that act surpasses habit both in goodness and in badness; whereas the fact that habit is more lasting than act is accidental to them, and is due to the fact that they are both found in a nature such that it cannot always be in action, and whose action consists in a transient movement. Consequently, act simply excels in goodness and badness, but habit excels in a certain respect. Reply Obj. 2: A habit is several acts, not simply, but in a certain respect, i.e. virtually. Wherefore this does not prove that habit precedes act simply, both in goodness and in badness. Reply Obj. 3: Habit causes act by way of efficient causality; but act causes habit by way of final causality, in respect of which we consider the nature of good and evil. Consequently, act surpasses habit both in goodness and in badness. _Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether sin is compatible with virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that a vicious act, i.e. sin, is incompatible with virtue. For contraries cannot be together in the same subject. Now sin is, in some way, contrary to virtue, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore sin is incompatible with virtue. Obj. 2: Further, sin is worse than vice, i.e. evil act, than evil habit. But vice cannot be in the same subject with virtue. Neither, therefore, can sin. Obj. 3: Further, sin occurs in natural things, even as in voluntary matters, according to Phys. ii, 82. Now sin never happens in natural things, except through some corruption of the natural power. Thus monsters are due to corruption of some elemental force in the seed, as stated in Phys. ii. Therefore no sin occurs in voluntary matters, except through the corruption of some virtue in the soul, so that sin and virtue cannot be together in the same subject. On the contrary, The Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 2, 3) that "virtue is engendered and corrupted by contrary causes." Now one virtuous act does not cause a virtue, as stated above (Q. 51, A. 3). and consequently one sinful act does not corrupt virtue. Therefore they can be together in the same subject. I answer that, sin is compared to virtue as evil act to good habit. Now the position of a habit in the soul is not the same as that of a form in a natural thing. For the form of a natural thing produces of necessity an operation befitting itself: wherefore a natural form is incompatible with the act of a contrary form. Thus heat is incompatible with the act of cooling, and lightness with downward movement, except perhaps violence be used by some extrinsic mover: whereas the habit that resides in the soul does not of necessity produce its operation, but is used by man when he wills. Consequently, man, while possessing a habit, may either fail to use the habit, or produce a contrary act: and so a man having a virtue may produce an act of sin. And this sinful act, so long as there is but one, cannot corrupt virtue, if we compare the act to the virtue itself as a habit. Since, just as habit is not engendered by one act, so neither is it destroyed by one act, as stated above (Q. 63, A. 2, ad 2). But if we compare the sinful act to the cause of the virtues, then it is possible for some virtues to be destroyed by one sinful act. For every mortal sin is contrary to charity, which is the root of all the infused virtues, as virtues: and consequently, charity being banished by one act of mortal sin, it follows that all the infused virtues are expelled as virtues. And I say this on account of faith and hope, whose habits remain unquickened after mortal sin, so that they are no longer virtues. On the other hand, since venial sin is neither contrary to charity nor banishes it, as a consequence neither does it expel the other virtues. As to the acquired virtues, they are not destroyed by one act of any kind of sin. Accordingly, mortal sin is incompatible with the infused virtues, but is consistent with acquired virtue: while venial sin is compatible with virtues, whether infused or acquired. Reply Obj. 1: Sin is contrary to virtue, not by reason of itself, but by reason of its act. Hence sin is incompatible with the act, but not with the habit of virtue. Reply Obj. 2: Vice is directly contrary to virtue, even as sin to virtuous act: and so vice excludes virtue, just as sin excludes acts of virtue. Reply Obj. 3: The natural powers act of necessity, and hence so long as the power is unimpaired, no sin can be found in the act. On the other hand, the virtues of the soul do not produce their acts of necessity. Hence the comparison fails. Fifth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether Every Sin Includes an Action? Objection 1: It would seem that every sin includes an action. For as merit is compared with virtue, even so is sin compared with vice. Now there can be no merit without an action. Neither, therefore, can there be sin without action. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18): "So true is it that every sin is voluntary, that unless it be voluntary, it is no sin at all." Now nothing can be voluntary save through an act of the will. Therefore every sin implies an act. Obj. 3: Further, if sin could be without act, it would follow that a man sins as soon as he ceases doing what he ought. Now he who never does something that he ought to do, ceases continually doing what he ought. Therefore it would follow that he sins continually, and this is untrue. Therefore there is no sin without an act. On the contrary, it is written (James 4:17): "To him who knoweth to do good, and doth it not, to him it is a sin." Now not to do does not imply an act. Therefore sin can be without act. I answer that, the reason for urging this question has reference to the sin of omission, about which there have been various opinions. For some say that in every sin of omission there is some act, either interior or exterior: interior, as when a man wills not to go to church, when he is bound to go; exterior, as when a man, at the very hour that he is bound to go to church, or even before, occupies himself in such a way that he is hindered from going. This seems, in a way, to amount to the same as the first, for whoever wills one thing that is incompatible with this other, wills, consequently, to go without this other, unless perchance it does not occur to him that what he wishes to do will hinder him from that which he is bound to do, in which case he might be deemed guilty of negligence. On the other hand, others say that a sin of omission does not necessarily suppose an act, for the mere fact of not doing what one is bound to do is a sin. Now each of these opinions has some truth in it. For if in the sin of omission we look merely at that in which the essence of the sin consists, the sin of omission will be sometimes with an interior act, as when a man wills not to go to church, while sometimes it will be without any act at all, whether interior or exterior, as when a man at the time that he is bound to go to church does not think of going or not going to church. If, however, in the sin of omission we consider also the causes or occasions of the omission, then the sin of omission must of necessity include some act. For there is no sin of omission unless we omit what we can do or not do; and that we turn aside so as not to do what we can do or not do, must needs be due to some cause or occasion, either united with the omission or preceding it. Now if this cause be not in man's power, the omission will not be sinful, as when anyone omits to go to church on account of sickness. But if the cause or occasion be subject to the will, the omission is sinful, and such cause, in so far as it is voluntary, must needs always include some act, at least the interior act of the will, which act sometimes bears directly on the omission, as when a man wills not to go to church because it is too much trouble, and in this case this act of its very nature belongs to the omission, because the volition of any sin whatever pertains of itself to that sin, since voluntariness is essential to sin. Sometimes, however, the act of the will bears directly on something else which hinders a man from doing what he ought, whether this something else be united with the omission, as when a man wills to play at the time he ought to go to church, or precede the omission, as when a man wills to sit up late at night, the result being that he does not go to church in the morning. In this case the act, interior or exterior, is accidental to the omission, since the omission follows outside the intention, and that which is outside the intention is said to be accidental, according to Phys. ii, 49, 50. Wherefore it is evident that then the sin of omission has indeed an act united with, or preceding the omission, but that this act is accidental to the sin of omission. Now in judging about things, we must be guided by that which is proper to them, and not by that which is accidental. And consequently it is truer to say that a sin can be without any act, else the circumstantial acts and occasions would be essential to other actual sins. Reply Obj. 1: More things are required for good than for evil, since "good results from a whole and entire cause, whereas evil results from each single defect," as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv), so that sin may arise from a man doing what he ought not, or by his not doing what he ought, while there can be no merit unless a man do willingly what he ought to do. Wherefore there can be no merit without act, whereas there can be sin without act. Reply Obj. 2: The term voluntary is applied not only to that on which the act of the will is brought to bear, but also to that which we have the power to do or not to do, as stated in Ethic. iii, 5. Hence even not to will may be called voluntary, in so far as man has it in his power to will and not to will. Reply Obj. 3: The sin of omission is contrary to an affirmative precept which binds it always, but not for always. Hence by omitting to act, man sins only for the time at which the affirmative precept binds him to act. _Sixth article. [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether sin is fittingly defined as a word, deed, or desire contrary to the eternal law? Objection 1: It would seem that sin is unfittingly defined by saying: "Sin is a word, deed, or desire contrary to the eternal law." Because word, deed, and desire imply an act, whereas not every sin implies an act, as stated above (A. 5). Therefore this definition does not include every sin. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Anima against the Manichees xii): "Sin is the will to retain or obtain what justice forbids." Now will is comprised under desire, in so far as desire denotes any act of the appetite. Therefore it was enough to say: "Sin is a desire contrary to the eternal law"; nor was there need to add word or deed. Obj. 3: Further, sin apparently consists properly in aversion from the end: because good and evil are measured chiefly with regard to the end, as explained above (Q. 1, A. 3; Q. 18, AA. 4, 6; and Q. 20, AA. 2, 3). Wherefore Augustine (De Lib. Arb. I) defines sin in reference to the end by saying that "sin is nothing else than to neglect eternal things, and seek after temporal things." And again he says in his 83 Questions, Q. 30, that "all human wickedness consists in using what we should enjoy, and in enjoying what we should use." Now the definition in question contains no mention of aversion from our due end. Therefore it is an insufficient definition of sin. Obj. 4: Further, a thing is said to be forbidden because it is contrary to the law. Now not all sins are evil through being forbidden, but some are forbidden because they are evil. Therefore sin in general should not be defined as being against the law of God. Obj. 5: Further, a sin denotes a bad human act, as was explained above (A. 1). Now man's evil is to be against reason, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore it would have been better to say that sin is against reason than to say that it is contrary to the eternal law. On the contrary, the authority of Augustine suffices. I answer that, as was shown above (A. 1), sin is nothing else than a bad human act. Now that an act is a human act is due to its being voluntary, as stated above in Q. 1, A. 1. Whether it be voluntary, as being elicited by the will, for example, to will or to choose, or as being commanded by the will, for example, the exterior actions of speech or operation. Again, a human act is evil through lacking conformity with its due measure. And conformity of measure in a thing depends on a rule, from which, if that thing depart, it is incommensurate. Now there are two rules of the human will. One is proximate and homogeneous, viz. the human reason. The other is the first rule, viz. the eternal law, which is God's reason, so to speak. Accordingly, Augustine (Against Faustus the Manichae, xxii, 27) includes two things in the definition of sin: one, pertaining to the substance of a human act, and which is the matter, so to speak, of sin, when he says "word, deed, or desire"; the other, pertaining to the nature of evil, and which is the form, as it were, of sin, when he says "contrary to the eternal law." Reply Obj. 1: Affirmation and negation are reduced to one same genus. For example, in Divine things, begotten and unbegotten are reduced to the genus relation, as Augustine states (De Trin. v, 6, 7. And so word and deed denote equally what is said and what is not said, what is done and what is not done. Reply Obj. 2: The first cause of sin is in the will, which commands all voluntary acts, in which alone is sin to be found. And hence it is that Augustine sometimes defines sin in reference to the will alone. But since external acts also pertain to the substance of sin, through being evil of themselves, as stated, it was necessary in defining sin to include something referring to external action. Reply Obj. 3: The eternal law first and foremost directs man to his end, and, in consequence, makes man to be well disposed in regard to things which are directed to the end. Hence when he says "contrary to the eternal law," he includes aversion from the end and all other forms of inordinateness. Reply Obj. 4: When it is said that not every sin is evil through being forbidden, this must be understood of prohibition by positive law. If, however, the prohibition be referred to the natural law, which is contained primarily in the eternal law, but secondarily in the natural code of the human reason, then every sin is evil through being prohibited, since it is contrary to natural law, precisely because it is inordinate. Reply Obj. 5: The theologian considers sin chiefly as an offense against God, and the moral philosopher as something contrary to reason. Hence Augustine defines sin with reference to its being "contrary to the eternal law" more fittingly than with reference to its being contrary to reason: the more so, as the eternal law directs us in many things that surpass human reason, for example, in matters of faith. End of question 71. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 72 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on Habits in Particular, Evil Habits, that is, Vices and Sins, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 72. Of the distinction of sins, in 9 articles. We must now consider the distinction of sins or vices, under which head there are 9 points of inquiry. First, whether sins are distinguished specifically by their objects. Second, of the distinction between spiritual and carnal sins. Third, whether sins differ in reference to their causes. Fourth, whether they differ with respect to those who are sinned against. Fifth, whether sins differ in relation to the debt of punishment. Sixth, whether they differ in regard to omission and commission. Seventh, whether they differ according to their various stages. Eighth, whether they differ in respect of excess and deficiency. Ninth, whether they differ according to their various circumstances. First article. Whether sins differ in species according to their objects. Objection 1. It would seem that sins do not differ in species according to their objects. For acts are said to be good or evil in relation chiefly to their end, as shown above in Question 1, Article 3, as well as in Question 18, Articles 4 and 6. Since, then, sin is nothing else than a bad human act, as stated above in Question 71, Article 1, it seems that sins should differ specifically according to their ends, rather than according to their objects. Objection 2: Further, evil, being a privation, differs specifically according to the different species of opposites. Now sin is an evil in the genus of human acts. Therefore sins differ specifically according to their opposites, rather than according to their objects. Obj. 3: Further, if sins differed specifically according to their objects, it would be impossible to find the same specific sin with diverse objects. And yet such sins are to be found. For pride is about things spiritual and material, as Gregory says in his commentary on Job 34:18. And avarice is about different kinds of things. Therefore sins do not differ in species according to their objects. On the contrary, sin is a word, deed, or desire against God's law. Now words, deeds, and desires differ in species according to their various objects, since acts differ by their objects, as stated above in Question 18, Article 2. Therefore sins also differ in species according to their objects. I answer that, as stated above in Question 71, Article 6, two things concur in the nature of sin, notably the voluntary act and its inordinateness, which consists in departing from God's law. Of these two, one is referred essentially to the sinner who intends such and such an act in such and such a matter, while the other, notably the inordinateness of the act, is referred accidentally to the intention of the sinner, for "no one acts intending evil," as Dionysius declares in De Divin. iv. Now it is evident that a thing derives its species from that which is essential and not from that which is accidental, because what is accidental is outside the specific nature. Consequently sins differ specifically on the part of the voluntary acts rather than of the inordinateness inherent to sin. Now voluntary acts differ in species according to their objects, as was proved above (Q. 18, A. 2). Therefore it follows that sins are properly distinguished in species by their objects. Reply Obj. 1: The aspect of good is found chiefly in the end, and therefore the end stands in relation of object to the act of the will which is at the root of every sin. Consequently it amounts to the same whether sins differ by their objects or by their ends. Reply Obj. 2: Sin is not a pure privation, but an act deprived of its due order. Hence sins differ specifically according to the objects of their acts, rather than according to their opposites, although, even if they were distinguished in reference to their opposite virtues, it would come to the same, since virtues differ specifically according to their objects, as stated above (Q. 60, A. 5). Reply Obj. 3: In various things, differing in species or genus, nothing hinders our finding one formal aspect of the object, from which aspect sin receives its species. It is thus that pride seeks excellence in reference to various things, and avarice seeks abundance of things adapted to human use. ________________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Spiritual Sins Are Fittingly Distinguished from Carnal Sins? Objection 1: It would seem that spiritual sins are unfittingly distinguished from carnal sins. For the Apostle says (Gal. 5:19): "The works of the flesh are manifest, which are fornication, uncleanness, immodesty, luxury, idolatry, witchcrafts," etc.; from which it seems that all kinds of sins are works of the flesh. Now carnal sins are called works of the flesh. Therefore carnal sins should not be distinguished from spiritual sins. Obj. 2: Further, whosoever sins, walks according to the flesh, as stated in Rom. 8:13: "If you live according to the flesh, you shall die: but if by the Spirit you mortify the deeds of the flesh, you shall live." Now to live or walk according to the flesh seems to pertain to the nature of carnal sin. Therefore carnal sins should not be distinguished from spiritual sins. Obj. 3: Further, the higher part of the soul, which is the mind or reason, is called the spirit, according to Eph. 4:23: "Be renewed in the spirit of your mind," where spirit stands for reason, according to a gloss. Now every sin, which is committed in accordance with the flesh, flows from the reason by its consent: since consent in a sinful act belongs to the higher reason, as we shall state further on (Q. 74, A. 7). Therefore the same sins are both carnal and spiritual, and consequently they should not be distinguished from one another. Obj. 4: Further, if some sins are carnal specifically, this seemingly should apply chiefly to those sins whereby man sins against his own body. But according to the Apostle (1 Cor. 6:18), "every sin that a man doth is without the body: but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." Therefore fornication would be the only carnal sin, whereas the Apostle (Eph. 5:3) reckons covetousness with the carnal sins. On the contrary, Gregory in his commentary on Job 31:17 says that Of the 7 capital sins, 5 are spiritual and 2 carnal. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, sins take their species from their objects. Now every sin consists in the desire for some mutable good, for which man has an inordinate desire, and the possession of which gives him inordinate pleasure. Now, as explained above (Q. 31, A. 3), pleasure is twofold. One belongs to the soul, and is consummated in the mere apprehension of a thing possessed in accordance with desire. This can also be called spiritual pleasure, for example, when one takes pleasure in human praise or the like. The other pleasure is bodily or natural, and is realized in bodily touch, and this can also be called carnal pleasure. Accordingly, those sins which consist in spiritual pleasure are called spiritual sins, while those which consist in carnal pleasure are called carnal sins: for example, gluttony, which consists in the pleasures of the table, and lust, which consists in sexual pleasures. Hence the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:1, "Let us cleanse ourselves from all defilement of the flesh and of the spirit." Reply Obj. 1: As a gloss says on the same passage, these vices are called works of the flesh, not as though they consisted in carnal pleasure, but flesh here denotes man, who is said to live according to the flesh, when he lives according to himself, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 2, 3). The reason of this is because every failing in the human reason is due in some way to the carnal sense. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: Even in the carnal sins there is a spiritual act, viz. the act of reason. But the end of these sins, from which they are named, is carnal pleasure. Reply Obj. 4: As the gloss says, "in the sin of fornication, the soul is the body's slave in a special sense, because at the moment of sinning it can think of nothing else." Whereas the pleasure of gluttony, although carnal, does not so utterly absorb the reason. It may also be said that in this sin an injury is done to the body also, for it is defiled inordinately. Wherefore by this sin alone is man said specifically to sin against his body. While covetousness, which is reckoned among the carnal sins, stands here for adultery, which is the unjust appropriation of another's wife. Again, it may be said that the thing in which the covetous man takes pleasure is something bodily, and in this respect covetousness is numbered with the carnal sins. But the pleasure itself does not belong to the body, but to the spirit, wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:17 that it is a spiritual sin. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether Sins Differ Specifically in Reference to Their Causes? Objection 1: It would seem that sins differ specifically in reference to their causes. For a thing takes its species from that whence it derives its being. Now sins derive their being from their causes. Therefore they take their species from them also. Therefore they differ specifically in reference to their causes. Obj. 2: Further, of all the causes, the material cause seems to have least reference to the species. Now the object in a sin is like its material cause. Since, therefore, sins differ specifically according to their objects, it seems that much more do they differ in reference to their other causes. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine, commenting on Psalm 79 verse 17, "Things set on fire and dug down," says that "every sin is due either to fear inducing false humility, or to love enkindling us to undue ardor." For it is written (1 John 2:16) that "all that is in the world is the concupiscence of the flesh, or the concupiscence of the eyes, or the pride of life." Now a thing is said to be in the world on account of sin, inasmuch as the world denotes lovers of the world, as Augustine observes in his commentary on the Gospel of John. Gregory too, in his commentary on Job 31:17, distinguishes all sins according to the 7 capital vices. Now all these divisions refer to the causes of sins. Therefore, seemingly, sins differ specifically according to the diversity of their causes. On the contrary, if this were the case, all sins would belong to one species, since they are due to one cause. For it is written (Ecclus. 10:15) that "pride is the beginning of all sin"; and (1 Timothy 6:10) that "the desire of money is the root of all evils." Now it is evident that there are various species of sins. Therefore sins do not differ specifically according to their different causes. I answer that, since there are 4 kinds of causes, they are attributed to various things in various ways. Because the formal and the material cause regard properly the substance of a thing, and consequently substances differ in respect of their matter and form, both in species and in genus. The agent and the end regard directly movement and operation, wherefore movements and operations differ specifically in respect of these causes. In different ways, however, because the natural active principles are always determined to the same acts, so that the different species of natural acts are taken not only from the objects, which are the ends or terms of those acts, but also from their active principles. Thus heating and cooling are specifically distinct with reference to hot and cold. On the other hand, the active principles in voluntary acts, such as the acts of sins, are not determined of necessity to one act, and consequently, from one active or motive principle, diverse species of sins can proceed. Thus from fear engendering false humility, man may proceed to theft, or murder, or to neglect the flock committed to his care. And these same things may proceed from love enkindling to undue ardor. Hence it is evident that sins do not differ specifically according to their various active or motive causes, but only in respect of diversity in the final cause, which is the end and object of the will. For it has been shown above (Q. 1, A. 3; Q. 18, AA. 4 and 6) that human acts take their species from the end. Reply Obj. 1: The active principles in voluntary acts, not being determined to one act, do not suffice for the production of human acts, unless the will be determined to one by the intention of the end, as the Philosopher proves in Metaph. ix, 15, 16. And consequently sin derives both its being and its species from the end. Reply Obj. 2: Objects, in relation to external acts, have the character of matter about which; but, in relation to the interior act of the will, they have the character of end: and it is owing to this that they give the act its species. Nevertheless, even considered as the matter about which, they have the character of term, from which movement takes its species. according to Phys. 5:4, as well as Ethic. x, 4. Yet even terms of movement specify movements, in so far as term has the character of end. Reply Obj. 3: These distinctions of sins are given, not as distinct species of sins, but to show their various causes. _Fourth Article. Whether sin is fittingly divided into sin against God, against oneself, and against one's neighbor? Objection 1: It would seem that sin is unfittingly divided into sin against God, against one's neighbor, and against oneself. For that which is common to all sins should not be reckoned as a part in the division of sin. But it is common to all sins to be against God, for it is stated in the definition of sin that it is "against God's law," as stated above (Q. 66, A. 6). Therefore sin against God should not be reckoned a part of the division of sin. Obj. 2: Further, every division should consist of things in opposition to one another. But these three kinds of sin are not opposed to one another. For whoever sins against his neighbor, sins against himself and against God. Therefore sin is not fittingly divided into these three. Obj. 3: Further, specification is not taken from things external. But God and our neighbor are external to us. Therefore sins are not distinguished specifically with regard to them, and consequently sin is unfittingly divided according to these three. On the contrary, Isidore (De Summa), in giving the division of sins, says that "man is said to sin against himself, against God, and against his neighbor." I answer that, as stated above (Q. 71, AA. 1, 6), sin is an inordinate act. Now there should be a threefold order in man. One, in relation to the rule of reason, in so far as all our actions and passions should be commensurate with the rule of reason. Another order is the relation to the rule of the Divine law, whereby man should be directed in all things. And if man were by nature a solitary animal, this twofold order would suffice. But since man is naturally a civic and social animal, as is proved in Polit. i, 2, hence a third order is necessary, whereby man is directed in relation to other men among whom he has to dwell. Of these orders the second contains the first and surpasses it: for whatever things are comprised under the order of reason, are comprised under the order of God Himself. Yet some things are comprised under the order of God which surpass the human reason, such as matters of faith, and things due to God alone. Hence he that sins in such matters, for instance by heresy, sacrilege, or blasphemy, is said to sin against God. In like manner, the first order includes the third and surpasses it, because in all things wherein we are directed in reference to our neighbor, we need to be directed according to the order of reason. Yet in some things we are directed according to reason in relation to ourselves only, and not in reference to our neighbor. And when man sins in these matters, he is said to sin against himself, as is seen in the glutton, the lustful, and the prodigal. But when man sins in matters concerning his neighbor, he is said to sin against his neighbor, as appears in the thief and murderer. Now the things whereby man is directed to God, his neighbor, and himself are diverse. Wherefore this distinction of sins is in respect of their objects, according to which the species of sins are diversified: and consequently this distinction of sins is properly one of different species of sins. Because the virtues also, to which sins are opposed, differ specifically in respect of these three. For it is evident from what has been said (Q. 62, AA. 1, 2, 3) that by the theological virtues man is directed to God, by temperance and fortitude, to himself, and by justice, to his neighbor. Reply Obj. 1: To sin against God is common to all sins, in so far as the order to God includes every human order. But in so far as order to God surpasses the other two orders, sin against God is a special kind of sin. Reply Obj. 2: When several things, of which one includes another, are distinct from one another, this distinction is understood to refer, not to the part contained in another, but to that in which one goes beyond another. This may be seen in the division of numbers and figures. For a triangle is distinguished from a four-sided figure, not in respect of its being contained thereby, but in respect of that in which it is surpassed thereby: and the same applies to the numbers 3 and 4. Reply Obj. 3: Although God and our neighbor are external to the sinner himself, they are not external to the act of sin, but are related to it, as to its object. _Fifth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether the division of sins according to their debt of punishment diversifies their species? Objection 1: It would seem that the division of sins according to their debt of punishment diversifies their species, for instance, when sin is divided into mortal and venial. For things which are infinitely apart cannot belong to the same species, nor even to the same genus. But venial and mortal sin are infinitely apart, since temporal punishment is due to venial sin, and eternal punishment to mortal sin. And the measure of the punishment corresponds to the gravity of the fault, according to Deut. 25:2: "According to the measure of the sin shall the measure be also of the stripes be." Therefore venial and mortal sins are not of the same genus, nor can they be said to belong to the same species. Obj. 2: Further, some sins are mortal in virtue of their species, as murder and adultery, and some are venial in virtue of their species, as in an idle word and excessive laughter. Therefore venial and mortal sins differ specifically. Obj. 3: Further, just as virtuous act stands in relation to its reward, so does sin stand in relation to punishment. But the reward is the end of the virtuous act. Therefore punishment is the end of sin. Now sins differ specifically in relation to their ends, as stated above (A. 1, ad 1). Therefore they are also specifically distinct according to the debt of punishment. On the contrary, those things that constitute a species are prior to the species, e.g. specific differences. But punishment follows sin as the effect thereof. Therefore sins do not differ specifically according to the debt of punishment. I answer that, in things that differ specifically, we find a twofold difference. The first causes the diversity of species, and is not to be found save in different species, e.g. rational and irrational, animate and inanimate. The other difference is consequent to specific diversity, and though in some cases it may follow from the diversity of species, yet in others it may be found within the same species. Thus white and black are consequent to the specific diversity of crow and swan, and yet this difference is found within the one species of man. We must therefore say that the difference between venial and mortal sin, or any other difference in respect of the debt of punishment, cannot be a difference constituting specific diversity. For what is accidental never constitutes a species, and what is outside the agent's intention is accidental, according to Phys. 250. Now it is evident that punishment is outside the intention of the sinner, wherefore it is accidentally referred to sin on the part of the sinner. Nevertheless, it is referred to sin by an extrinsic principle, viz. the justice of the judge, who imposes various punishments according to the various manners of sin. Therefore the difference derived from the debt of punishment may be consequent to the specific diversity of sins, but cannot constitute it. Now the difference between venial and mortal sin is consequent to the diversity of that inordinateness which constitutes the notion of sin. For inordinateness is twofold: one that destroys the principle of order, and another which, without destroying the principle of order, implies inordinateness in the things which follow the principle. Thus in an animal's body, the frame may be so out of order that the vital principle is destroyed: this is the inordinateness of death. While on the other hand, saving the vital principle, there may be disorder in the bodily humors, and then there is sickness. Now the principle of the entire moral order is the last end, which stands in the same relation to matters of action as the indemonstrable principle does to matters of speculation, as stated in Ethic. vii, 8. Therefore, when the soul is so disordered by sin as to turn away from its last end, viz. God, to Whom it is united by charity, there is mortal sin. But when it is disordered without turning away from God, there is venial sin. For even as in the body, the disorder of death which results from the destruction of the principle of life is irreparable according to nature, while the disorder of sickness can be repaired by reason of the vital principle being preserved, so it is in matters concerning the soul. Because in speculative matters it is impossible to convince one who errs in the principles, whereas one who errs, but retains the principles, can be brought back to the truth by means of the principles. Likewise, in practical matters, he who, by sinning, turns away from his last end, if we consider the nature of his sin, falls irreparably, and therefore is said to sin mortally and to deserve eternal punishment. Whereas, when a man sins without turning away from God, by the very nature of his sin, his disorder can be repaired, because the principle of the order is not destroyed. Wherefore he is said to sin venially, because, to wit, he does not sin so as to deserve to be punished eternally. Reply Obj. 1: Mortal and venial sins are infinitely apart as regards what they turn away from, not as regards what they turn to, viz. the object which specifies them. Hence nothing hinders the same species from including mortal and venial sins. For instance, in the species adultery, the first movement is a venial sin, while an idle word, which is generally speaking venial, may even be a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 2: From the fact that one sin is mortal by reason of its species, and another venial by reason of its species, it follows that this difference is consequent to the specific difference of sins, not that it is the cause thereof: and this difference may be found even in things of the same species, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: The reward is intended by him that merits or acts virtuously, whereas the punishment is not intended by the sinner, but on the contrary is against his will. Hence the comparison fails. Sixth Article. Whether sins of commission and omission differ specifically? Objection 1: It would seem that sins of commission and omission differ specifically. For offense and sin are condivided with one another, according to Eph. 2:1, where it is written: "When you were dead in your offenses and sins," which words a gloss explains, saying: "Offenses, by omitting to do what was commanded, and sins, by doing what was forbidden." Whence it is evident that offenses here denotes sins of omission, while sin denotes sins of commission. Therefore they differ specifically, since they are contrasted with one another as different species. Obj. 2: Further, it is essential to sin to be against God's law, for this is part of its definition, as is clear from what has been said in Q. 71, A. 6. Now in God's law, the affirmative precepts, against which is the sin of omission, are different from the negative precepts, against which is the sin of omission. Therefore sins of omission and commission differ specifically. Obj. 3: Further, omission and commission differ as affirmation and negation. Now affirmation and negation cannot be in the same species, since negation has no species. For "there is neither species nor difference of non-being," as the Philosopher states in Phys. iv, 67. Therefore omission and commission cannot belong to the same species. On the contrary, omission and commission are found in the same species of sin. For the covetous man takes both what belongs to others, which is a sin of commission, and gives not of his own to whom he should give, which is a sin of omission. Therefore omission and commission do not differ specifically. I answer that, there is a twofold difference in sins, a material difference and a formal difference. The material difference is to be observed in the natural species of the sinful act, while the formal difference is gathered from the relation to one proper end, which is also their proper object. Hence we find certain acts differing from one another in the material specific difference, which are nevertheless formally in the same species of sin, because they are directed to the one same end. Thus strangling, stoning, and stabbing come under the one species of murder, although the actions themselves differ specifically according to the natural species. Accordingly, if we refer to the material species in sins of omission and commission, they differ specifically, using species in a broad sense, in so far as negation and privation may have a species. But if we refer to the formal species of sins of omission and commission, they do not differ specifically, because they are directed to the same end, and proceed from the same motive. For the covetous man, in order to hoard money, both robs and omits to give what he ought. And in like manner the glutton, to satiate his appetite, both eats too much and omits the prescribed fasts. The same applies to other sins. For in things, negation is always founded on affirmation, which in a manner is its cause. Hence in the physical order it comes under the same head, that fire gives forth heat, and that it does not give forth cold. Reply to Obj. 1: This division in respect of commission and omission is not according to different formal species, but only according to material species, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: In God's law, the necessity for various affirmative and negative precepts was that men might be gradually led to virtue, first by abstaining from evil, being induced to this by the negative precepts, and afterwards by doing good, to which we are induced by the affirmative precepts. Wherefore the affirmative and negative precepts do not belong to different virtues, but to different degrees of virtue; and consequently they are not, of necessity, opposed to sins of different species. Moreover, sin is not specified by that from which it turns away, because in this respect it is a negation or privation, but by that to which it turns, in so far as sin is an act. Consequently, sins do not differ specifically according to the various precepts of the law. Reply Obj. 3: This objection considers the material diversity of sins. It must be observed, however, that although, properly speaking, negation is not in a species, yet it is allotted to a species by reduction to the affirmation on which it is based. _Seventh Article. Whether sins are fittingly divided into sins of thought, word, and deed? Objection 1: It would seem that sins are unfittingly divided into sins of thought, word, and deed. For Augustine (De Trin. xii, 12) describes three stages of sin, of which the first is "when the carnal sense offers a bait," which is the sin of thought. The second stage is reached "when one is satisfied with the mere pleasure of thought"; and the third stage "when consent is given to the deed." Now these three belong to the sin of thought. Therefore it is unfitting to reckon sin of thought as one kind of sin. Obj. 2: Further, Gregory in his commentary on Job 4:25 reckons 4 degrees of sin, the first of which is "a fault hidden in the heart"; the second, "when it is done openly"; the third, "when it is formed into a habit"; and the fourth, "when man goes so far as to presume on God's mercy, or to give himself up to despair"; where no distinction is made between sins of deed and sins of word, and 2 other degrees of sin are added. Therefore the first division was unfitting. Obj. 3: Further, there can be no sin of word or deed, unless there precede sin of thought. Therefore these sins do not differ specifically. Therefore they should not be condivided with one another. On the contrary, Jerome, in commenting on Ezechiel 43:23 says: "The human race is subject to 3 kinds of sin, for when we sin, it is either by thought, or word, or deed." I answer that, Things differ specifically in 2 ways. First, when each has the complete species: thus a horse and an ox differ specifically. Secondly, when the diversity of species is derived from diversity of degree in generation or movement: thus the building is the complete generation of a house, while the laying of the foundations and the setting up of the walls are incomplete species, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. x, 4. And the same can apply to the generation of animals. Accordingly, sins are divided into these 3, viz. sins of thought, word, and deed, not as into various complete species: for the consummation of sin is in the deed. wherefore sins of deed have the complete species. But the first beginning of sin is its foundation, as it were, in the sin of thought. The second degree is the sin of word, in so far as man is ready to break out into a declaration of his thought; while the third degree consists in the consummation of the deed. Consequently, these three differ in respect of the various degrees of sin. Nevertheless, it is evident that these three belong to the one complete species of sin, since they proceed from the same motive. For the angry man, through desire of vengeance, is at first disturbed in thought, and then he breaks out in words of abuse, and lastly he goes on to wrongful deeds. And the same applies to lust and to any other sin. Reply Obj. 1: All sins of thought have the common note of secrecy, in respect of which they form one degree, which is, however, divided into three stages, viz. of cogitation, pleasure, and consent. Reply Obj. 2: Sins of words and deed are both done openly, and for this reason Gregory (Moral. on Job 4:25) reckons them under one head, whereas Jerome, in commenting on Ezechiel 43:23, distinguishes between them, because in sins of word there is nothing but manifestation which is intended principally, while in sins of deed it is the consummation of the inward thought which is principally intended, and the outward manifestation is by way of sequel. Habit and despair are stages following the complete species of sin, even as boyhood and youth follow the complete generation of a man. Reply Obj. 3: Sin of thought and sin of word are not distinct from the sin of deed when they are united together with it, but when each is found by itself, even as one part of a movement is not distinct from the whole movement, when the movement is continuous, but only when there is a break in the movement. _Eighth Article. Whether excess and deficiency diversify the species of sins? Objection 1: It would seem that excess and deficiency do not diversify the species of sins. For excess and deficiency differ in respect of more and less. Now more and less do not diversify a species. Therefore excess and deficiency do not diversify the species of sins. Obj. 2: Further, just as sin, in matters of action, is due to straying from the rectitude of reason, so falsehood, in speculative matters, is due to straying from the truth of the reality. Now the species of falsehood is not diversified by saying more or less than the reality. Therefore neither is the species of sin diversified by straying more or less from the rectitude of reason. Obj. 3: Further, one species cannot be made out of two, as Porphyry declares. Now excess and deficiency are united in one sin. For some are at once illiberal and wasteful: illiberality being a sin of deficiency, and prodigality by excess. Therefore excess and deficiency do not diversify the species of sins. On the contrary, contraries differ specifically, for "contrariety is a difference of form," as stated in Metaph. x, 13, 14. Now vices that differ according to excess and deficiency are contrary to one another, as illiberality to wastefulness. Therefore they differ specifically. I answer that, while there are two things in sin, viz. the act itself and its inordinateness, in so far as sin is a departure from the order of reason and the Divine law, the species of sin is gathered not from its inordinateness, which is outside the sinner's intention, as stated above (A. 1), but on the contrary, from the act itself as terminating in the object to which the sinner's intention is directed. Consequently, wherever we find a different motive inclining the intention to sin, there will be a different species of sin. Now it is evident that the motive for sinning in sins by excess is not the same as the motive for sinning in sins of deficiency. In fact, they are contrary to one another, just as the motive in the sin of intemperance is love for bodily pleasures, while the motive in the sin of insensibility is hatred of the same. Therefore these sins not only differ specifically, but are contrary to one another. Reply Obj. 1: Although more and less do not cause diversity of species, yet they are sometimes consequent to specific difference, in so far as they are the result of diversity of form. Thus we may say that fire is lighter than air. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. viii, 1) that "those who held that there are no different species of friendship, by reason of its admitting of degree, were led by insufficient proof." In this way to exceed reason, or to fall short thereof, belongs to sins specifically different, in so far as they result from different motives. Reply Obj. 2: It is not the sinner's intention to depart from reason, and so sins of excess and deficiency do not become one kind through departing from the one rectitude of reason. On the other hand, sometimes he who utters a falsehood intends to hide the truth, wherefore in this respect it matters not whether he tells more or less. If, however, departure from the truth be not outside the intention, it is evident that then one is moved by different causes to tell more or less: and in this respect there are different kinds of falsehood, as is evident of the boaster, who exceeds in telling untruths for the sake of fame, and the cheat, who tells less than the truth in order to escape from paying his debts. This also explains how some false opinions are contrary to one another. Reply Obj. 3: One may be prodigal and illiberal with regard to different objects. For instance, one may be illiberal in taking what one ought not: and nothing hinders contraries from being in the same subject, in different respects. Ninth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 9] Whether Sins Differ Specifically in Respect of Different Circumstances? Objection 1: It would seem that vices and sins differ in respect of different circumstances. For as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv), "evil results from each single defect." Now individual defects are corruptions of individual circumstances. Therefore from the corruption of each circumstance there results a corresponding species of sin. Obj. 2: Further, sins are human acts. But human acts sometimes take their species from circumstances, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 10). Therefore sins differ specifically according as different circumstances are corrupted. Obj. 3: Further, diverse species are assigned to gluttony, according to the words contained in the following verse: "hastily, sumptuously, too much, greedily, daintily." Now these pertain to various circumstances, for hastily means sooner than is right; too much, more than is right; and so on with the others. Therefore the species of sin is diversified according to the various circumstances. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 7 and Ethic. iv, 1) that "every vice sins by doing more than one ought, and when one ought not." and in like manner as to the other circumstances. Therefore the species of sins are not diversified in this respect. I answer that, as stated above in A. 8, wherever there is a special motive for sinning, there is a different species of sin, because the motive for sinning is the end and object of sin. Now it happens sometimes that although different circumstances are corrupted, there is but one motive. Thus the illiberal man, for the same motive, takes when he ought not, where he ought not, and more than he ought; and so on with the circumstances, since he does this through an inordinate desire of hoarding money: and in such cases the corruption of different circumstances does not diversify the species of sins, but belongs to one and the same species. Sometimes, however, the corruption of different circumstances arises from different motives: for instance, that a man eat hastily may be due to the fact that he cannot brook the delay in taking food, on account of a rapid exhaustion of the digestive humors; and that he desire too much food may be due to a naturally strong digestion. That he desire choice meats is due to his desire for pleasure in taking food. Hence in such matters the corruption of different circumstances entails different species of sins. Reply Obj. 1: Evil, as such, is a privation, and so it has different species in respect of the thing which the subject is deprived, even as other privations. But sin does not take its species from the privation or aversion, as stated above in A. 1, but from turning to the object of the act. Reply Obj. 2: A circumstance never transfers an act from one species to another, save when there is another motive. Reply Obj. 3: In the various species of gluttony there are various motives, as stated. End of question 72. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 73, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 73. Of the comparison of one sin with another, in 10 articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 5. We must now consider the comparison of one sin with another, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. First, whether all sins and vices are connected with one another. Second, whether all are equal. Third, whether the gravity of sin depends on its object. Fourth, whether it depends on the excellence of the virtue to which it is opposed. Fifth, whether carnal sins are more grievous than spiritual sins. Sixth, whether the gravity of sins depends on their causes. Seventh, whether it depends on their circumstances. Eighth, whether it depends on how much harm ensues. Ninth, whether on the position of the person sinned against. Tenth, whether sin is aggravated by reason of the excellence of the person sinning. First Article: Whether all sins are connected with one another. Objection 1: It would seem that all sins are connected. For it is written (James 2:10): "Whosoever shall keep the whole law, but offend in one point, is become guilty of all." Now, to be guilty of transgressing all the precepts of the law is the same as to commit all sins, because, as Ambrose says (De Paradiso viii), "sin is a transgression of the Divine law, and disobedience of the heavenly commandments." Therefore whoever commits one sin is guilty of all. Obj. 2: Further, each sin banishes its opposite virtue. Now whoever lacks one virtue lacks them all, as was shown above (Q. 65, A. 1). Therefore whoever commits one sin is deprived of all the virtues. Therefore whoever commits one sin is guilty of all sins. Obj. 3: Further, all virtues are connected because they have a principle in common, as stated above (Q. 65, AA. 1, 2). Now as the virtues have a common principle, so have sins, because, as the love of God, which builds the city of God, is the beginning and root of all the virtues, so self-love, which builds the city of Babylon, is the root of all sins, as Augustine declares (De Civ. Dei xiv, 28). Therefore all sins and vices are also connected, so that whoever has one has them all. On the contrary, some vices are contrary to one another, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. ii, 8). But contraries cannot be together in the same subject. Therefore it is impossible for all sins and vices to be connected with one another. I answer that, the intention of the man who acts according to virtue in pursuance of his reason is different from the intention of the sinner in straying from the path of reason. For the intention of every man acting according to virtue is to follow the rule of reason: wherefore the intention of all the virtues is directed to the same end, so that all the virtues are connected together in the right reason of things to be done, viz. prudence, as stated above (Q. 65, A. 1). But the intention of the sinner is not directed to the point of straying from the path of reason; rather it is directed to tend to some appetible good, whence it derives its species. Now these goods, to which the sinner's intention is directed when departing from reason, are of various kinds, having no mutual connection; in fact, they are sometimes contrary to one another. Since therefore vices and sins take their species from that to which they turn, it is evident that, in respect of that which completes a sin's species, sins are not connected with one another. For sin does not consist in passing from the many to the one, as is the case with virtues, which are connected, but rather in forsaking the one for the many. Reply Obj. 1: James is speaking of sin, not as regards the thing to which it turns and which causes the distinction of sins, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 1), but as regards that from which sin turns away, inasmuch as man, by sinning, departs from a commandment of the law. Now all the commandments of the law are from one and the same, as he also says in the same passage, so that the same God is despised in every sin. And in this sense he says that whoever "offends in one point is become guilty of all," forasmuch as, by committing one sin, he incurs the debt of punishment through his contempt of God, which is the origin of all sins. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above (Q. 71, A. 4), the opposite virtue is not banished by every act of sin, because venial sin does not destroy virtue, while mortal sin destroys infused virtue, by turning man away from God. Yet one act, even of mortal sin, does not destroy the habit of acquired virtue, though if such acts be repeated so as to engender a contrary habit, the habit of acquired virtue is destroyed, the destruction of which entails the loss of prudence, since when a man acts against any virtue whatever, he acts against prudence, without which no moral virtue is possible, as stated above (Q. 58, A. 4; as well as Q. 65, A. 1). Consequently, all the moral virtues are destroyed as to the perfect and formal being of virtue, which they have in so far as they partake of prudence, yet there remain the inclinations to various acts, which inclinations, however, are not virtues. Nevertheless, it does not follow that for this reason man contracts all vices of sins. First, because several vices are opposed to one virtue, so that a virtue can be destroyed by one of them without the others being present. Secondly, because sin is directly opposed to virtue as regards the virtue's inclination to act, as stated above (Q. 71, A. 1). Wherefore, as long as any virtuous inclinations remain, it cannot be said that man has the opposite vices or sins. Reply Obj. 3: The love of God is unitive, inasmuch as it draws man's affections from the many to the one, so that the virtues which flow from the love of God are connected together. But self-love disunites man's affections among different things, so far as man loves himself, by desiring for himself temporal goods, which are various and of many kinds. Hence vices and sins, which arise from self-love, are not connected together. Second article: Whether all sins are equal? Objection 1: It would seem that all sins are equal. Because sin is to do what is unlawful. Now to do what is unlawful is reproved in one and the same way in all things. Therefore sin is reproved in one and the same way. Therefore one sin is not graver than another. Obj. 2: Further, every sin is a transgression of the rule of reason, which is to human acts what a linear rule is in corporal things. Therefore to sin is the same as to pass over a line. But passing over a line occurs equally and in the same way, even if one go a long way from it or stay near it, since privations do not admit of more or less. Therefore all sins are equal. Obj. 3: Further, sins are opposed to virtues. But all virtues are equal, as Cicero states. Therefore all sins are equal. On the contrary, Our Lord said to Pilate (John 19:11): "He that hath delivered me to thee, hath the greater sin." And yet it is evident that Pilate was guilty of some sin. Therefore one sin is greater than another. I answer that, the opinion of the Stoics, which Cicero adopts in the book on Paradoxes, was that all sins are equal, from which opinion arose the error of certain heretics, who not only hold all sins to be equal, but also maintain that all the pains of hell are equal. So far as can be gathered from the words of Cicero, the Stoics arrived at their conclusion through looking at sin on the side of the privation only, in so far, to wit, as it is a departure from reason: wherefore, considering simply that no privation admits of more or less, they held that all sins are equal. Yet if we consider the matter carefully, we shall see that there are two kinds of privation. For there is a simple and pure privation, which consists, so to speak, in being corrupted: thus death is privation of life, and darkness is privation of light. Such like privations do not admit of more or less, because nothing remains of the opposite habit. Hence a man is not less dead on the first day after his death, or on the third or fourth days, than after a year, when his corpse is already dissolved. And in like manner a house is no darker if the light be covered with several shades, than if it were covered by a single shade shutting out all the light. There is, however, another privation which is not simple, but retains something of the opposite habit. It consists in becoming corrupted rather than being corrupted, like sickness, which is a privation of the due commensuration of the humors, yet so that something remains of that commensuration, else the animal would cease to live. And the same applies to deformity and the like. Such privations admit of more or less on the part of what remains of the contrary habit. For it matters much in sickness or deformity, whether one departs more or less from the due commensuration of humors or members. The same applies to vices and sins, because in them the privation of the due commensuration of reason is such as not to destroy the order of reason altogether; else evil, if total, destroys itself, as stated in Ethic. iv, 5. For the substance of the act, or the affection of the agent, could not remain, unless something remained of the order of reason. Therefore it matters much to the gravity of a sin, whether one departs more or less from the rectitude of reason: and accordingly we must say that sins are not all equal. Reply Obj. 1: To commit sin is unlawful on account of some inordinateness therein: wherefore those which contain a greater inordinateness are more unlawful, and consequently graver sins. Reply Obj. 2: This argument looks upon sin as though it were a pure privation. Reply Obj. 3: Virtues are proportionately equal in one and the same subject, yet one virtue surpasses another in excellence according to its species. And again, one man is more virtuous than another in the same species of virtue, as stated above (Q. 66, AA. 1, 2). Moreover, even if virtues were equal, it would not follow that vices are equal, since virtues are connected, and vices or sins are not. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the gravity of sins varies according to their objects? Objection 1: It would seem that the gravity of sins does not vary according to their objects. Because the gravity of a sin pertains to its mode or quality; whereas the object is the matter of the sin. Therefore the gravity of sins does not vary according to their various objects. Obj. 2: Further, the gravity of a sin is the intensity of its malice. Now sin does not derive its malice from its proper object to which it turns, and which is some appetible good, but rather from that which it turns away from. Therefore the gravity of sins does not vary according to their various objects. Obj. 3: Further, sins that have different objects are of different kinds. But things of different kinds cannot be compared with one another, as is proved in Phys. vii, 30. Therefore one sin is not graver than another by reason of the difference of objects. On the contrary, sins take their species from their objects, as was shown above (Q. 72, A. 1). But some sins are graver than others in respect of their species, as murder is graver than theft. Therefore the gravity of sins varies according to their objects. I answer that, as is clear from what has been said (Q. 71, A. 5), the gravity of sins varies in the same way as one sickness is graver than another. For just as the good of health consists in a certain commensuration of the humors, in keeping with an animal's nature, so the good of virtue consists in a certain commensuration of the human act in accord with the rule of reason. Now it is evident that the higher the principle the disorder of which causes the disorder in the humors, the graver is the sickness. Thus a sickness which comes on the human body from the heart, which is the principle of life, or from some neighboring part, is more dangerous. Wherefore a sin must needs be so much the graver, as the disorder occurs in a principle which is higher in the order of reason. Now in matters of action, the reason directs all things in view of the end: wherefore the higher the end which attaches to sins in human acts, the graver the sin. Now the object of an act is its end, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 3, ad 2), and consequently the difference of gravity in sins depends on their objects. Thus it is clear that external things are directed to man as their end, while man is further directed to God as his end. Wherefore a sin which is about the very substance of man, e.g. murder, is graver than a sin which is about external things, e.g. theft. And graver still is a sin committed directly against God, e.g. unbelief, blasphemy, and the like. And in each of these grades of sin, one sin will be graver than another according as it is about a higher or lower principle. And forasmuch as sins take their species from their objects, the difference of gravity which is derived from the objects is first and foremost, as resulting from the species. Reply Obj. 1: Although the object is the matter about which an act is concerned, yet it has the character of an end, in so far as the intention of the agent is fixed on it, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 3, ad 2). Now the form of a moral act depends on the end, as was shown above (Q. 72, A. 6, as well as (Q. 18, A. 6). Reply Obj. 2: From the very fact that man turns unduly to some mutable good, it follows that he turns away from the immutable good, which aversion completes the nature of evil. Hence the various degrees of malice and sins must needs follow the diversity of those things to which man turns. Reply Obj. 3: All the objects of human acts are related to one another, wherefore all human acts are somewhat of one kind, in so far as they are directed to the last end. Therefore nothing prevents all sins from being compared with one another. Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the gravity of sins depends on the excellence of the virtues to which they are opposed? Objection 1: It would seem that the gravity of sins does not vary according to the excellence of the virtues to which they are opposed, so that, to wit, the graver sin is opposed to the greater virtue. For, according to Prov. 15:5, "in abundant justice there is the greatest strength." Now, as our Lord says (Matt. 5:20 seqq.), abundant justice restrains anger, which is a less grievous sin than murder, which less abundant justice restrains. Therefore the least grievous sin is opposed to the greatest virtue. Obj. 2: Further, it is stated in Ethic. ii, 3 that "virtue is about the difficult and the good": whence it seems to follow that the greater virtue is about what is more difficult. But it is a less grievous sin to fail in what is more difficult, than in what is less difficult. Therefore the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue. Obj. 3: Further, charity is a greater virtue than faith or hope, according to 1 Cor. 13:13. Now hatred, which is opposed to charity, is a less grievous sin than unbelief or despair, which are opposed to faith and hope. Therefore the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue. On the contrary, The Philosopher says in Ethic. viii, 10 that "the worst is opposed to the best." Now in morals, the best is the greatest virtue, and the worst is the most grievous sin. Therefore the most grievous sin is opposed to the greatest virtue. I answer that, a sin is opposed to a virtue in two ways. First, principally and directly, that sin, to wit, which is about the same object: because contraries are about the same thing. In this way, the more grievous sin must needs be opposed to the greater virtue, because, just as the degrees of gravity in a sin depend on the object, so also does the greatness of a virtue, since both sin and virtue take their species from the object, as shown above in Q. 60, A. 5, as well as in Q. 72, A. 1. Wherefore the greatest sin must needs be directly opposed to the greatest virtue, as being furthest removed from it in the same genus. Secondly, the opposition of virtue to sin may be considered in respect of a certain extension of the virtue in checking sin. For the greater a virtue is, the further it removes man from the contrary sin, so that it withdraws man not only from that sin, but also from whatever leads to it. And thus it is evident that the greater a virtue is, the more it withdraws man also from less grievous sins: even as the more perfect health is, the more does it ward off even minor ailments. And in this way the less grievous sin is opposed to the greater virtue, on the part of the latter's effect. Reply Obj. 1: This argument considers the opposition which consists in restraining from sin, for thus abundant justice checks even minor sins. Reply Obj. 2: The greater virtue that is about a more difficult good is opposed directly to the sin which is about a more difficult evil: for in each case there is a certain superiority, in that the will is shown to be more intent on good or evil, through not being overcome by the difficulty. Reply Obj. 3: Charity is not any kind of love, but the love of God. Hence not any kind of hatred is opposed to it directly, but the hatred of God, which is the most grievous of all sins. _Fifth Article. Whether carnal sins are of less guilt than spiritual sins? Objection 1: It would seem that carnal sins are not of less guilt than spiritual sins. Because adultery is a more grievous sin than theft: for it is written (Prov. 6:30, 32): "The fault is not so great when a man has stolen, but that he is an adulterer: for the folly of his heart shall destroy his own soul." Now theft belongs to covetousness, which is a spiritual sin, while adultery pertains to lust, which is a carnal sin. Therefore carnal sins are of greater guilt than spiritual sins. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his commentary on Leviticus that "the devil rejoices chiefly in lust and idolatry." But he rejoices more in the greater sin. Therefore, since lust is a carnal sin, it seems that the carnal sins are of most guilt. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher proves (Ethic. vii, 6) that "it is more shameful to be incontinent in lust than in anger." But anger is a spiritual sin, according to Gregory in his Commentary on Job 31:17; while lust pertains to carnal sins. Therefore carnal sin is more grievous than spiritual sin. On the contrary, Gregory says in his Commentary on Job 33:11 that carnal sins are of less guilt, but of more shame, than spiritual sins. I answer that, spiritual sins are of greater guilt than carnal sins. Yet this does not mean that each spiritual sin is of greater guilt than each carnal sin, but that, considering the sole difference between spiritual and carnal, spiritual sins are more grievous than carnal sins, other things being equal. Three reasons may be assigned for this. The first is on the part of the subject. Because spiritual sins belong to the spirit, to which it is proper to turn to God, and to turn away from Him; whereas carnal sins are consummated in the carnal pleasure of the appetite, to which it chiefly belongs to turn to goods of the body: so that carnal sin, as such, denotes more a turning to something, and for that reason implies a closer cleaving; whereas spiritual sin denotes more a turning from something, whence the notion of guilt arises, and for this reason it involves greater guilt. A second reason may be taken on the part of the person against whom sin is committed. Because carnal sin, as such, is against the sinner's own body, which he ought to love less, in the order of charity, than God and his neighbor, against whom he commits spiritual sins; and consequently spiritual sins, as such, are of greater guilt. A third reason may be taken from the motive, since the stronger the impulse to sin, the less grievous the sin, as we shall state further on (A. 6). Now carnal sins have a stronger impulse, viz. our innate concupiscence of the flesh. Therefore spiritual sins, as such, are of greater guilt. Reply Obj. 1: Adultery belongs not only to the sin of lust, but also to the sin of injustice, and in this respect may be brought under the head of covetousness, as a gloss observes on Eph. 5:5: "No fornicator, or unclean, or covetous person," etc.; so that adultery is so much more grievous than theft, as a man loves his wife more than his chattels. Reply Obj. 2: The devil is said to rejoice chiefly in the sin of lust, because it is of the greatest adhesion, and man can with difficulty be withdrawn from it. For the desire of pleasure is insatiable, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. iii, 12). Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher himself says (Ethic. vii, 6), the reason why it is more shameful to be incontinent in lust than in anger is that lust partakes less of reason; and in the same sense he says (Ethic. iii, 10) that "sins of intemperance are most worthy of reproach, because they are about those pleasures which are common to us and irrational animals." Hence by these sins man is, so to speak, brutalized: for which same reason Gregory says (Moral. xxxi, 17) that they are more shameful. End of question 73, Part 1, read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 73, Part 2 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 73, of the comparison of one sin with another, in 10 articles. Part 2, Articles 6 through 10. Sixth Article. Whether the gravity of a sin depends on its cause. Objection 1: It would seem that the gravity of a sin does not depend on its cause. because the greater a sin's cause, the more forcibly it moves to sin, and so the more difficult it is to resist. But sin is lessened by the fact that it is difficult to resist, for it denotes weakness in the sinner, if he cannot easily resist sin, and a sin that is due to weakness is deemed less grievous. Therefore sin does not derive its gravity from its cause. Obj. 2: Further, concupiscence is a general cause of sin, wherefore a gloss on Rom. 7:7, "For I had not known concupiscence," says: "The law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evils." Now the greater the concupiscence by which man is overcome, the less grievous his sin. Therefore the gravity of a sin is diminished by the greatness of its cause. Obj. 3: Further, as rectitude of the reason is the cause of a virtuous act, so defect in the reason seems to be the cause of sin. Now the greater the defect in the reason, the less grievous the sin: so much so that he who lacks the use of reason is altogether excused from sin, and he who sins through ignorance sins less grievously. Therefore the gravity of a sin is not increased by the greatness of its cause. On the contrary, if the cause be increased, the effect is increased. Therefore the greater the cause of sin, the more grievous the sin. I answer that, in the genus of sin, as in every other genus, two causes may be observed. The first is the direct and proper cause of sin, and is the will to sin, for it is compared to the sinful act as a tree to its fruit, as a gloss observes on Matt. 7:18: "A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit." And the greater this cause is, the more grievous will the sin be, since the greater the will to sin, the more grievously does man sin. The other causes of sin are extrinsic and remote, as it were, being those whereby the will is inclined to sin. Among these causes we must make a distinction: for some of them induce the will to sin in accord with the very nature of the will: such is the end, which is the proper object of the will. And by such like cause sin is made more grievous, because a man sins more grievously if his will is induced to sin by the intention of a more evil end. Other causes incline the will to sin, against the nature and order of the will, whose natural inclination is to be moved freely of itself in accord with the judgment of reason. Wherefore those causes which weaken the judgment of reason, e.g. ignorance, or which weaken the free movement of the will, e.g. weakness, violence, fear, or the like, diminish the gravity of sin, even as they diminish its voluntariness; and so much the so that if the act be altogether involuntary, it is no longer sinful. Reply Obj. 1: This argument considers the extrinsic moving cause, which diminishes voluntariness. The increase of such a cause diminishes the sin, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: If concupiscence be understood to include the movement of the will, then where there is greater concupiscence, there is a greater sin. But if by concupiscence we understand a passion, which is a movement of the concupiscible power, then a greater concupiscence, forestalling the judgment of reason and the movement of the will, diminishes the sin, because the man who sins, being stimulated by a greater concupiscence, falls through a more grievous temptation, wherefore he is less to be blamed. On the other hand, if concupiscence be taken in this sense, which is the following of the judgment of reason and the movement of the will, then the greater concupiscence, the graver the sin, because sometimes the movement of concupiscence is redoubled by the will tending unrestrainedly to its object. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the cause which renders the act involuntary, and such a cause diminishes the gravity of sin, as stated. _Seventh Article. Whether a circumstance aggravates a sin? Objection 1: It would seem that a circumstance does not aggravate a sin. Because sin takes its gravity from its species. Now a circumstance does not specify a sin, for it is an accident thereof. Therefore the gravity of a sin is not taken from a circumstance. Obj. 2: Further, a circumstance is either evil or not. If it is evil, it causes of itself a species of evil, and if it is not evil, it cannot make a thing worse. Therefore a circumstance nowise aggravates a sin. Obj. 3: Further, the malice of a sin is derived from its turning away from God. But circumstances affect sin on the part of the object to which it turns. Therefore they do not add to the sin's malice. On the contrary, ignorance of a circumstance diminishes sin, for he who sins through ignorance of a circumstance deserves to be forgiven, according to Ethic. iii, 1. Now this would not be the case unless a circumstance aggravated a sin. Therefore a circumstance makes a sin more grievous. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in speaking of habits of virtue (Ethic. ii, 1, 2), "it is natural for a thing to be increased by that which causes it." Now it is evident that a sin is caused by a defect in some circumstance, because the fact that a man departs from the order of reason is due to his not observing the due circumstances in his action. Wherefore it is evident that it is natural for a sin to be aggravated by reason of its circumstances. This happens in three ways. First, in so far as a circumstance draws a sin from one kind to another. Thus fornication is the intercourse of a man with one who is not his wife. But if to this be added the circumstance that the latter is the wife of another, the sin is drawn to another kind of sin, viz. injustice, in so far as he usurps another's property, and in this respect adultery is a more grievous sin than fornication. Secondly, a circumstance aggravates a sin not by drawing it into another genus, but only by multiplying the ratio of sin. Thus if a wasteful man gives both when he ought not, and to whom he ought not to give, he commits the same kind of sin in more ways than if he were to merely give it to whom he ought not, and for that very reason his sin is more grievous. Even as that sickness is the graver which affects more parts of the body. Hence Cicero says (Paradox. iii) that "in taking his father's life, a man commits many sins, for he outrages one who begot him, who fed him, who educated him, to whom he owes his lands, his house, his position in the republic." Thirdly, a circumstance aggravates a sin by adding to the deformity which the sin derives from another circumstance. Thus taking another's property constitutes the sin of theft. But if to this be added the circumstance that much is taken of another's property, the sin will be more grievous, although in itself to take more or less has not the character of a good or of an evil act. Reply Obj. 1: Some circumstances do specify a moral act, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 10). Nevertheless a circumstance which does not give the species may aggravate a sin, because even as the goodness of a thing is weighed not only in reference to its species, but also in reference to an accident, so the malice of an act is measured, not only according to the species of that act, but also according to a circumstance. Reply Obj. 2: A circumstance may aggravate a sin either way. For if it is evil, it does not follow that it constitutes the sin species, because it may multiply the ratio of evil within the same species, as stated above. And if it be not evil, it may aggravate a sin in relation to the malice of another circumstance. Reply Obj. 3: Reason should direct the action not only as regards the object, but also as regards every circumstance. Therefore one may turn aside from the rule of reason through corruption of any single circumstance, for instance, by doing something when one ought not, or where one ought not. And to depart thus from the rule of reason suffices to make the act evil. This turning aside from the rule of reason results from man's turning away from God, to whom man ought to be united by right reason. _Eighth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 8] Whether sin is aggravated by reason of its causing more harm? Objection 1: It would seem that a sin is not aggravated by reason of its causing more harm. Because the harm done is an issue consequent to the sinful act. But the issue of an act does not add to its goodness or malice, as stated above (Q. 20, A. 5). Therefore a sin is not aggravated on account of its causing more harm. Obj. 2: Further, harm is inflicted by sins against our neighbor. Because no one wishes to harm himself, and no one can harm God, according to Job 35:6, 8: "If thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him? Thy wickedness may hurt a man that is like thee." If therefore sins were aggravated through causing more harm, it would follow that sins against our neighbor are more grievous than sins against God or oneself. Obj. 3: Further, greater harm is inflicted on a man by depriving him of the life of grace, than by taking away his natural life: because the life of grace is better than the life of nature, so far that man ought to despise his natural life, lest he lose the life of grace. Now, speaking absolutely, a man who leads a woman to commit fornication deprives her of the life of grace, by leading her into mortal sin. If therefore a sin were more grievous on account of its causing a greater harm, it would follow that fornication, absolutely speaking, is a more grievous sin than murder, which is evidently untrue. Therefore a sin is not more grievous on account of its causing a greater harm. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 14): "Since vice is contrary to nature, a vice is the more grievous according as it diminishes the integrity of nature." Now the diminution of the integrity of nature is a harm. Therefore a sin is graver according as it does more harm. I answer that, Harm may bear a threefold relation to sin. Because sometimes the harm resulting from a sin is foreseen and intended, as when a man does something with a mind to harm another, for example, a murderer or a thief. In this case the quantity of harm aggravates the sin directly, because then the harm is the direct object of the sin. Sometimes the harm is foreseen but not intended, for instance, when a man takes a short cut through a field, the result being that he knowingly injures the growing crops, although his intention is not to do this harm, but to commit fornication. In this case, again, the quantity of the harm done aggravates the sin: indirectly, however, in so far, to wit, as it is owing to his will being strongly inclined to sin, that a man does not forbear from doing, to himself or to another, a harm which he would not wish simply. Sometimes, however, the harm is neither foreseen nor intended, and then if this harm is connected with the sin accidentally, it does not aggravate the sin directly, but on account of his neglecting to consider the harm that might ensue, a man is deemed punishable for the evil results of his action if it be unlawful. If, on the other hand, the harm follow directly from the sinful act, although it neither be foreseen nor intended, it aggravates the sin directly, because whatever is directly consequent to a sin belongs in a manner to the very species of that sin. For instance, if a man is a notorious fornicator, the result is that many are scandalized, and although such was not his intention, nor was it perhaps foreseen by him, yet it aggravates his sin directly. But this does not seem to apply to penal harm, which the sinner himself incurs. Such like harm, if accidentally connected with the sinful act, and if neither foreseen nor intended, does not aggravate a sin, nor does it correspond with the gravity of the sin. For instance, if a man in running to slay slips and hurts his foot. If, on the other hand, this harm is directly consequent to the sinful act, although perhaps it be neither foreseen nor intended, then greater harm does not make greater sin, but on the contrary, a graver sin calls for the infliction of a greater harm. Thus an unbeliever who has heard nothing about the pains of hell would suffer greater pain in hell for a sin of murder than for a sin of theft. But his sin is not aggravated on account of his neither intending nor foreseeing this, as it would be in the case of a believer, who, seemingly, sins more grievously in the very fact that he despises a greater punishment, that he may satisfy his desire to sin. But the gravity of this harm is caused by the sole gravity of sin. Reply Obj. 1: As we have already stated in Q. 20, A. 5, in treating of the goodness and malice of external actions, the result of an action, if foreseen and intended, adds to the goodness and malice of an act. Reply Obj. 2: Although the harm done aggravates a sin, it does not follow that this alone renders a sin more grievous. In fact, it is inordinateness which of itself aggravates a sin. Wherefore the harm itself that ensues aggravates a sin, in so far only as it renders the act more inordinate. Hence it does not follow, supposing harm to be inflicted chiefly by sins against our neighbor, that such sins are the more grievous, since a much greater inordinateness is to be found in sins which man commits against God, and in some which he commits against himself. Moreover, we might say that although no man can do God any harm in his substance, yet he can endeavor to do so in things concerning him, for example, by destroying faith, by outraging holy things, which are most grievous sins. Again, a man sometimes knowingly and freely inflicts harm on himself, as in the case of suicide, though this be referred finally to some apparent good, for example, delivery from some anxiety. Reply Obj. 3: This argument does not prove, for two reasons. First, because the murderer intends directly to do harm to his neighbors, whereas the fornicator who solicits the woman intends not harm but pleasure. Secondly, because murder is the direct and sufficient cause of bodily death, whereas no man can of himself be the sufficient cause of another's spiritual death, because no man dies spiritually except by sinning of his own will. Ninth Article. Whether a sin is aggravated by reason of the condition of the person against whom it is committed? Objection 1: It would seem that sin is not aggravated by reason of the condition of the person against whom it is committed. For if this were the case, a sin would be aggravated chiefly by being committed against a just and holy man. But this does not aggravate a sin, because a virtuous man who bears a wrong with equanimity is less harmed by the wrong done to him than others, who, through being scandalized, are also hurt inwardly. Therefore the condition of the person against whom a sin is committed does not aggravate the sin. Obj. 2: Further, if the condition of the person aggravated the sin, this would still be more the case if the person be near of kin, because, as Cicero says in his Paradoxes III, "the man who kills his slave sins once; he that takes his father's life sins many times." But the kinship of a person sinned against does not apparently aggravate a sin, because every man is most akin to himself: and yet it is less grievous to harm oneself than another, for example, to kill one's own than another's horse, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. v, 11. Therefore kinship of the person sinned against does not aggravate the sin. Obj. 3: Further, the condition of the person who sins aggravates a sin chiefly on account of his position or knowledge, according to Wis. 6:7: "The mighty shall be mightily tormented"; and in Luke 12:47: "The servant who knew the will of his lord, and did it not, shall be beaten with many stripes." Therefore, in like manner, on the part of the person sinned against, the sin is made more grievous by reason of his position and knowledge. But apparently it is not a more grievous sin to inflict an injury on a rich and powerful person than on a poor man, since "there is no respect of persons with God," according to Col. 3:25, according to whose judgment the gravity of a sin is measured. Therefore the condition of the person sinned against does not aggravate the sin. On the contrary, Holy Writ censures especially those sins that are committed against the servants of God. Thus it is written (3 Kings 19:14): "They have destroyed thy altars, they have slain thy prophets with the sword." Moreover, much blame is attached to the sin committed by a man against those who are akin to him, according to Micah 7:6: "The son dishonoureth the father, and the daughter riseth up against her mother." Furthermore, sins committed against persons of rank are expressly condemned: thus it is written (Job 34:18): "Who saith to the king, Thou art an apostate; who calleth rulers ungodly." Therefore the condition of the person sinned against aggravates the sin. I answer that, the person sinned against is, in a manner, the object of the sin. Now it has been stated above (A. 3) that the primary gravity of a sin is derived from its object, so that a sin is deemed to be so much the more grave, as its object is a more principal end. But the principal ends of human acts are God, man himself, and his neighbor. For whatever we do, it is on account of one of these that we do it, although one of them is subordinate to the other. Therefore the greater or lesser gravity of a sin, in respect of the person sinned against, may be considered on the part of these three. First, on the part of God, to whom man is the more closely united, as he is more virtuous or more sacred to God: so that an injury inflicted on such a person redounds on to God, according to Zechariah 2:8: "He that toucheth you, toucheth the apple of my eye." Wherefore a sin is the more grievous, according as it is committed against a person more closely united to God by reason of personal sanctity or official station. On the part of man himself, it is evident that he sins all the more grievously, according as the person against whom he sins is more united to him, either through natural affinity, or kindness received, or any other bond. Because he seems to sin against himself rather than the other, and for this very reason, sins all the more grievously, according to Ecclesiasticus 14:5: "He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?" On the part of his neighbor, a man sins the more grievously according as his sin affects more persons: so that a sin committed against a public personage, e.g. a sovereign prince who stands in the place of the whole people, is more grievous than a sin committed against a private person. Hence it is expressly prohibited (Ex. 22:28): "The prince of thy people thou shalt not curse." In like manner, it would seem that an injury done to a person of prominence is all the more grave, on account of the scandal and the disturbance it would cause among many people. Reply Obj. 1: He who inflicts an injury on a virtuous person, so far as he is concerned, disturbs him internally and externally: but that the latter is not disturbed internally is due to his goodness, which does not extenuate the sin of the injurer. Reply Obj. 2: The injury which a man inflicts on himself in those things which are subject to the dominion of his will, for instance his possessions, is less sinful than if it were inflicted on another, because he does it of his own will. But in those things that are not subject to the dominion of his will, such as natural and spiritual goods, it is a graver sin to inflict an injury on oneself. For it is more grievous for a man to kill himself than another. Since, however, things belonging to our neighbor are not subject to the dominion of our will, the argument fails to prove, in respect of injuries done to such like things, that it is less grievous to sin in their regard, unless indeed our neighbor be willing, or give his approval. Reply Obj. 3: There is no respect for persons, if God punishes more severely those who sin against a person of higher rank: for this is done because such an injury redounds to the harm of the many. ___tenth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 10] Whether the excellence of the person sinning aggravates the sin? Objection 1: It would seem that the excellence of the person sinning does not aggravate the sin. For man becomes great chiefly by cleaving to God, according to Ecclesiasticus 25:13: "How great is he that findeth wisdom and knowledge! But there is none above him that feareth the Lord." Now the more a man cleaves to God, the less is a sin imputed to him: for it is written (2 Cor. 30:18, 19): "The Lord who is good will show mercy to all of them, who with their whole heart seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and will not impute it to them that they are not sanctified." Therefore a sin is not aggravated by the excellence of the person sinning. Obj. 2: Further, "there is no respect of persons with God," according to Rom. 2:11. Therefore He does not punish one man more than another, for one and the same sin. Therefore a sin is not aggravated by the excellence of the person sinning. Obj. 3: Further, no one should reap disadvantage from good. But he would, if his action were the more blameworthy on account of his goodness. Therefore a sin is not aggravated by reason of the excellence of the person sinning. On the contrary, Isidore says (De Summa Bono ii, 18): "A sin is deemed so much the more grievous, as the sinner is held to be a more excellent person." I answer that, Sin is twofold. There is a sin which takes us unawares on account of the weakness of human nature, and such like sins are less imputable to one who is more virtuous, because he is less negligent in checking those sins, which nevertheless human weakness does not allow us to escape altogether. But there are other sins which proceed from deliberation, and these sins are all the more imputed to a man according as he is more excellent. 4 reasons may be assigned for this. First, because a more excellent person, for example, one who excels in knowledge and virtue, can more easily resist sin. Hence our Lord said in Luke 12:47 that the "servant who knew the will of his Lord, and did it not, shall be beaten with many stripes." Secondly, on account of ingratitude, because every good in which a man excels is a gift of God, to whom man is ungrateful when he sins: and in this respect any excellence, even in temporal goods, aggravates a sin, according to Wisdom 6:7: "The mighty shall be mightily tormented." Thirdly, on account of the sinful act being specially inconsistent with the excellence of the person sinning: for instance, if a prince were to violate justice, whereas he is set up as the guardian of justice; or if a priest were to be a fornicator, where he has taken the vow of chastity. Fourthly, on account of the example or scandal: because, as Gregory says (Pastor. i, 2), "sin becomes much more scandalous when the sinner is honored for his position"; and the sins of the great are much more notorious, and men are wont to bear them with more indignation. Reply Obj. 1: The passage quoted alludes to those things which are done negligently when we are taken unawares through human weakness. Reply Obj. 2: God does not respect persons in punishing the great more severely, because their excellence conduces to the gravity of their sin, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: The man who excels in anything reaps disadvantage, not from the good which he has, but from his abuse thereof. End of question 73. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 74, Part 1 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 74. Of the subject of sin, in 10 articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 6. We must now consider the subject of vice or sin, under which head there are 10 points of inquiry. First, whether the will can be the subject of sin. Second, whether the will alone is the subject of sin. Third, whether the sensuality can be the subject of sin. Fourth, whether it can be the subject of mortal sin. Fifth, whether the reason can be the subject of sin. Sixth, whether morose delectation or non-morose delectation be subjected in the higher reason. Seventh, whether the sin of consent in the act of sin is subjected in the higher reason. Eighth, whether the lower reason can be the subject of mortal sin. Ninth, whether the higher reason can be the subject of venial sin. Tenth, whether there can be in the higher reason a venial sin directed to its proper object. First article. Whether the will is a subject of sin? Objection 1: It would seem that the will cannot be a subject of sin. For Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that "evil is outside the will and the intention." But sin has the character of evil. Therefore sin cannot be in the will. Obj. 2: Further, the will is directed either to the good or to what seems good. Now from the fact that will wishes the good, it does not sin, and that it wishes what seems good but is not truly good, points to a defect in the apprehensive power rather than in the will. Therefore sin is nowise in the will. Obj. 3: Further, the same thing cannot be both subject and efficient cause of sin, because "the efficient and the material cause do not coincide" according to Phys. ii, 70. Now the will is the efficient cause of sin, because the first cause of sinning is the will, as Augustine states (De Duabus Anim. x, 10, 11). Therefore it is not the subject of sin. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Retractions i, 9 that "it is by the will that we sin, and live righteously." I answer that, Sin is an act, as stated above (Q. 71, AA. 1, 6). Now some acts pass into external matter, e.g. to cut and to burn: and such acts have for their matter and subject the thing into which the action passes. Thus the Philosopher states (Phys. iii, 18) that "movement is the act of the thing moved, caused by a mover." On the other hand, there are acts which do not pass into external matter, but remain in the agent, e.g. to desire and to know: and such are all moral acts, whether virtuous or sinful. Consequently the proper subject of sin must needs be the power which is the principle of the act. Now since it is proper to moral acts that they are voluntary, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 1; as well as (Q. 18, A. 6), it follows that the will, which is the principle of voluntary acts, both of good acts and of evil acts or sins, is the principle of sins. Therefore it follows that sin is in the will as its subject. Reply Obj. 1: Evil is said to be outside the will, because the will does not tend to it under the aspect of evil. But since some evil is an apparent good, the will sometimes desires an evil, and in this sense is in the will. Reply Obj. 2: If the defect in the apprehensive power were nowise subject to the will, there would be no sin, either in the will or in the apprehensive power, as in the case of those whose ignorance is invincible. It remains therefore that when there is in the apprehensive power a defect that is subject to the will, this defect also is deemed a sin. Reply Obj. 3: This argument applies to those efficient causes whose actions pass into external matter, and which do not move themselves, but move other things: the contrary of which is to be observed in the will. Hence the argument does not prove. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether the Will Alone Is the Subject of Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that the will alone is the subject of sin. For Augustine says (De Anima x x, 10 that "no one sins except by the will." Now the subject of sin is the power by which we sin. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. Obj. 2: Further, sin is an evil contrary to reason. Now good and evil pertaining to reason are the object of the will alone. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. Obj. 3: Further, every sin is a voluntary act, because, as Augustine states (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18), "so true is it that every sin is voluntary, that unless it be voluntary, it is no sin at all." Now the acts of the other powers are not voluntary, except in so far as those powers are moved by the will. Nor does this suffice for them to be the subject of sin, because then even the external members of the body, which are moved by the will, would be a subject of sin, which is clearly untrue. Therefore the will alone is the subject of sin. On the contrary, sin is contrary to virtue, and contraries are about one same thing. But the other powers of the soul, besides the will, are the subject of virtues, as stated above (Q. 56). Therefore the will is not the only subject of sin. I answer that, as was shown above (A. 1), whatever is the principle of a voluntary act is a subject of sin. Now voluntary acts are not only those which are elicited by the will, but also those which are commanded by the will, as we stated above (Q. 6, A. 4), in treating of voluntariness. Therefore not only the will can be a subject of sin, but also all those powers which can be moved to their acts, or restrained from their acts, by the will: and these same powers are the subjects of good and evil moral habits, because act and habit belong to the same subject. Reply Obj. 1: We do not sin except by the will as first mover, but we sin by the other powers as moved by the will. Reply Obj. 2: Good and evil pertain to the will as its proper objects, but the other powers have certain determinate goods and evils, by reason of which they can be the subject of virtue, vice, and sin, in so far as they partake of will and reason. Reply Obj. 3: The members of the body are not principles but merely organs of action: wherefore they are compared to the soul which moves them, as a slave who is moved but moves no other. On the other hand, the internal appetitive powers are compared to reason as free agents, because they both act and are acted upon, as is made clear in Polit. i, 3. Moreover, the acts of the external members are actions that pass into external matter, as may be seen in the blow that is inflicted in the sin of murder. Consequently there is no comparison. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether There Can Be Sin in the Sensuality? Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be sin in the sensuality. For sin is proper to man who is praised or blamed for his actions. Now sensuality is common to us and irrational animals. Therefore sin cannot be in the sensuality. Obj. 2: Further, "No man sins in what he cannot avoid," as Augustine states (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18. But man cannot prevent the movement of the sensuality from being inordinate, since "the sensuality ever remains corrupt, so long as we abide in this mortal life: wherefore it is signified by the serpent," as Augustine declares (De Trin. xii, 12, 13). Therefore the inordinate movement of the sensuality is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, that which man himself does not do, is not imputed to him as a sin. Now "that alone do we seem to do ourselves, which we do with the deliberation of reason," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. ix, 8). Therefore the movement of the sensuality, which is without the deliberation of reason, is not imputed to a man as a sin. On the contrary, It is written (Rom. 7:19): "The good which I will, I do not; but the evil which I will not, that I do": which words Augustine explains (Contra Julian. iii, 26) as referring to the evil of concupiscence, which is clearly a movement of the sensuality. Therefore there can be sin in the sensuality. I answer that, as stated above (AA. 2, 3), sin may be found in any power whose act can be voluntary and inordinate, wherein consists the nature of sin. Now it is evident that the act of the sensuality or sensitive appetite is naturally inclined to be moved by the will: wherefore it follows that sin can be in the sensuality. Reply Obj. 1: Although some of the powers of the sensitive part are common to us and irrational animals, nevertheless in us they have a certain excellence through being united to the reason: thus we surpass other animals in the sensitive part, forasmuch as we have the powers of cogitation and reminiscence, as stated in the First Part (Q. 78, A. 4). In the same way our sensitive appetite surpasses that of other animals, by reason of a certain excellence consisting in its natural aptitude to obey the reason: and in this respect it can be the principle of a voluntary action, and consequently the subject of sin. Reply Obj. 2: The continual corruption of the sensuality is to be understood as referring to the fomes, which is never completely destroyed in this life, since, though the stain of original sin passes, its effect remains. However, this corruption of the fomes does not hinder man from using his rational will to check individual inordinate movements, if he be presentient of them, for instance by turning his thoughts to other things. Yet while he is turning his thoughts to something else, an inordinate movement may arise about this also: thus when a man, in order to avoid the movements of concupiscence, turns his thoughts away from carnal pleasures to the considerations of science, sometimes an unpremeditated movement of vainglory will arise. Consequently a man cannot avoid all such movements, on account of the aforesaid corruption: but it is enough, for the conditions of a voluntary sin, that he be able to avoid each single one. Reply Obj. 3: Man does not do perfectly himself what he does without the deliberation of reason, since the principal part of man does nothing therein: wherefore such is not perfectly a human act; and consequently it cannot be a perfect act of virtue or of sin, but is something imperfect of that kind. Therefore such movement of the sensuality as forestalls the reason is a venial sin, which is something imperfect in the genus of sin. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Mortal Sin Can Be in the Sensuality? Objection 1: It would seem that mortal sin can be in the sensuality. Because an act is discerned by its object. Now it is possible to commit a mortal sin about the objects of the sensuality, for example, about carnal pleasures. Therefore the act of the sensuality can be a mortal sin, so that mortal sin can be found in the sensuality. Obj. 2: Further, mortal sin is opposed to virtue. But virtue can be in the sensuality, for temperance and fortitude are virtues of the irrational parts, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. iii, 10. Therefore, since it is natural to contraries to be about the same subject, sensuality can be the subject of mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, venial sin is a disposition to mortal sin. Now disposition and habit are in the same subject. Since, therefore, venial sin may be in the sensuality, as stated above (A. 3, ad 3), mortal sin can be there also. On the contrary, Augustine says (Retract. i, 23): "The inordinate movement of concupiscence, which is the sin of the sensuality, can be in those who are in a state of grace," in whom, however, mortal sin is not to be found. Therefore the inordinate movement of the sensuality is not a mortal sin. I answer that, just as a disorder which destroys the principle of the body's life causes the body's death, so too a disorder which destroys the principle of spiritual life, viz. the last end, causes spiritual death, which is mortal sin, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 5). Now it belongs to the reason alone, and not to the sensuality, to order anything to the end: and disorder in respect of the end can only belong to the power whose function it is to order others to the end. Wherefore mortal sin cannot be in the sensuality, but only in the reason. Reply Obj. 1: The act of the sensuality can concur towards a mortal sin: yet the fact of its being a mortal sin is due, not to its being an act of the sensuality, but to its being an act of reason, to whom the ordering to the end belongs. Consequently mortal sin is imputed, not to the sensuality, but to reason. Reply Obj. 2: An act of virtue is perfected not only in that it is an act of the sensuality, but still more in the fact of its being an act of reason and will, whose function it is to choose. For the act of moral virtue is not without the exercise of choice. Wherefore the act of moral virtue, which perfects the appetitive power, is always accompanied by an act of prudence, which perfects the rational power, and the same applies to mortal sin, as stated in the First Reply. Reply Obj. 3: A disposition may be related in three ways to that to which it disposes: for sometimes it is the same thing and is in the same subject: thus inchoate science is a disposition to perfect science. Sometimes it is in the same subject, but is not in the same thing: thus heat is a disposition to the form of fire. Sometimes it is neither the same thing nor in the same subject, as in those things which are subordinate to one another in such a way that we can arrive at one through the other: for example, goodness of the imagination is a disposition to science, which is in the intellect. In this way the venial sin that is in the sensuality may be a disposition to mortal sin, which is in the reason. _Fifth article. Whether sin can be in the reason? Objection 1: It would seem that sin cannot be in the reason. For the sin of any power is a defect thereof. But the fault of the reason is not a sin; on the contrary, it excuses sin: for a man is excused from sin on account of ignorance. Therefore sin cannot be in the reason. Obj. 2: Further, the primary object of sin is the will, as stated above (A. 1). Now reason precedes the will, since it directs it. Therefore sin cannot be in the reason. Obj. 3: Further, there can be no sin except about things which are under our control. Now perfection and defect of reason are not among those things which are under our control: since by nature some are mentally deficient, and some shrewd-minded. Therefore no sin is in the reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12) that sin is in the lower and in the higher reason. I answer that, the sin of any power is an act of that power, as we have clearly shown in Arts. 1, 2, 3. Now reason has a twofold act. One is its proper act in respect of its proper object, and this is the act of knowing the truth. The other is the act of reason as directing the other powers. Now in both of these ways there may be sin in the reason. First, in so far as it errs in the knowledge of truth, which error is imputed to the reason as a sin, when it is in ignorance or error about what it is able and ought to know. Secondly, when it either commands the inordinate movements of the lower powers, or deliberately fails to check them. Reply Obj. 1: This argument considers the defect in the proper act of the reason in respect of its proper object, and with regard to the case when it is a defect of knowledge about something which one is unable to know: for then this defect of reason is not a sin, and excuses from sin, as is evident with regard to the actions of madmen. If, however, the defect of reason be about something which a man is able and ought to know, he is not altogether excused from sin, and the defect is imputed to him as a sin. The defect which belongs only to the act of directing the other powers is always imputed to reason as a sin, because it can always obviate this defect by means of its proper act. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above (Q. 17, A. 1), when we were treating of the acts of the will and reason, the will moves and precedes the reason, in one way, and the reason moves and precedes the will, in another: so that both the movement of the will can be called rational, and the act of the reason voluntary. Accordingly, sin is found in the reason, either through being a voluntary defect of the reason, or through the reason being the principle of the will's act. The reply to the third objection is evident from what has been said. _Sixth Article. Whether the sin of morose delectation is in the reason? Objection 1: It would seem that the sin of morose delectation is not in the reason. For delectation denotes a movement of the appetitive power, as stated above (Q. 31, A. 1). But the appetitive power is distinct from the reason, which is an apprehensive power. Therefore morose delectation is not in the reason. Obj. 2: Further, the object shows to which power an act belongs, since it is through the act that the power is directed to its object. Now a morose delectation is sometimes about sensible goods, and not about the goods of reason. Therefore the sin of morose delectation is not in the reason. Obj. 3: Further, a thing is said to be morose from the Latin mora, delay, through taking a length of time. But length of time is no reason why an act should belong to a particular power. Therefore morose delectation does not belong to the reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12) that "if the consent to a sensual delectation goes no further than the mere thought of the pleasure, I deem this to be like as though the woman alone had partaken of the forbidden fruit." Now the woman denotes the lower reason, as he himself explains. Therefore the sin of morose delectation is in the reason. I answer that, as stated above (A. 5), sin may be in the reason, not only in respect of reason's proper act, but sometimes in respect of its directing human actions. Now it is evident that reason directs not only external acts, but also internal passions. Consequently, when the reason fails in directing the internal passions, sin is said to be in the reason, as also when it fails in directing external actions. Now it fails in two ways in directing internal passions. First, when it commands unlawful passions: for instance, when a man deliberately provokes himself to a movement of anger or of lust. Secondly, when it fails to check the unlawful movement of a passion: for instance, when a man, having deliberately considered that a rising movement of passion is inordinate, continues, notwithstanding, to dwell upon it, and fails to drive it away. And in this sense the sin of morose delectation is said to be in the reason. Morose derives from the verb immoratur. Reply Obj. 1: Delectation is indeed in the appetitive power as its proximate principle, but it is in the reason as its first mover, in accordance with what has been stated above (A. 1), viz. that actions which do not pass into external matter are subjected in their principles. Reply Obj. 2: Reason has its proper elicited act about its proper object, but it exercises the direction of all the objects of those lower powers that can be directed by the reason: and accordingly delectation about sensible objects comes also under the direction of reason. Reply Obj. 3: Delectation is said to be morose not from a delay of time, but because the reason in deliberating dwells immoratur thereon, and fails to drive it away, "deliberately holding and turning over what should have been cast aside as soon as it touched the mind," as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12). End of question 74, Part 1, read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 74, Part 2 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 74. Of the subject of sin, in 10 articles. Part 2, Articles 7 through 10. Seventh Article. Whether the sin of consent to the act is in the higher reason? Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of consent to the act is not in the higher reason. For consent is an act of the appetitive power, as stated above in Q. 15, A. 1; whereas the reason is an apprehensive power. Therefore the sin of consent to the act is not in the higher reason. Obj. 2: Further, the higher reason is intent on contemplating and consulting the eternal law, as Augustine states (De Trin. xii, 7). [Translator's note: Rationes aeternae, where, as in similar passages, ratio has been rendered by the English type, because St. Thomas was speaking of the Divine idea as the archetype of the creature. Hence the type or idea is a rule of conduct, and is identified with the eternal law. Cf. Art. 8, first objection, as well as Art. 9. End of note. But sometimes consent is given to an act without consulting the eternal law, since man does not always think about divine things whenever he consents to an act. Therefore the sin of consent to the act is not always in the higher reason. Obj. 3: Further, just as man can regulate his external actions according to the eternal law, so can he regulate his internal pleasures or other passions. But consent to a pleasure without deciding to fulfill it by deed belongs to the lower reason, as Augustine states (De Trin. xii, 2. Therefore the consent to a sinful act should also be sometimes ascribed to the lower reason. Obj. 4. Further, just as the higher reason excels the lower, so does the reason excel the imagination. Now sometimes man proceeds to act through the apprehension of the power of imagination, without any deliberation of his reason, as when, without premeditation, he moves his hand or foot. Therefore sometimes also the lower reason may consent to a sinful act, independently of the higher reason. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12): "If the consent to the evil use of things that can be perceived by the bodily senses so far approves of any sin, as to point, if possible, to its consummation by deed, we are to understand that the woman has offered the forbidden fruit to her husband." I answer that, consent implies a judgment about the thing to which consent is given. For just as the speculative reason judges and delivers its sentence about intelligible matters, so the practical reason judges and pronounces sentence on matters of action. Now we must observe that in every case brought up for judgment, the final sentence belongs to the supreme court, even as we see that in speculative matters the final sentence touching any proposition is delivered by referring it to the first principles, since, so long as there remains a yet higher principle, the question can yet be submitted to it: wherefore the judgment is still in suspense, the final sentence not being as yet pronounced. But it is evident that human acts can be regulated by the rule of human reason, which rule is derived from the created things that man knows naturally; and further still, from the rule of the Divine law, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 4). Consequently, since the rule of the Divine law is the higher rule, it follows that the ultimate sentence, whereby the judgment is finally pronounced, belongs to the higher reason, which is intent on the eternal types. Now when judgment has to be pronounced on several points, the final judgment deals with that which comes last: and in human acts, the action itself comes last, and the delectation which is the inducement to the action is a preamble thereto. Therefore the consent to an action belongs properly to the higher reason, while the preliminary judgment, which is about the delectation, belongs to the lower reason, which delivers judgment in a lower court, although the higher reason can also judge of the delectation, since whatever is subject to the judgment of the lower court is subject also to the judgment of the higher court, but not conversely. Reply Obj. 1: Consent is an act of the appetitive power, not absolutely, but in consequence of an act of reason deliberating and judging, as stated above (Q. 15, A. 3). Because the fact that the consent is finally given to a thing is due to the fact that the will tends to that upon which the reason has already passed its judgment. Hence consent may be ascribed both to the will and to the reason. Reply Obj. 2: The higher reason is said to consent from the very fact that it fails to direct the human act according to the Divine law, whether or not it advert to the eternal law. For if it thinks of God's law, it holds it in actual contempt; and if not, it neglects it by a kind of omission. Therefore the consent to a sinful act always proceeds from the higher reason, because, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 12), "the mind cannot effectively decide on the commission of a sin, unless by its consent, whereby it wields its sovereign power of moving the members to action, or of restraining them from action, it becomes the servant or slave of the evil deed." Reply Obj. 3: The higher reason, by considering the eternal law, can direct or restrain the internal delectation, even as it can direct or restrain the external action. Nevertheless, before the judgment of the higher reason is pronounced, the lower reason, while deliberating the matter in reference to temporal principles, sometimes approves of this delectation, and then the consent to the delectation belongs to the lower reason. If, however, after considering the eternal law, man persists in giving the same consent, such consent will then belong to the higher reason. Reply Obj. 4: The apprehension of the power of imagination is sudden and indeliberate, wherefore it can cause an act before the higher or lower reason has time to deliberate. But the judgment of the lower reason is deliberate, and so requires time, during which the higher reason can also deliberate. Consequently, if by its deliberation it does not check the sinful act, this will deservedly be imputed to it. _______________________ EIGHTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 8] Whether Consent to Delectation Is a Mortal Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that consent to delectation is not a mortal sin. For consent to delectation belongs to the lower reason, which does not consider the eternal types, i.e. the eternal law, and consequently does not turn away from them. Now every mortal sin consists in turning away from the Divine law, as is evident from Augustine's definition of mortal sin, which was quoted above (Q. 71, A. 6). Therefore consent to delectation is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2: Further, consent to a thing is not evil unless the thing to which consent is given be evil. Now "the cause of anything being such is yet more so," or at any rate not less. Consequently the thing to which a man consents cannot be a lesser evil than his consent. But delectation without deed is not a mortal sin, but only a venial sin. Therefore neither is the consent to the delectation a mortal sin. Obj. 3: Further, delectations differ in goodness and malice, according to the difference of the deeds, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. x, 3, 5. Now the inward thought is one thing, and the outward deed, e.g. fornication, is another. Therefore the delectation consequent to the act of inward thought differs in goodness and malice from the pleasure of fornication, as much as the inward thought differs from the outward deed: and consequently there is like difference of consent on either hand. But the inward thought is not a mortal sin, nor is the consent to that thought: and therefore neither is the consent to the delectation. Obj. 4: Further, the external act of fornication or adultery is a mortal sin, not by reason of the delectation, since this is found also in the marriage act, but by reason of an inordinateness in the act itself. Now he that consents to the delectation does not, for this reason, consent to the inordinateness of the act. Therefore he seems not to sin mortally. Obj. 5: Further, the sin of murder is more grievous than simple fornication. Now it is not a mortal sin to consent to the delectation resulting from the thought of murder. Much less therefore is it a mortal sin to consent to the delectation resulting from the thought of fornication. Obj. 6: Further, the Lord's Prayer is recited every day for the remission of venial sins, as Augustine asserts in his Enchiridion lxxviii. Now Augustine teaches that consent to delectation may be driven away by means of the Lord's Prayer, for he says (De Trin. xii, 12) that "this sin is much less grievous than if it be decided to fulfill it by deed. Wherefore we ought to ask pardon for such thoughts also, and we should strike our breasts and say: Forgive us our trespasses." Therefore consent to delectation is a venial sin. On the contrary, Augustine adds after a few words: "Man will be altogether lost, unless, through the grace of the Mediator, he be forgiven those things which are deemed mere sins of thought, since without the will to do them, he desires nevertheless to enjoy them." But no man is lost except through mortal sin. Therefore consent to delectation is a mortal sin. I answer that, there have been various opinions on this point. For some have held that consent to delectation is not a mortal sin but only a venial sin, while others have held it to be a mortal sin, and this opinion is more common and more probable. For we must take note that since every delectation results from some action, as stated in Ethic. x, 4, and again that since every delectation may be compared to two things, viz. to the operation from which it results, and to the object in which a person takes delight. Now it happens that an action, just as a thing, is an object of delectation, because the action itself can be considered as a good and as an end, in which the person who delights in it rests. Sometimes the action itself, which results in delectation, is the object of delectation, in so far as the appetitive power, to which it belongs to take delight in anything, is brought to bear on the action itself as a good: for instance, when a man thinks and delights in his thought, in so far as his thought pleases him; while at other times the delight consequent to an action, e.g. a thought, has for its object another action, as being the object of his thought; and then his thought proceeds from the inclination of the appetite, not indeed to the thought, but to the action thought of. Accordingly, a man who is thinking of fornication may delight in either of two things: first, in the thought itself; secondly, in the fornication thought of. Now the delectation in the thought itself results from the inclination of the appetite to the thought: and the thought itself is not in itself a mortal sin; sometimes indeed it is only a venial sin, as when a man thinks of such a thing for no purpose; and sometimes it is no sin at all, as when a man has a purpose in thinking of it; for instance, he may wish to preach or dispute about it. Consequently, such affection or delectation in respect of the thought of fornication is not a mortal sin in virtue of its genus, but is sometimes a venial sin and sometimes no sin at all. Wherefore neither is it a mortal sin to consent to such a thought. In this sense the first opinion is true. But that a man in thinking of fornication takes pleasure in the act thought of, is due to his desire being inclined to this act. Wherefore the fact that a man consents to such a delectation amounts to nothing less than a consent to the inclination of his appetite to fornication. For no man takes pleasure, except in that which is in conformity with his appetite. Now it is a mortal sin, if a man deliberately chooses that his appetite be conformed to what is in itself a mortal sin. Wherefore such a consent to delectation in a mortal sin is itself a mortal sin, as the second opinion maintains. Reply Obj. 1: Consent to delectation may be not only in the lower reason, but also in the higher reason, as stated above (A. 7). Nevertheless the lower reason may turn away from the eternal types, for, though it is not intent on them, as regulating according to them, which is proper to the higher reason, yet it is intent on them as being regulated according to them. And by turning from them in this sense, it may sin mortally: since even the acts of the lower powers and of the external members may be mortal sins, in so far as the direction of the higher reason fails in directing them according to the eternal types. Reply Obj. 2: Consent to a sin that is venial in its genus is itself a venial sin, and accordingly one may conclude that the consent to take pleasure in a useless thought about fornication is a venial sin. But delectation in the act itself of fornication is, in its genus, a mortal sin: and that it be a venial sin before the consent is given, is accidental, viz. on account of the incompleteness of the act, which incompleteness ceases when the deliberate consent has been given, so that therefore it has its complete nature, and is a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the delectation which has the thought for its object. Reply Obj. 4: the delectation which has an external act for its object, cannot be without complacency in the external act as such, even though there be no decision to fulfill it, on account of the prohibition of some higher authority: wherefore the act is inordinate, and consequently the delectation will be inordinate also. Reply Obj. 5: The consent to delectation, resulting from complacency in an act of murder thought of, is a mortal sin also, but not the consent to delectation resulting from complacency in the thought of murder. Reply Obj. 6: The Lord's Prayer is to be said in order that we may be preserved not only from venial sin, but also from mortal sin. Ninth Article. Whether there can be venial sin in the higher reason as directing the lower powers? Objection 1: It would seem that there cannot be venial sin in the higher reason as directing the lower powers, i.e. as consenting to a sinful act. For Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 7) that the "higher reason is intent on considering and consulting the eternal law." But mortal sin consists in turning away from the eternal law. Therefore it seems that there can be no other than mortal sin in the higher reason. Obj. 2: Further, the higher reason is the principle of the spiritual life, as the heart is of the body's life. But the diseases of the heart are deadly. Therefore the sins of the higher reason are mortal. Obj. 3: Further, a venial sin becomes a mortal sin if it be done out of contempt. But it would seem impossible to commit even a venial sin deliberately without contempt. Since then the consent of the higher reason is always accompanied by deliberate consideration of the eternal law, it seems that it cannot be without mortal sin, on account of the contempt of the Divine law. On the contrary, consent to a sinful act belongs to the higher reason, as stated above (A. 7). But consent to an act of venial sin is itself a venial sin. Therefore a venial sin can be in the higher reason. I answer that, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 7), the higher reason "is intent on contemplating or consulting the eternal law." It contemplates it by considering its truth; it consults it by judging and directing other things according to it; and to this pertains the fact that by deliberating through the eternal types, it consents to an act or dissents from it. Now it may happen that the inordinateness of the act to which it consents is not contrary to the eternal law, in the same way as mortal sin is, because it does not imply aversion from the last end, but is beside that law, as an act of venial sin is. Therefore when the higher reason consents to the act of a venial sin, it does not turn away from the eternal law: wherefore it sins not mortally but venially. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply Obj. 2: Disease of the heart is twofold: one which is in the very substance of the heart, and affects its natural consistency, and such a disease is always mortal; the other is a disease of the heart consisting in some disorder either of the movement or of the parts surrounding the heart, and such a disease is not always mortal. In like manner there is mortal sin in the higher reason whenever the order itself of the higher reason to its proper object, which is the eternal law, is destroyed. But when the disorder leaves this untouched, the sin is not mortal, but venial. Reply Obj. 3: Deliberate consent to a sin does not always amount to contempt of the Divine law, but only when the sin is contrary to the Divine law. _Tenth Article. Whether venial sin can be in the higher reason as such? Objection 1: It would seem that venial sin cannot be in the higher reason as such, that is, as considering the eternal law. For the act of a power is not found to fail, except that power be inordinately disposed with regard to its object. Now the object of the higher reason is the eternal law, in respect of which there can be no disorder without mortal sin. Therefore there can be no venial sin in the higher reason as such. Obj. 2: Further, since the reason is a deliberative power, there can be no act of reason without deliberation. Now every inordinate movement in things concerning God, if it be deliberate, is a mortal sin. Therefore venial sin is never in the higher reason as such. Obj. 3: Further, it happens sometimes that a sin which takes us unawares is a venial sin. Now a deliberate sin is a mortal sin, through the reason, in deliberating, having recourse to some higher good, by acting against which man sins more grievously. Just as when the reason, in deliberating about an inordinate pleasurable act, considers that it is contrary to the law of God, it sins more grievously in consenting, than if it only considered that it is contrary to moral virtue. But the higher reason cannot have recourse to any higher tribunal than its own object. Therefore, if a movement that takes us unawares is not a mortal sin, neither will the subsequent deliberation make it a mortal sin, which is clearly false. Therefore there can be no venial sin in the higher reason as such. On the contrary, a sudden movement of unbelief is a venial sin, but it belongs to the higher reason as such. Therefore there can be a venial sin in the higher reason as such. I answer that, the higher reason regards its own object otherwise than the objects of the lower powers that are directed by the higher reason. For it does not regard the objects of the lower powers, except in so far as it consults the eternal law about them, and so it does not regard them save by way of deliberation. Now deliberate consent to what is a mortal sin in its genus is itself a mortal sin, and consequently the higher reason always sins mortally, if the acts of the lower powers to which it consents are mortal sins. With regard to its own object, it has a twofold act, viz. simple intuition and deliberation, in respect of which it again consults the eternal law about its own object. But in respect of simple intuition, it can have an inordinate movement about divine things, as when a man suffers a sudden movement of unbelief. And although unbelief, in its genus, is a mortal sin, yet a sudden movement of unbelief is a venial sin, because there is no mortal sin unless it be contrary to the law of God. Now it is possible for one of the articles of faith to present itself to the reason suddenly under some other aspect, before the eternal law, that is, the law of God, is consulted, or can be consulted, on the matter: as, for instance, when a man suddenly apprehends the resurrection of the dead as impossible naturally, and rejects it as soon as he had thus apprehended it, before he has had time to deliberate and consider that this is proposed to our belief in accordance with the Divine law. If, however, the movement of unbelief remains after this deliberation, it is a mortal sin. Therefore, in sudden movements, the higher reason may sin venially in respect of its proper object, even if it be a mortal sin in its genus, or it may sin mortally in giving a deliberate consent. But in things pertaining to the lower powers, it always sins mortally in things which are mortal sins in their genus, but not in those which are venial sins in their genus. Reply Obj. 1: A sin which is against the eternal law, though it be mortal in its genus, may nevertheless be venial on account of the incompleteness of a sudden action, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: In matters of action, the simple intuition of the principles from which deliberation proceeds belongs to the reason as well as the act of deliberation, even as in speculative matters it belongs to the reason both to syllogize and to form propositions. Consequently, the reason also can have a sudden movement. Reply Obj. 3: One and the same thing may be the subject of different considerations, of which one is higher than the other. Thus the existence of God may be considered either as possible to be known by the human reason, or as delivered to us by Divine revelation, which is a higher consideration. And therefore, although the object of the higher reason is, in its nature, something sublime, yet it is reducible to some yet higher consideration: and in this way, that which in the sudden movement was not a mortal sin, becomes a mortal sin in virtue of the deliberation which brought it into the light of a higher consideration, as was explained above. End of question 74. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 75 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 75 of the causes of sin in general, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sin: 1. In general; 2. In particular. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry: First, whether sin has a cause. Second, whether it has an internal cause. Third, whether it has an external cause. Fourth, whether one sin is the cause of another. First article: whether sin has a cause. Objection 1: It would seem that sin has no cause. For sin has the nature of evil, as stated above in Q. 71, A. 6. But evil has no cause, as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore sin has no cause. Obj. 2: Further, a cause is that from which something follows of necessity. Now that which is of necessity seems to be no sin, for every sin is voluntary. Therefore sin has no cause. Obj. 3: Further, if sin has a cause, this cause is either good or evil. It is not a good, because good produces nothing but good, for "a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit," according to Matthew 7:18. Likewise neither can evil be the cause of sin, because the evil of punishment is a sequel to sin, and the evil of guilt is the same as sin. Therefore sin has no cause. On the contrary, whatever is done has a cause, for according to Job 5:6, "Nothing upon earth is done without a cause." But sin is something done, since it is "a word, deed, or desire contrary to the law of God." Therefore sin has a cause. I answer that, a sin is an inordinate act. Accordingly, so far as it is an act, it can have a direct cause, even as any other act. But so far as it is inordinate, it has a cause in the same way as a negation or privation can have a cause. Now two causes may be assigned to a negation. In the first place, absence of the cause of affirmation, that is, the negation of the cause itself, is the cause of the negation in itself, since the result of removing the cause is the removal of the effect. Thus the absence of the sun is the cause of darkness. In the second place, the cause of an affirmation, of which a negation is a sequel, is the accidental cause of the resulting negation. Thus fire, by causing heat in virtue of its principal tendency, consequently causes a privation of cold. The first of these suffices to cause a simple negation. But since the inordinateness of sin and of every evil is not a simple negation, but the privation of that which something ought naturally to have, such an inordinateness must needs have an accidental efficient cause. For that which it naturally is and ought to be in a thing, is never lacking except on account of some impeding cause. And accordingly we are wont to say that evil, which consists in a certain privation, has a deficient cause, or an accidental efficient cause. Now every accidental cause is reducible to the direct cause. Since then sin, on the part of its inordinateness, has an accidental efficient cause, and on the part of the act a direct efficient cause, it follows that the inordinateness of sin is a result of the cause of the act. Accordingly then, the will, lacking the direction of the rule of reason and of the Divine law, and intent on some mutable good, causes the act of sin directly, and the inordinateness of the act indirectly, and beside the intention. For the lack of order in the act results from the lack of direction in the will. Reply Obj. 1: Sin signifies not only the privation of good, which privation is its inordinateness, but also the act which is the subject of that privation, which has the nature of evil; and how this evil has a cause has been explained. Reply Obj. 2: If this definition is to be verified in all cases, it must be understood as applying to a cause which is sufficient and not impeded. For it happens that a thing is the sufficient cause of something else, and that the effect does not follow of necessity on account of some supervening impediment. Else it would follow that all things happen of necessity, as is proved in Metaph. vi, 5. Accordingly, though sin has a cause, it does not follow that this is a necessary cause, since its effect can be impeded. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above, the will, in failing to apply the rule of reason or of the Divine law, is the cause of sin. Now the fact of not applying the rule of reason or of the Divine law has not in itself the nature of evil, whether of punishment or of guilt, before it is applied to the act. Wherefore, accordingly, evil is not the cause of the first sin, but some good lacking some other good. Second article: Whether sin has an internal cause? Objection 1: It would seem that sin has no internal cause. For that which is within a thing is always in it. If, therefore, sin had an internal cause, man would always be sinning, since, given the cause, the effect follows. Obj. 2: Further, a thing is not its own cause. But the internal movements of a man are sins. Therefore they are not the cause of sin. Obj. 3: Further, whatever is within man is either natural or voluntary. Now that which is natural cannot be the cause of sin, for sin is contrary to nature, as Damascene states in De Fide Orth. ii, 3 and 4:21. While that which is voluntary, if it be inordinate, is already a sin. Therefore nothing intrinsic can be the cause of the first sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Duabus Anim. x, 10, 11), as well as in his Retractions i, 9, that "the will is the cause of sin." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), the direct cause of sin must be considered on the part of the act. Now we may distinguish a twofold internal cause of human acts: one remote, the other proximate. The proximate internal cause of the human act is the reason and will, in respect of which man has free will; while the remote cause is the apprehension of the sensitive part, and also the sensitive appetite. For just as it is due to the judgment of reason that the will is moved to something in accord with reason, so it is due to an apprehension of the senses that the sensitive appetite is inclined to something; which inclination sometimes influences the will and reason, as we shall explain further on (Q. 77, A. 1). Accordingly, a double interior cause of sin may be assigned: one proximate, on the part of the reason and will; and the other remote, on the part of the imagination or sensitive appetite. But since we have said above (A. 1, ad 3) that the cause of sin is some apparent good, as motive, yet lacking the due motive, viz. the rule of reason or the Divine law, this motive, which is an apparent good, appertains to the apprehension of the senses and to the appetite; while the lack of the due rule appertains to the reason, whose nature it is to consider this rule; and the completeness of the voluntary sinful act appertains to the will, so that the act of the will, given the conditions we have just mentioned, is already a sin. Reply Obj. 1: That which is within a thing as its natural power is always in it; but that which is within it as the internal act of the appetitive or apprehensive power is not always in it. Now the power of the will is the potential cause of sin, but is made actual by the preceding movements, both of the sensitive part, in the first place, and afterwards of the reason. For it is because a thing is proposed as appetible to the senses, and because the appetite is inclined, that the reason sometimes fails to consider the due rule, so that the will produces the act of sin. Since therefore the movements that precede it are not always actual, neither is man always actually sinning. Reply Obj. 2: It is not true that all the internal acts belong to the substance of sin, for this consists principally in the act of the will. But some precede and some follow the sin itself. Reply Obj. 3: That which causes sin, as a power produces its act, is natural. And again, the movement of the sensitive part, from which sin follows, is natural sometimes, as for instance, when anyone sins through appetite for food. Yet sin results in being unnatural from the very fact that the natural rule fails, which man, in accord with his nature, ought to observe. Third article. Whether sin has an external cause? Objection 1: It would seem that sin has no external cause. For sin is a voluntary act. Now voluntary acts belong to principles that are within us, so that they have no external cause. Therefore sin has no external cause. Obj. 2: Further, as nature is an internal principle, so is the will. Now in natural things sin can be due to no other than an internal cause. For instance, the birth of a monster is due to the corruption of some internal principle. Therefore, in the moral order, sin can arise from no other than an internal cause. Therefore it has no external cause. Obj. 3: Further, if the cause is multiplied, the effect is multiplied. Now the more numerous and weighty the external inducements to sin are, the less is a man's inordinate act imputed to him as sin. Therefore nothing external is a cause of sin. On the contrary, It is written (Num. 21:16): "Are not these they that deceived the children of Israel by the counsel of Balaam, and made you transgress against the Lord by the sin of Phogor?" Therefore something external can be a cause of sin. I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), the internal cause of sin is both the will, as completing the sinful act, and the reason, as lacking the due rule, and the appetite, as inclining to sin. Accordingly, something external might be a cause of sin in three ways: either by moving the will itself immediately, or by moving the reason, or by moving the sensitive appetite. Now, as stated above (Q. 9, A. 6; and Q. 10, A. 4), none can move the will inwardly save God alone, Who cannot be a cause of sin, as we shall prove further on (Q. 79, A. 1). Hence it follows that nothing external can be a cause of sin, except by moving the reason, as a man or devil by enticing to sin; or by moving the sensitive appetite, as certain external sensibles move it. Yet neither does external enticement move the reason, of necessity, in matters of action, nor do things proposed externally, of necessity, move the sensitive appetite, except perhaps it be disposed thereto in a certain way; and even the sensitive appetite does not, of necessity, move the reason and will. Therefore something external can be a cause moving to sin, but not so as to be a sufficient cause thereof; and the will alone is the sufficient completive cause of sin being accomplished. Reply Obj. 1: From the very fact that the external motive causes of sin do not lead to sin sufficiently and necessarily, it follows that it remains in our power to sin or not to sin. Reply Obj. 2: The fact that sin has an internal cause does not prevent its having an external cause, for nothing external is a cause of sin, except through the medium of the internal cause, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: If the external causes inclining to sin be multiplied, the sinful acts are multiplied, because they incline to the sinful act in both greater numbers and greater frequency. Nevertheless, the character of guilt is lessened, since this depends on the act being voluntary and in our power. Fourth article. Whether one sin is a cause of another? Objection 1: It would seem that one sin cannot be the cause of another. For there are four kinds of cause, none of which will fit in with one sin causing another: because the end has the character of good, which is inconsistent with sin, which has the character of evil. In like manner, neither can a sin be an efficient cause, since "evil is not an efficient cause, but is weak and powerless," as Dionysius declares (Div. Nom. iv). The material and formal cause seem to have no place except in natural bodies, which are composed of matter and form. Therefore sin cannot have either a material or a formal cause. Obj. 2: Further, "To produce its like belongs to a perfect thing," as stated in Meteorology iv, 2. But sin is essentially something imperfect. Therefore one sin cannot be a cause of another. Obj. 3: Further, if one sin is the cause of a second sin, in the same way yet another sin will be the cause of the first: and thus we go on indefinitely, which is absurd. Therefore one sin is not the cause of another. On the contrary, Gregory says in his Homily 11 on Ezekiel: "A sin that is not quickly blotted out by repentance is both a sin and a cause of sin." I answer that, forasmuch as a sin has a cause on the part of the act of sin, it is possible for one sin to be cause of another, in the same way as one human act is the cause of another. Hence it happens that one sin may be the cause of another in respect of the four kinds of causes. First, after the manner of an efficient or moving cause, both directly and indirectly. Indirectly is that which removes an impediment is called an indirect cause of movement. For when man, by one sinful act, loses grace, or charity, or shame, or anything else that withdraws him from sin, he thereby falls into another sin, so that the first sin is the accidental cause of the second. Directly is when, by one sinful act, man is disposed to commit more readily another like act: because acts cause dispositions and habits inclining to like acts. Secondly, after the manner of a material cause, one sin is the cause of another, by preparing its matter. Thus covetousness prepares the matter for strife, which is often about the wealth a man has amassed together. Thirdly, after the manner of a final cause, one sin causes another, in so far as a man commits one sin for the sake of another which is his end: as when a man is guilty of simony for the end of ambition, or fornication for the purpose of theft. And since the end gives the form to moral matters, as stated above (Q. 1, A. 3; and (Q. 18, Articles 4 and 6, it follows that one sin is also the formal cause of another, because in the act of fornication committed for the purpose of theft, the former is material while the latter is formal. Reply Obj. 1: Sin, in so far as it is inordinate, has the character of evil. But in so far as it is an act, it has some good, at least apparent, for its end: so that, as an act, but not as being inordinate, it can be the cause, both final and efficient, of another sin. A sin has matter, not of which, but about which it is; and it has its form from its end. Consequently, one sin can be the cause of another, in respect of the four kinds of cause, as stated above. Reply Obj. 2: Sin is something imperfect on account of its moral imperfection on the part of its inordinateness. Nevertheless, as an act, it can have natural perfection, and thus it can be the cause of another sin. Reply Obj. 3: Not every cause of one sin is another sin, so that there is no need to go on indefinitely. For one may come to one sin which is not caused by another sin. End of question 75. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 76 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 76 of the causes of sin in particular, in 4 articles. We must now consider the causes of sin, in particular, and 1. The internal causes of sin; 2. Its external causes; and 3. Sins which are the causes of other sins. In view of what has been said above in Article 2, the first consideration will be threefold: so that in the first place we shall treat of ignorance, which is the cause of sin on the part of reason; secondly, of weakness or passion, which is the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite; thirdly, of malice, which is the cause of sin on the part of the will. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry: First, whether ignorance is a cause of sin; second, whether ignorance is a sin; third, whether it excuses from sin altogether; fourth, whether it diminishes sin. First article: Whether ignorance can be a cause of sin? Objection 1: It would seem that ignorance cannot be a cause of sin. Because a non-being is not the cause of anything. Now ignorance is a non-being, since it is a privation of knowledge. Therefore ignorance is not a cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, causes of sin should be reckoned in respect of sin being a turning to something, as was stated above in Q. 75, A. 1. Now ignorance seems to savor of turning away from something. Therefore it should not be reckoned a cause of sin. Obj. 3: Further, every sin is seated in the will. Now the will does not turn to that which is not known, because its object is the good apprehended. Therefore ignorance cannot be a cause of sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Natura et Gratia lxvii) that "some sin through ignorance." I answer that, According to the Philosopher (Phys. viii, 27), a moving cause is twofold, direct and indirect. A direct cause is one that moves by its own power, as the generator is the moving cause of heavy and light things. An indirect cause is either one that removes an impediment, or the removal itself of an impediment: and it is in this way that ignorance can be the cause of a sinful act. Because it is a privation of knowledge perfecting the reason that forbids the act of sin, in so far as it directs human acts. Now we must observe that the reason directs human acts in accordance with a twofold knowledge, universal and particular: because in conferring about what is to be done, it employs a syllogism, the conclusion of which is an act of judgment, or of choice, or an operation. Now actions are about singulars, wherefore the conclusion of a practical syllogism is a singular proposition. But a singular proposition does not follow from a universal proposition, except through the medium of a particular proposition. Thus a man is restrained from an act of parricide by the knowledge that it is wrong to kill one's father, and that this man is his father. Hence ignorance about either of these two propositions, viz. of the universal principle which is a rule of reason, or of the particular circumstance, could cause an act of parricide. Hence it is clear that not every kind of ignorance is the cause of a sin, but that alone which removes the knowledge which would prevent the sinful act. Consequently, if a man's will be so disposed that he would not be restrained from the act of parricide, even though he recognized his father, his ignorance about his father is not the cause of his committing the sin, but is concomitant with the sin. Wherefore such a man sins not through ignorance, but in ignorance, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. iii, 1. Reply Obj. 1: Non-being cannot be the direct cause of anything, but it can be an accidental cause, as being the removal of an impediment. Reply Obj. 2: As knowledge, which is removed by ignorance, regards sin as turning towards something, so too ignorance of this respect of a sin is the cause of that sin, as removing its impediment. Reply Obj. 3: The will cannot turn to that which is absolutely unknown: but if something be known in one respect, and unknown in another, the will can will it. It is thus that ignorance is the cause of sin: for instance, when a man knows that what he is killing is a man, but not that it is his own father: or when one knows that a certain act is pleasurable, but not that it is a sin. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Ignorance Is a Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that ignorance is not a sin. For sin is "a word, deed, or desire contrary to God's law," as stated above (Q. 71, A. 5). Now ignorance does not denote an act, either internal or external. Therefore ignorance is not a sin. Obj. 2: Further, sin is more directly opposed to grace than to knowledge. Now privation of grace is not a sin, but a punishment resulting from sin. Therefore ignorance, which is privation of knowledge, is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, if ignorance is a sin, this can only be in so far as it is voluntary. But if ignorance is a sin through being voluntary, it seems that the sin will consist in the act itself of the will, rather than in the ignorance. Therefore the ignorance will not be a sin, but rather a result of sin. Obj. 4: Further, every sin is taken away by repentance. Nor does any sin, except only original sin, pass as to guilt, yet remain in act. Now ignorance is not removed by repentance, but remains in act, all its guilt being removed by repentance. Therefore ignorance is not a sin, unless perchance it be original sin. Obj. 5: Further, if ignorance be a sin, then a man will be sinning as long as he remains in ignorance. But ignorance is continual in the one who is ignorant. Therefore a person in ignorance would be continually sinning, which is clearly false, else ignorance would be a most grievous sin. Therefore ignorance is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing but sin deserves punishment. But ignorance deserves punishment, according to 1 Corinthians 14:38: "If any man know not, he shall not be known." Therefore ignorance is a sin. I answer that, Ignorance differs from nescience, in that nescience denotes mere absence of knowledge. Wherefore whoever lacks knowledge about anything can be said to be nescient about it, in which sense Dionysius puts nescience in the angels (Coel. Hier. vii). On the other hand, ignorance denotes privation of knowledge, i.e. lack of knowledge of those things that one has a natural aptitude to know. Some of these we are under an obligation to know, those, to wit, without the knowledge of which we are unable to accomplish a due act rightly. Wherefore all are bound in common to know the articles of faith, and the universal principles of right, and each individual is bound to know matters regarding his duty or state. Meanwhile there are other things which a man may have a natural aptitude to know, yet he is not bound to know them, such as the geometrical theorems and contingent particulars, except in some individual case. Now it is evident that whoever neglects to have or do what he ought to have or do, commits a sin of omission. Wherefore through negligence, ignorance of what one is bound to know is a sin: whereas it is not imputed as a sin to man if he fails to know what he is unable to know. Consequently ignorance of such like things is called invincible, because it cannot be overcome by study. For this reason such like ignorance, not being voluntary, since it is not in our power to be rid of it, is not a sin. Wherefore it is evident that no invincible ignorance is a sin. On the other hand, vincible ignorance is a sin, if it be about matters one is bound to know; but not, if it be about things one is not bound to know. Reply Obj. 1: As stated above in Q. 71, A. 6, first reply, when we say that a sin is "a word, deed, or desire," we include the opposite negations, by reason of which omissions have the character of sin: so that negligence, inasmuch as ignorance is a sin, is comprised in the above definition of sin, in so far as one omits to say what one ought, or to do what one ought, or to desire what one ought, in order to acquire the knowledge which we ought to have. Reply Obj. 2: although privation of grace is not a sin in itself, yet by reason of negligence in preparing oneself for grace, it may have the character of sin, even as ignorance. Nevertheless, even here there is a difference, since man can acquire knowledge by his acts, whereas grace is not acquired by acts, but by God's favor. Reply Obj. 3: Just as, in a sin of transgression, the sin consists not only in the act of will, but also in the act willed, which is commanded by the will, so in a sin of omission, not only the act of the will is a sin, but also the omission, in so far as it is in some way voluntary. And accordingly, the neglect to know, or even lack of consideration, is a sin. Reply Obj. 4: Although when the guilt has passed away through repentance, the ignorance remains, according as it is a privation of knowledge, nevertheless the negligence does not remain, by reason of which the ignorance is said to be a sin. Reply Obj. 5: Just as, in other sins of omission, man sins actually only at the time at which the affirmative precept is binding, so it is with the sin of ignorance, for the ignorant man sins actually indeed, not continually, but only at the time for acquiring the knowledge that he ought to have. Third article. Whether ignorance excuses from sin altogether? Objection 1: It would seem that ignorance excuses from sin altogether. For, as Augustine says in his Retractions i, 9, every sin is voluntary. Now ignorance causes involuntariness, as stated above (Q. 6, A. 8). Therefore ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Obj. 2: Further, that which is done beside the intention is done accidentally. Now the intention cannot be about what is unknown. Therefore what a man does through ignorance is accidental in human acts. But what is accidental does not give species. Therefore nothing that is done through ignorance in human acts should be deemed sinful or virtuous. Obj. 3: Further, man is the subject of virtue and sin, inasmuch as he is partaker of reason. Now ignorance excludes knowledge which perfects the reason. Therefore ignorance excuses from sin altogether. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. iii, 18) that "some things done through ignorance are rightly reproved." Now those things alone are rightly reproved, which are sins. Therefore some things done through ignorance are sins. Therefore ignorance does not altogether excuse from sin. I answer that, Ignorance, by its very nature, renders the act which it causes involuntary. Now it has already been stated (AA. 1 and 2) that ignorance is said to cause the act which the contrary knowledge would have prevented, so that this act, if knowledge were to hand, would be contrary to the will, which is the meaning of the word involuntary. If, however, the knowledge, which is removed by ignorance, would not have prevented the act, on account of the inclination of the will thereto, the lack of this knowledge does not make that man unwilling, but not willing, as stated in Ethic. iii, 1. And such like ignorance, which is not the cause of the sinful act, as already stated, since it does not make the act to be involuntary, does not excuse from sin. The same applies to any ignorance that does not cause, but follows or accompanies the sinful act. On the other hand, ignorance, which is the cause of the act, since it makes it to be involuntary, of its very nature excuses from sin, because voluntariness is essential to sin. But it may fail to excuse altogether from sin, and this for two reasons. First, on the part of the thing itself which is not known. For ignorance excuses from sin, in so far as something is not known to be a sin. Now it may happen that a person ignores some circumstance of a sin, the knowledge of which circumstance would prevent him from sinning, whether it belong to the substance of the sin or not. And nevertheless his knowledge is sufficient for him to be aware that the act is sinful. For instance, if a man strikes someone, knowing that it is a man, which suffices for it to be sinful, and yet be ignorant of the fact that it is his father, which is a circumstance constituting another species of sin. Or, suppose that he is unaware that this man will defend himself and strike him back, and that if he had known this, he would not have struck him, which does not affect the sinfulness of the act. Wherefore, though this man sins through ignorance, yet he is not altogether excused, because, notwithstanding, he has a knowledge of the sin. Secondly, this may happen on the part of the ignorance itself, because, to wit, this ignorance is voluntary, either directly, as when a man wishes to set purpose to be ignorant of certain things that he may sin the more freely, or indirectly, as when a man, through stress of work or other occupations, neglects to acquire the knowledge which would restrain him from sin. For such like negligence renders the ignorance itself voluntary and sinful, provided it be about matters one is bound and able to know. Consequently, this ignorance does not altogether excuse from sin. If, however, the ignorance be such as to be entirely involuntary, either through being invincible, or through being of matters one is not bound to know, then such like ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Reply Obj. 1: Not every ignorance causes involuntariness, as stated above (Q. 6, A. 8). Hence not every ignorance excuses from sin altogether. Reply Obj. 2: So far as voluntariness remains in the ignorant person, the intention of sin remains in him, so that, in this respect, his sin is not accidental. Reply Obj. 3: If the ignorance be such as to exclude the use of reason entirely, it excludes from sin altogether, as is the case with madmen and imbeciles. But such is not always the ignorance that causes the sin, and so it does not always excuse from the sin altogether. Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Ignorance Diminishes a Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that ignorance does not diminish a sin. For that which is common to all sins does not diminish sin. Now ignorance is common to all sins, for the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 1) that "every evil man is ignorant." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. Obj. 2: Further, one sin added to another makes a greater sin. But ignorance is itself a sin, as stated above (A. 2). Therefore it does not diminish sin. Obj. 3: Further, the same thing does not both aggravate and diminish sin. Now ignorance aggravates sin, for Ambrose, commenting on Rom. 2:4, "Knowest thou not that the benignity of God leadeth thee to penance?" says: "Thy sin is most grievous, if thou knowest not." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. Obj. 4: Further, if any kind of ignorance diminishes a sin, this would seem to be chiefly the case as regards the ignorance which removes the use of reason altogether. Now this kind of ignorance does not diminish sin, but increases it, For the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 5 that "the punishment is doubled for a drunken man." Therefore ignorance does not diminish sin. On the contrary, whatever is a reason for sin to be forgiven, diminishes sin. Now such is ignorance, as is clear from 1 Timothy 1:13: "I obtained mercy, because I did it ignorantly." Therefore ignorance diminishes or alleviates sin. I answer that, since every sin is voluntary, ignorance can diminish sin, in so far as it diminishes its voluntariness. And if it does not render it less voluntary, it nowise alleviates the sin. Now it is evident that the ignorance which excuses from sin altogether, through making it altogether involuntary, does not diminish a sin, but does away with it altogether. On the other hand, ignorance which is not the cause of the sin being committed, but is concomitant with it, neither diminishes nor increases the sin. Therefore sin cannot be alleviated by any ignorance, but only by such as is a cause of the sin being committed, and yet does not excuse from the sin altogether. Now it happens sometimes that such like ignorance is directly and essentially voluntary, as when a man is purposely ignorant that he may sin more freely, and ignorance of this kind seems rather to make the act more voluntary and more sinful, since it is through the will's intention to sin that he is unwilling to bear the hurt of ignorance, for the sake of freedom in sinning. Sometimes, however, the ignorance which is the cause of a sin being committed is not directly voluntary, but indirectly or accidentally, as when a man is unwilling to work hard at his studies, the result being that he is ignorant, or as when a man wilfully drinks too much wine, the result being that he becomes drunk and indiscreet, and this ignorance diminishes voluntariness and consequently alleviates the sin. For when a thing is not known to be a sin, the will cannot be said to consent to the sin directly, but only accidentally. Wherefore, in that case there is less contempt, and therefore less sin. Reply Obj. 1: The ignorance whereby "every evil man is ignorant" is not the cause of sin being committed, but something resulting from that cause, viz. of the passion or habit inclining to sin. Reply Obj. 2: One sin added to another makes more sins, but it does not always make a sin greater, since, perchance, the two sins do not coincide, but are separate. It may happen, if the first diminishes the second, that the two together have not the same gravity as one of them alone would have. Thus murder is a more grievous sin if committed by a man when sober, than if committed by a man when drunk, although in the latter case there are two sins, because drunkenness diminishes the sinfulness of the resulting sin more than its own gravity implies. Reply Obj. 3: The words of Ambrose may be understood as referring to simply affected ignorance, or they may have reference to a species of the sin of ingratitude, the highest degree of which is that man even ignores the benefits he has received, or again they may be an allusion to the ignorance of unbelief, which undermines the foundation of the spiritual edifice. Reply Obj. 4: The drunken man deserves a double punishment for the two sins which he commits, viz. drunkenness, and the sin which results from his drunkenness: and yet drunkenness, on account of the ignorance connected therewith, diminishes the resulting sin, and more perhaps than the gravity of the drunkenness implies, as stated above in the Second Reply. It might also be said that the words quoted refer to an ordinance of the legislator named Pittacus, who ordered drunkards to be more severely punished if they assaulted anyone, having an eye, not to the indulgence which the drunkard might claim, but to expediency, since more harm is done by the drunk than by the sober, as the Philosopher observes in Polit. ii. End of question 76. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 77 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 77. Of the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite, in 8 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of the sensitive appetite, as to whether a passion of the soul may be a cause of sin, and under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether a passion of the sensitive appetite can move or incline the will. Second, whether it can overcome the reason against the latter's knowledge. Third, whether a sin resulting from a passion is a sin of weakness. Fourth, whether the passion of self-love is the cause of every sin. Fifth, of 3 causes mentioned in 1 John 2:16, concupiscence of the eyes, concupiscence of the flesh, and pride of life. Sixth, whether the passion which causes a sin diminishes it. Seventh, whether passion excuses from sin altogether. Eighth, whether a sin committed through passion can be mortal. First article. Whether the will is moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. Objection 1. It would seem that the will is not moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. For no passive power is moved except by its object. Now the will is a power both passive and active, inasmuch as it is mover and moved, as the Philosopher says of the appetitive power in general (De Anima iii, 54). Since therefore the object of the will is not a passion of the sensitive appetite, but good defined by reason, it seems that a passion of the sensitive appetite does not move the will. Obj. 2: Further, the higher mover is not moved by the lower. Thus the soul is not moved by the body. Now the will, which is the rational appetite, is compared to the sensitive appetite as a higher mover to a lower: for the Philosopher says (De Anima iii, 57) that "the rational appetite moves the sensitive appetite, even as, in the heavenly bodies, one sphere moves another." Therefore the will cannot be moved by a passion of the sensitive appetite. Obj. 3: Further, nothing immaterial can be moved by that which is material. Now the will is an immaterial power, because it does not use a corporeal organ, since it is in the reason, as stated in De Anima iii, 42: whereas the sensitive appetite is a material force, since it is seated in an organ of the body. Therefore a passion of the sensitive appetite cannot move the intellective appetite. On the contrary, it is written (Dan. 13:56): "Lust hath perverted thy heart." I answer that, A passion of the sensitive appetite cannot draw or move the will directly, but it can do so indirectly, and this in two ways. First, by a kind of distraction, because since all the soul's powers are rooted in the one essence of the soul, it follows of necessity that, when one power is intent in its act, another power becomes remiss, or is even altogether impeded in its act, both because all energy is weakened through being divided, so that, on the contrary, through being centered on one thing, it is less able to be directed to several; and because, in the operations of the soul, a certain attention is requisite, and if this be closely fixed on one thing, less attention is given to another. In this way, by a kind of distraction, when the movement of the sensitive appetite is enforced in respect of any passion whatever, the proper movement of the rational appetite or will must, of necessity, become remiss or altogether impeded. Secondly, this may happen on the part of the will's object, which is good apprehended by reason: because the judgment and apprehension of reason is impeded on account of a vehement and inordinate apprehension of the imagination and judgment of the estimative power, as appears in those who are out of their mind. Now it is evident that the apprehension of the imagination and the judgment of the estimative power follow the passion of the sensitive appetite, even as the verdict of the taste follows the disposition of the tongue. For which reason we observe that those who are in some kind of passion do not easily turn their imagination away from the object of their emotion, the result being that the judgment of the reason often follows the passion of the sensitive appetite, and consequently the will's movement follows it also, since it has a natural inclination always to follow the judgment of the reason. Reply Obj. 1: Although the passion of the sensitive appetite is not the direct object of the will, yet it occasions a certain change in the judgment about the object of the will, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: The higher mover is not directly moved by the lower, but in a manner it can be moved by it indirectly, as stated. The third objection is solved in like manner. Second article: Whether the reason can be overcome by a passion against its knowledge? Objection 1: It would seem that the reason cannot be overcome by a passion against its knowledge. For the stronger is not overcome by the weaker. Now knowledge, on account of its certitude, is the strongest thing in us. Therefore it cannot be overcome by a passion, which is weak and soon passes away. Obj. 2: Further, the will is not directed save to the good or the apparent good. Now when a passion draws the will to that which is really good, it does not influence the reason against its knowledge. And when it draws it to that which is good apparently, but not really, it draws it to that which appears good to the reason. But what appears to the reason is in the knowledge of the reason. Therefore a passion never influences the reason against its knowledge. Obj. 3: Further, if it be said that it draws the reason from its knowledge of something in general, to form a contrary judgment about a particular matter, on the contrary, if a universal and a particular proposition be opposed, they are opposed by contradiction, e.g. every man and not every man. Now if two opinions contradict one another, they are contrary to one another, as stated in On Interpretation ii. If therefore anyone, while knowing something in general, were to pronounce an opposite judgment in a particular case, he would have two contrary opinions at the same time, which is impossible. Obj. 4: Further, whoever knows the universal, knows also the particular which he knows to be contained in the universal. Thus he who knows that every mule is sterile, knows that this particular animal is sterile, provided he knows it to be a mule, as is clear from Posterior Analytics i, 2. Now he who knows something in general, for example, that "no fornication is lawful," knows this general proposition to contain, for example, the particular proposition, "this is an act of fornication." Therefore it seems that his knowledge extends to the particular. Obj. 5: Further, according to the Philosopher (On Interpretation i), "words express the thoughts of the mind." Now it often happens that man, while in a state of passion, confesses that which he has chosen is an evil, even in that particular case. Therefore he has knowledge even in particular. Therefore it seems that the passions cannot draw the reason against its universal knowledge, because it is impossible for it to have universal knowledge together with an opposite particular judgment. On the contrary, the Apostle says Rom. 7:23: "I see another law in my members, fighting against the law of my mind, and captivating me in the law of sin." Now the law that is in the members is concupiscence, of which he had been speaking previously. Since then concupiscence is a passion, it seems that a passion draws the reason counter to its knowledge. I answer that, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. vii, 2, the opinion of Socrates was that knowledge can never be overcome by passion: wherefore he held every virtue to be a kind of knowledge, and every sin a kind of ignorance. In this he was somewhat right, because, since the object of the will is a good or an apparent good, it is never moved to an evil, unless that which is not good appear good in some respect to the reason: so that the will would never tend to evil unless there were ignorance or error in the reason. Hence it is written (Prov. 14:22): "They err that work evil." Experience, however, shows that many act contrary to knowledge that they have, and this is confirmed by Divine authority, according to the words of Luke 12:47: "The servant who knew that the will of his lord, and did not, shall be beaten with many stripes"; and of James 4:17: "To him who knoweth to do good, and doth it not, to him it is a sin." Consequently he was not altogether right, and it is necessary, with the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 3), to make a distinction. Because, since man is directed to right action by a twofold knowledge, viz. universal and particular, a defect in either of them suffices to hinder the rectitude of the will and of the deed, as stated above (Q. 76, A. 1). It may happen, then, that a man has some knowledge in general, for example, that no fornication is lawful, and yet he does not know in particular that this act, which is fornication, must not be done: and this suffices for the will not to follow the universal knowledge of the reason. Again, it must be observed that nothing prevents a thing which is known habitually from not being considered actually: so that it is possible for a man to have correct knowledge not only in general, but also in particular, and yet not to consider his knowledge actually. And in such a case it does not seem difficult for a man to act counter to what he does not actually consider. Now, that a man sometimes fails to consider in particular what he knows habitually, may happen through mere lack of attention. For instance, a man who knows geometry may not attend to the consideration of geometrical conclusions which he is ready to consider at any moment. Sometimes man fails to consider actually what he knows habitually, on account of some hindrance supervening, for example, some external occupation, or some bodily infirmity. And in this way a man who is in a state of passion fails to consider in particular what he knows in general, in so far as the passions hinder him from considering it. Now it hinders him in three ways. First, by way of distraction, as explained above (A. 1). Secondly, by way of opposition, because a passion often inclines to something contrary to what man knows in general. Thirdly, by way of bodily transmutation, the result of which is that the reason is somehow fettered, so as not to exercise its act freely; even as sleep or drunkenness, on account of some change wrought on the body, fetters the use of reason. That this takes place in the passions is evident from the fact that sometimes, when the passions are very intense, man loses the use of reason altogether: for many have gone out of their minds through excess of love or anger. It is in this way that passion draws the reason to judge in particular, against the knowledge which it has in general. Reply Obj. 1: Universal knowledge, which is most certain, does not hold the foremost place in action, but rather particular knowledge, since actions are about singulars. Wherefore it is not astonishing that, in matters of action, passion acts counter to universal knowledge, if the consideration of particular knowledge be lacking. Reply Obj. 2: The fact that something appears good in particular to the reason, whereas it is not good, is due to a passion: and yet this particular judgment is contrary to the universal knowledge of reason. Reply Obj. 3: It is impossible for anyone to have an actual knowledge or true opinion about a universal affirmative proposition, and at the same time a false opinion about a particular negative proposition, or vice versa. But it may well happen that a man has a true habitual knowledge about a universal affirmative proposition, and actually a false opinion about a particular negative: because an act is directly opposed, not to a habit, but to an act. Reply Obj. 4: He that has knowledge in a universal, is hindered on account of a passion from reasoning about that universal, so as to draw the conclusion. But he reasons about another universal proposition suggested by the inclination of the passion, and draws his conclusion accordingly. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 3) that the syllogism of an incontinent man has four propositions, two particular and two universal, of which one is of the Son, for example, "No fornication is lawful"; and the other of passion, for example, "Pleasure is to be pursued." Hence passion fetters the reason, and hinders it from arguing and concluding under the first proposition, so that while the passion lasts, the reason argues and concludes under the second. Reply Obj. 5: Even as a drunken man sometimes gives utterance to words of deep signification, of which, however, he is incompetent to judge, his drunkenness hindering him, so that a man who is in a state of passion may indeed say in words that he ought not to do so and so, yet his inner thought is that he must do it, as stated in Ethic. vii, 3. Third article. Whether a sin committed through passion should be called a sin of weakness? Objection 1: It would seem that a sin committed through passion should not be called a sin of weakness. For a passion is a vehement movement of the sensitive appetite, as stated above (A. 1). Now vehemence of movements is evidence of strength rather than of weakness. Therefore a sin committed through passion should not be called a sin of weakness. Obj. 2: Further, weakness in man regards that which is most fragile in him. Now this is the flesh, whence it is written (Ps. 77:39): "He remembered that they are flesh." Therefore sins of weakness should be those which result from bodily defects, rather than those which are due to a passion. Obj. 3: Further, man does not seem to be weak in respect of things which are subject to his will. Now it is subject to man's will whether he do or do not the things to which his passions incline him, according to Gen. 4:7: "Thy appetite shall be under thee, and thou shalt have dominion over it." Therefore sin committed through passion is not a sin of weakness. On the contrary, Cicero, in his Questions debated at Tusculum IV, calls the passions diseases of the soul. Now weakness is another name for disease. Therefore a sin that arises from passion should be called a sin of weakness. I answer that, the cause of sin is on the part of the soul, in which, chiefly, sin resides. Now weakness may be applied to the soul by way of likeness to weakness of the body. Accordingly, man's body is said to be weak, when it is disabled or hindered in the execution of its proper action, through some disorder of the body's parts, so that the humors and members of the human body cease to be subject to its governing and motive power. Hence a member is said to be weak, when it cannot do the work of a healthy member: the eye, for instance, when it cannot see clearly, as the Philosopher states in The Natural History of Animals x, 1. Therefore weakness of the soul is when the soul is hindered from fulfilling its proper action on account of a disorder in its parts. Now as the parts of the body are said to be out of order, when they fail to comply with the order of nature, so too the parts of the soul are said to be inordinate, when they are not subject to the order of reason, for the reason is the ruling power of the soul's parts. Accordingly, when the concupiscible or irascible power is affected by any passion contrary to the order of reason, the result being that an impediment arises in the aforesaid manner due to action of man, it is said to be a sin of weakness. Hence the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 8) compares the incontinent man to an epileptic, whose limbs move in a manner contrary to his intention. Reply Obj. 1: Just as in the body the stronger the movement against the order of nature, the greater the weakness, so likewise the stronger the movement of passion against the order of reason, the greater the weakness of the soul. Reply Obj. 2: Sin consists chiefly in an act of the will, which is not hindered by weakness of the body. For he that is weak in body may have a will ready for action, yet be hindered by a passion, as stated above (A. 1). Hence when we speak of sins of weakness, we refer to weakness of soul rather than of body. And yet even weakness of soul is called weakness of the flesh, in so far as it is owing to a condition of the flesh that the passions of the soul arise in us, through the sensitive appetite being a power using a corporeal organ. Reply Obj. 3: It is in the will's power to give or refuse its consent to what passion inclines us to do, and it is in this sense that our appetite is said to be under us. And yet this consent or dissent of the will is hindered in the way already explained (A. 1). __Fourth article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Self-love Is the Source of Every Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that self-love is not the source of every sin. For that which is good and right in itself is not the proper cause of sin. Now love of self is a good and right thing in itself, Wherefore man is commanded to love his neighbor as himself, according to Leviticus 19:18. Therefore self-love cannot be the proper cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, the Apostle says in Rom. 7:8, "Sin taking occasion by the commandment wrought in me all manner of concupiscence": on which words a gloss says that "the law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evils": the reason for which is that concupiscence is the cause of every sin. Now concupiscence is a distinct passion from love, as stated above (Q. 3, A. 2; and Q. 23, A. 4). Therefore self-love is not the cause of every sin. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine, in commenting on Ps. 79:17, "Things set on fire and dug down," says that "every sin is due either to love arousing us to undue ardor, or to fear inducing false humility." Therefore self-love is not the only cause of sin. Obj. 4: Further, as man sins at times through inordinate love of self, so does he sometimes through inordinate love of his neighbor. Therefore self-love is not the cause of every sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 28) that "self-love, amounting to contempt of God, builds up the city of Babylon." Now every sin makes man a citizen of Babylon. Therefore self-love is the cause of every sin. I answer that, as stated above (Q. 75, A. 1), the proper and direct cause of sin is to be considered on the part of the adherence to a mutable good, in which respect every sinful act proceeds from inordinate desire for some temporal good. Now the fact that anyone desires a temporal good inordinately is due to the fact that he loves himself inordinately, for to wish anyone some good is to love him. Therefore it is evident that inordinate love of self is the cause of every sin. Reply Obj. 1: Well-ordered self-love, whereby man desires a fitting good for himself, is right and natural: but it is inordinate self-love, leading to contempt of God, that Augustine (De Civ. Dei xiv, 28) reckons to be the cause of sin. Reply Obj. 2: Concupiscence, whereby a man desires good for himself, is reduced to self-love as to its cause, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: Man is said to love both the good he desires for himself, and himself to whom he desires it. Love, in so far as it is directed to the object of desire, e.g. a man is said to love wine or money, admits as its cause fear which pertains to avoidance of evil. For every sin arises either from inordinate desire for some good, or from inordinate avoidance of some evil. But each of these is reduced to self-love, since it is through loving himself that man either desires good things, or avoids evil things. Reply Obj. 4: A friend is like another self, according to Ethic. ix. Wherefore the sin which is committed through love for a friend, seems to be committed through self-love. _______________________ FIFTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 5] Whether Concupiscence of the Flesh, Concupiscence of the Eyes, and Pride of Life Are Fittingly Described As Causes of Sin? Objection 1: It would seem that concupiscence of the flesh, concupiscence of the eyes, and pride of life are unfittingly described as causes of sin. Because, according to the Apostle in 1 Timothy 6:10, "Covetousness is the root of all evils." Now pride of life is not included in covetousness. Therefore it should not be reckoned among the causes of sin. Obj. 2: Further, concupiscence of the flesh is aroused chiefly by what is seen by the eyes, according to Dan. 13:56, "Beauty hath deceived thee." Therefore concupiscence of the eyes should not be condivided with concupiscence of the flesh. Obj. 3: Further, concupiscence is desire for pleasure, as stated above (Q. 30, A. 2). Now objects of pleasure are perceived not only by the sight, but also by the other senses. Therefore concupiscence of the hearing and of the other senses should also have been mentioned. Obj. 4: Further, just as man is induced to sin through inordinate desire of good things, so is he also through inordinate avoidance of evil things, as stated above (A. 4, ad 3). But nothing is mentioned here pertaining to avoidance of evil. Therefore the causes of sin are insufficiently described. On the contrary, It is written in 1 John 2:16, "All that is in the world is concupiscence of the flesh," or sin, or pride of life. Now a thing is said to be "in the world" by reason of sin: wherefore it is written in 1 John 5:19, "The whole world is seated in wickedness." Therefore these three are causes of sin. I answer that, as stated above (A. 4), inordinate self-love is the cause of every sin. Now self-love includes inordinate desire of good, for a man desires good for the one he loves. Hence it is evident that inordinate desire of good is the cause of every sin. Now good is, in two ways, the object of the sensitive appetite, wherein are the passions which are the cause of sin. First, absolutely, according as it is the object of the concupiscible part. Secondly, under the aspect of difficulty, according as it is the object of the irascible part, as stated above (Q. 23, A. 1). Again, concupiscence is twofold, as stated above (Q. 30, A. 3). One is natural, and is directed to those things which sustain the nature of the body, whether as regards the preservation of the individual, such as food, drink, and the like, or as regards the preservation of the species, such as sexual matters. And the inordinate appetite of such things is called concupiscence of the flesh. The other is spiritual concupiscence, and is directed to those things which do not afford sustentation or pleasure in respect of the fleshly senses, but are delectable in respect of the apprehension or imagination, or some similar mode of perception: such are money, apparel, and the like. And this spiritual concupiscence is called concupiscence of the eyes, whether this be taken as referring to the sight itself, of which the eyes are the organ, so as to denote curiosity, according to Augustine's exposition (Confess. x), or to the concupiscence of things which are proposed outwardly to the eyes, so as to denote covetousness, according to the explanation of others. The inordinate appetite of the arduous good pertains to the pride of life: for pride is the inordinate appetite of excellence, as we shall state further on (Q. 84, A. 2, as well as in the Pars Secundae Q. 162, A. 1). It is therefore evident that all passions that are a cause of sin can be reduced to these three, since all the passions of the concupiscible part can be reduced to the first two, and all the irascible passions to the third, which is not divided into two, because all the irascible passions conform to spiritual concupiscence. Reply Obj. 1: Pride of life is included in covetousness according as the latter denotes any kind of appetite for any kind of good. How covetousness, as a special vice which goes by the name of avarice, is the root of all sins, shall be explained further on (Q. 84, A. 1). Reply Obj. 2: Concupiscence of the eyes does not mean here the concupiscence for all things which can be seen by the eyes, but only for such things as afford, not carnal pleasure in respect of touch, but in respect of the eyes, that is, of any apprehensive power. Reply Obj. 3: The sense of sight is the most excellent of all the senses, and covers a larger ground, as stated in Metaph. I, and so its name is transferred to all the other senses, and even to the inner apprehensions, as Augustine states (Hom. xxxiii). Reply Obj. 4: Avoidance of evil is caused by the appetite for good, as stated above (Q. 25, A. 2; as well as (Q. 39, A. 2). And so those passions alone are mentioned which incline to good, as being the causes of those which cause inordinately the avoidance of evil. _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 6] Whether Sin Is Alleviated on Account of a Passion? Objection 1: It would seem that sin is not alleviated on account of passion. For increase of cause adds to the effect. Thus if a hot thing causes something to melt, a hotter will do so yet more. Now passion is a cause of sin, as stated in A. 5. Therefore the more intense the passion, the greater the sin. Therefore passion does not diminish sin, but increases it. Obj. 2: Further, a good passion stands in the same relation to merit, as an evil passion does to sin. Now a good passion increases merit: for a man seems to merit the more, according as he is moved by a greater pity to help a poor man. Therefore an evil passion also increases rather than diminishes a sin. Obj. 3: Further, a man seems to sin the more grievously, according as he sins with a more intense will. But the passion that impels the will makes it tend with greater intensity to the sinful act. Therefore passion aggravates a sin. On the contrary, the passion of concupiscence is called a temptation of the flesh. But the greater the temptation that overcomes a man, the less grievous his sin, as Augustine states (De Civ. Dei iv, 12). I answer that, Sin consists essentially in an act of the free will, which is a faculty of the will and reason; while passion is a movement of the sensitive appetite. Now the sensitive appetite can be related to the free will antecedently and consequently. Antecedently, according as a passion of the sensitive appetite draws or inclines the reason or will, as stated above (AA. 1 and 2; as well as (Q. 10, A. 3). And consequently, in so far as the movements of the higher powers redound on to the lower, since it is not possible for the will to be moved to anything intensely without a passion being aroused in the sensitive appetite. Accordingly, if we take passion as preceding the sinful act, it must needs diminish the sin: because the act is a sin in so far as it is voluntary, and under our control. Now the thing is said to be under our control through the reason and will: and therefore the more the reason and will do anything of their own accord, and not through the impulse of a passion, the more it is voluntary and under our control. In this respect passion diminishes sin, in so far as it diminishes its voluntariness. On the other hand, a consequent passion does not diminish a sin, but rather increases it, or rather it is a sign of its gravity, in so far, to wit, as it shows the intensity of the will towards the sinful act. And so it is true that the greater the pleasure or the concupiscence with which anyone sins, the greater the sin. Reply Obj. 1: Passion is the cause of sin on the part of that to which the sinner turns. But the gravity of a sin is measured on the part of that from which he turns, which results accidentally from his turning to something else. Accidentally, that is, beside his intention. Now an effect is increased by the increase, not of its accidental cause, but of its direct cause. Reply Obj. 2: A good passion consequent to the judgment of reason increases merit. But if it precede, so that a man is moved to do well, rather by his passion than by the judgment of his reason, such a passion diminishes the goodness and praiseworthiness of his action. Reply Obj. 3: Although the movement of the will incited by the passion is more intense, yet it is not so much the will's own movement, as if it were moved to sin by the reason alone. _Seventh Article. Whether passion excuses from sin altogether? Objection 1: It would seem that passion excuses from sin altogether. For whatever causes an act to be involuntary, excuses from sin altogether. But concupiscence of the flesh, which is a passion, makes an act to be involuntary, according to Gal. 5:17: "The flesh lusteth against the Spirit, so that you do not the things that you would." Therefore passion excuses from sin altogether. Obj. 2: Further, passion causes a certain ignorance of a particular matter, as stated above (A. 2), as well as (Q. 76, A. 3). But ignorance of a particular matter excuses from sin altogether, as stated above (Q. 6, A. 8). Therefore passion excuses from sin altogether. Obj. 3: Further, disease of the soul is graver than disease of the body. But bodily disease excuses from sin altogether, as in the case of mad people. Much more therefore does passion, which is a disease of the soul. On the contrary, The Apostle (Rom. 7:5) speaks of the passions as "passions of sins, for no other reason that they cause sin," which would not be the case if they excused from sin altogether. Therefore passion does not excuse from sin altogether. I answer that, An act which, in its genus, is evil, cannot be excused from sin altogether, unless it be rendered altogether involuntary. Consequently, if the passion be such that it renders the subsequent act wholly involuntary, it entirely excuses from sin; otherwise it does not excuse entirely. In this matter two points apparently should be observed. First, that a thing may be voluntary either in itself, as when the will tends towards it directly, or in its cause, when the will tends towards that cause and not towards the effect, as is the case with one who wilfully gets drunk, for in that case he is considered to do voluntarily whatever he does through being drunk. Secondly, we must observe that a thing is said to be voluntary directly or indirectly. Directly, if the will tends towards it; indirectly, if the will could have prevented it, but did not. Accordingly, therefore, we must make a distinction: because a passion is sometimes so strong as to take away the use of reason altogether, as in the case of those who are mad through love or anger. And then if such a passion were voluntary from the beginning, the act is reckoned a sin, because it is voluntary in its cause, as we have stated with regard to drunkenness. If, however, the cause be not voluntary but natural, for instance, if anyone through sickness or some such cause fall into such a passion as deprives him of the use of reason, his act is rendered wholly involuntary, and he is entirely excused from sin. Sometimes, however, the passion is not such as to take away the use of reason altogether, and then reason can drive the passion away, by turning to other thoughts, or it can prevent it from having its full effect. Since the members are not put to work except by the consent of reason, as stated above (Q. 17, A. 9). Wherefore such a passion does not excuse from sin altogether. Reply Obj. 1: The words, "so that you do not the things that you would," are not to be referred to outward deeds, but to the inner movement of concupiscence. For a man would never wish to desire evil, in which sense we are to understand the words of Rom. 7:19: "The evil which I will not, that I do." Or again they may be referred to the will as preceding the passion, as is the case with the incontinent, who act counter to their resolution on account of their concupiscence. Reply Obj. 2: The particular ignorance which excuses altogether is ignorance of a circumstance, which a man is unable to know even after taking due precautions. But passion causes ignorance of law in a particular case, by preventing universal knowledge from being applied to a particular act, which passion the reason is able to drive away, as stated. Reply Obj. 3: Bodily disease is involuntary. There would be a comparison, however, if it were voluntary, as we have stated about drunkenness, which is a kind of bodily disease. _Eighth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 8] Whether a sin committed through passion can be mortal? Objection 1: It would seem that sin committed through passion cannot be mortal. Because venial sin is condivided with mortal sin. Now sin committed from weakness is venial, since it has in itself a motive for pardon (venia). Since therefore sin committed through passion is a sin of weakness, it seems that it cannot be mortal. Obj. 2: Further, the cause is more powerful than its effect. But passion cannot be a mortal sin, for there is no mortal sin in the sensuality, as stated above (Q. 74, A. 4). Therefore a sin committed through passion cannot be mortal. Obj. 3: Further, passion is a hindrance to reason, as explained above (AA. 1 and 2). Now it belongs to the reason to turn to God, or to turn away from Him, which is the essence of a mortal sin. Therefore a sin committed through passion cannot be mortal. On the contrary, The Apostle says (Rom. 7:5) that "the passions of the sins work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death." Now it is proper to mortal sin to bring forth fruit unto death. Therefore sin committed through passion may be mortal. I answer that, Mortal sin, as stated above (Q. 72, A. 5), consists in turning away from our last end, which is God, which aversion pertains to the deliberating reason, whose function it is also to direct towards the end. Therefore that which is contrary to the last end can happen not to be a mortal sin only when the deliberating reason is unable to come to the rescue, which is the case in sudden movements. Now when anyone proceeds from passion to a sinful act, or to a deliberate consent, this does not happen suddenly: and so the deliberating reason can come to the rescue here, since it can drive the passion away, or at least prevent it from having its effect, as stated above. Wherefore, if it does not come to the rescue, there is mortal sin: and it is thus, as we see, that many murders and adulteries are committed through passion. Reply Obj. 1: A sin may be venial in three ways. First, through its cause, that is, through having cause to be forgiven, which cause lessens the sin. Thus a sin that is committed through weakness or ignorance is said to be venial. Secondly, through its issue. Thus every sin through repentance becomes venial, that is, receives pardon (veniam). Thirdly, by its genus, e.g. an idle word. This is the only kind of venial sin that is opposed to mortal sin, whereas the objection regards the first kind. Reply Obj. 2: Passion causes sin as regards the adherence to something: but that this be a mortal sin regards the aversion, which follows accidentally from the adherence, as stated above (A. 6, first reply). Hence the argument does not prove. Reply Obj. 3: Passion does not always hinder the act of reason altogether. Consequently the reason remains in possession of its free will, so as to turn away from God, or to turn to Him. If, however, the use of reason be taken away altogether, the sin is no longer either mortal or venial. End of question 77. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 78 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 78. Of that cause of sin which is malice, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of the will, notably malice. And under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether it is possible for anyone to sin through certain malice, that is, purposely. Second, whether everyone that sins through habit sins through certain malice. Third, whether everyone that sins through certain malice sins through habit. Fourth, whether it is more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion. First article: whether anyone sins through certain malice. Objection 1: It would seem that no one sins purposely, or through certain malice. Because ignorance is opposed to purpose or certain malice. Now, every evil man is ignorant, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 1), and it is written (Prov. 14:22): "They err that work evil." Therefore no one sins through certain malice. Obj. 2: Further, Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that "no one works intending evil." Now to sin through malice seems to denote the intention of doing evil. Alluding to the derivation of malitia (malice) from malum (evil). In sinning, because an act is not denominated from that which is unintentional and accidental. Therefore no one sins through malice. Obj. 3: Further, malice itself is a sin. If therefore malice is a cause of sin, it follows that sin goes on causing sin indefinitely, which is absurd. Therefore no one sins through malice. On the contrary, It is written (Job 34:27): "Who as it were on purpose have revolted from God, and would not understand all His ways." Now to revolt from God is to sin. Therefore some sin purposely or through certain malice. I answer that, Man, like any other being, has naturally an appetite for the good, and so if his appetite incline away to evil, this is due to corruption or disorder in some one of the principles of man, for it is thus that sin occurs in the actions of natural things. Now the principles of human acts are the intellect and the appetite, both rational, that is, the will, and sensitive. Therefore, even as sin occurs in human acts, sometimes through a defect of the intellect, as when anyone sins through ignorance, and sometimes through a defect in the sensitive appetite, as when anyone sins through passion, so too does it occur through a defect consisting in a disorder of the will. Now the will is out of order when it loves more the lesser good. Again, the consequence of loving a thing less is that one chooses to suffer some hurt in its regard, in order to obtain a good that one loves more: as when a man, even knowingly, suffers the loss of a limb, that he may save his life, which he loves more. Accordingly, when an inordinate will loves some temporal good, for example, riches or pleasure, more than the order of reason or divine law or divine charity, or some such thing, it follows that it is willing to suffer the loss of some spiritual good, so that it may obtain possession of some temporal good. Now evil is merely the privation of some good, and so a man wishes knowingly a spiritual evil, which is evil simply, whereby he is deprived of a spiritual good, in order to possess a temporal good: wherefore he is said to sin through certain malice or on purpose, because he chooses evil knowingly. Reply Obj. 1: Ignorance sometimes excludes the simple knowledge that a particular action is evil, and then man is said to sin through ignorance. Sometimes it excludes the knowledge that a particular action is evil at this particular moment, as when he sins through passion: and sometimes it excludes the knowledge that a particular evil is not to be suffered for the sake of possessing a particular good, but not the simple knowledge that it is an evil. It is thus that a man is ignorant when he sins through certain malice. Reply Obj. 2: Evil cannot be intended by anyone for its own sake, but it can be intended for the sake of avoiding another evil, or obtaining another good, as stated above: and in this case anyone would choose to obtain a good intended for its own sake, without suffering the loss of the other good: even as a lustful man would wish to enjoy a pleasure without offending God, but with the two set before him to choose from, he prefers sinning and thereby incurring God's anger, to being deprived of the pleasure. Reply Obj. 3: The malice through which anyone sins may be taken to denote habitual malice, in the sense in which the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 1) calls an evil habit by the name of malice, just as a good habit is called virtue. And in this way anyone is said to sin through malice when he sins through the inclination of a habit. It may also denote actual malice, whether by malice we mean the choice itself of evil, and thus anyone is said to sin through malice in so far as he sins through making a choice of evil; or whether by malice we mean some previous fault that gives rise to a subsequent fault, as when anyone impugns the grace of his brother through envy. Nor does this imply that a thing is its own cause, for the interior act is the cause of the exterior act, and one sin is the cause of another: not indefinitely, however, since we can trace it back to some previous sin which is not caused by any previous sin, as was explained above (Q. 75, A. 4, ad 3). Second article. Whether everyone that sins through habit, sins through certain malice? Objection 1. It would seem that not everyone who sins through habit, sins through certain malice. Because sin committed through certain malice seems to be most grievous. Now it happens sometimes that a man commits a slight sin through habit, as when he utters an idle word. Therefore sin committed from habit is not always committed through certain malice. Obj. 2. Further, acts proceeding from habits are like the acts by which those habits were formed, according to Ethic. ii, 1, 2. But the acts which precede a vicious habit are not committed through certain malice. Therefore the sins that arise from habit are not committed through certain malice. Obj. 3. Further, when a man commits a sin through certain malice, he is glad after having done it, according to Prov. 2:14: "Who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in most wicked things": and this, because it is pleasant to obtain what we desire, and to do those actions which are connatural to us by reason of habit. But those who sin through habit are sorrowful after committing a sin, because bad men, i.e. those who have a vicious habit, "are full of remorse," according to Ethic. ix, 4. Therefore sins that arise from habit are not committed through certain malice. On the contrary, a sin committed through certain malice is one that is done through choice of evil. Now we make choice of those things to which we are inclined by habit, as stated in Ethic. vi, 2, with regard to virtuous habits. Therefore a sin that arises from habit is committed through certain malice. I answer that, there is a difference between a sin committed by one who has the habit, and a sin committed by habit. For it is not necessary to use a habit, since it is subject to the will of the person who has the habit. Hence habit is defined as being "something we use when we will," as stated above (Q. 50, A. 1. And thus, even as it may happen that one who has a vicious habit may break forth into a virtuous act, because a bad habit does not corrupt reason altogether, something of which remains unimpaired, the result being that a sinner does some works which are generically good: so too it may happen sometimes that one who has a vicious habit acts, not from that habit, but through the uprising of a passion, or again through ignorance. But whenever he uses the vicious habit, he must needs sin through certain malice: because to anyone that has a habit, whatever is befitting to him in respect of that habit has the aspect of something lovable, since it thereby becomes, in a way, connatural to him, according as custom and habit are a second nature. Now the very thing which befits a man in respect of a vicious habit is something that excludes a spiritual good: the result being that a man chooses a spiritual evil, that he may obtain possession of what befits him in respect of that habit: and this is to sin through certain malice. Wherefore it is evident that whoever sins through habit, sins through certain malice. Reply Obj. 1: Venial sin does not exclude spiritual good, consisting in the grace of God or charity. Wherefore it is an evil, not simply, but in a relative sense: and for that reason the habit thereof is not a simple, but a relative evil. Reply Obj. 2: Acts proceeding from habits are of like species as the acts from which those habits were formed: but they differ from them as perfect from imperfect. Such is the difference between sin committed through certain malice, and sin committed through passion. Reply Obj. 3: He that sins through habit is always glad for what he does through habit, as long as he uses the habit. But since he is able not to use the habit, and to think of something else by means of his reason, which is not altogether corrupted, it may happen that while not using the habit, he is sorry for what he has done through the habit. And so it often happens that such a man is sorry for his sin, not because sin in itself is displeasing to him, but on account of his reaping some disadvantage from the sin. Third article. Whether one who sins through certain malice, sins through habit? Objection 1: It would seem that whoever sins through certain malice, sins through habit. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. v, 9 that "an unjust action is not done as an unjust man does it," that is, through choice, "unless it be done through habit." Now to sin through certain malice is to sin through making a choice of evil, as stated above in A. 1. Therefore no one sins through certain malice, unless he has the habit of sin. Obj. 2: Further, Origen says (On the Principles iii) that "a man is not suddenly ruined and lost, but must needs fall away little by little." But the greatest fall seems to be that of the man who sins through certain malice. Therefore a man comes to sin through certain malice, not from the outset, but from inveterate custom, which may engender a habit. Obj. 3: Further, whenever a man sins through certain malice, his will must needs be inclined of itself to the evil he chooses. But by the nature of that power man is inclined, not to evil, but to good. Therefore if he chooses evil, this must be due to something supervening, which is passion or habit. Now when a man sins through passion, he sins not through certain malice, but through weakness, as stated in Q. 77, A. 3. Therefore whenever anyone sins through certain malice, he sins through habit. On the contrary, the good habit stands in the same relation to the choice of something good, as the bad habit to the choice of something evil. But it happens sometimes that a man, without having the habit of a virtue, chooses that which is good according to that virtue. Therefore sometimes also a man, without having the habit of a vice, may choose evil, which is to sin through certain malice. I answer that, the will is related differently to good and to evil: because from the very nature of the power, it is inclined to the rational good as its proper object. Wherefore every sin is said to be contrary to nature. Hence if a will be inclined by its choice to some evil, this must be occasioned by something else. Sometimes, in fact, this is occasioned through some defect in the reason, as when anyone sins through ignorance: and sometimes this arises through the impulse of the sensitive appetite, as when anyone sins through passion. Yet neither of these amounts to a sin through certain malice, For then alone does anyone sin through certain malice, when his will is moved to evil of its own accord. This may happen in two ways. First, through his having a corrupt disposition inclining him to evil, so that, in respect of that disposition, some evil is, as it were, suitable and similar to him. And to this thing, by reason of its suitableness, the will tends as to something good, because everything tends of its own accord to that which is suitable to it. Moreover, this corrupt disposition is either a habit acquired by custom, or a sickly condition on the part of the body, as in the case of a man who is naturally inclined to certain sins by reason of some natural corruption in himself. Secondly, the will, of its own accord, may tend to an evil through the removal of some obstacle. For instance, if a man be prevented from sinning, not through sin being in itself displeasing to him, but through hope of eternal life, or fear of hell, if hope give place to despair, or fear to presumption, he will end in sinning through certain malice, being freed from the bridle, as it were. It is evident, therefore, that sin committed through certain malice always presupposes some inordinateness in man, which, however, is not always a habit. So that it does not follow of necessity, if a man sins through certain malice, that he sins through habit. Reply Obj. 1: To do an action as an unjust man does, may be not only to do unjust things through certain malice, but also to do them with pleasure, and without any notable resistance on the part of the reason, and this occurs only in one who has a habit. Reply Obj. 2: It is true that a man does not fall suddenly into sin from certain malice, and that something is presupposed, but this something is not always a habit, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: That which inclines the will to evil is not always a habit or a passion, but at times is something else. Moreover, there is no comparison between choosing good and choosing evil, because evil is never without some good of nature, whereas good can be perfect without the evil of fault. Fourth article. Whether it is more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion? Objection 1: It would seem that it is not more grievous to sin through certain malice than through passion. Because ignorance excuses from sin either altogether or in part. Now ignorance is greater in one who sins through certain malice than in one who sins through passion, since he that sins through certain malice suffers from the worst form of ignorance, which, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 8), is ignorance of principle, for he has a false estimation of the end, which is the principle in matters of action. Therefore there is more excuse for one who sins through certain malice than for one who sins through passion. Obj. 2: Further, the more a man is impelled to sin, the less grievous his sin, as is clear with regard to a man who is thrown headlong into sin by a more impetuous passion. Now he that sins through certain malice is impelled by habit, the impulse of which is stronger than that of passion. Therefore to sin through habit is less grievous than to sin through passion. Obj. 3: Further, to sin through certain malice is to sin through choosing evil. Now he that sins through passion also chooses evil. Therefore he does not sin less than the man who sins through certain malice. On the contrary, a sin that is committed on purpose, for this very reason deserves heavier punishment, according to Job 34:26. He hath struck them as being wicked, in open sight, who, as it were, on purpose, have revolted from him." Now punishment is not increased except for a graver fault. Therefore a sin is aggravated through being done on purpose, that is, through certain malice. I answer that, a sin committed through malice is more grievous than a sin committed through passion, for three reasons. First, because, as sin consists chiefly in an act of the will, it follows that, other things being equal, a sin is all the more grievous according as the movement of the sin belongs more to the will. Now when a sin is committed through malice, the movement of sin belongs more to the will, which is then moved to evil of its own accord, than when a sin is committed through passion, when the will is impelled to sin by something extrinsic, as it were. Wherefore a sin is aggravated by the very fact that it is committed through certain malice, and so much the more as the malice is greater; whereas it is diminished by being committed through passion, and so much the more as the passion is stronger. Secondly, because the passion which incites the will to sin soon passes away, so that man repents of his sin and soon returns to his good intentions; whereas the habit through which a man sins is a permanent quality, so that he who sins through malice abides longer in his sin. For this reason the Philosopher (Ethic. vii, 8) compares the intemperate man, who sins through malice, to a sick man who suffers from a chronic disease, while he compares the incontinent man, who sins through passion, to one who suffers intermittently. Thirdly, because he who sins through certain malice is ill-disposed in respect of the end itself, which is the principle in matters of action. And so the defect is more dangerous than in the case of the man who sins through passion, whose purpose tends to a good end, although this purpose is interrupted on account of the passion for the time being. Now the worst of all defects is defect of principle. Therefore it is evident that a sin committed through malice is more grievous than one committed through passion. Reply Obj. 1: Ignorance of choice, to which the objection refers, neither excuses nor diminishes a sin, as stated above (Q. 76, A. 4). Therefore neither does a greater ignorance of the kind make a sin to be less grave. Reply Obj. 2: The impulse due to a passion is, as it were, due to a defect which is outside the will; whereas, by a habit, the will is inclined from within. Hence the comparison fails. Reply Obj. 3: It is one thing to sin while choosing, and another to sin through choosing. For he that sins through passion, sins while choosing, but not through choosing, because his choosing is not for him the first principle of his sin. For he is induced through the passion to choose what he would not choose, were it not for the passion. On the other hand, he that sins through certain malice, chooses evil of his own accord, in the way already explained (AA. 2 and 3), so that his choosing, of which he has full control, is the principle of his sin; and for this reason he is said to sin through choosing. End of question 78. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 79 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e. vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on Habits in Particular, Evil Habits, that is, Vices and Sins, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 79. Of the external causes of sin, in 4 articles. We must now consider the external causes of sin: and 1. On the part of God; 2. On the part of the devil; 3. On the part of man. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry: First, whether God is a cause of sin; second, whether the act of sin is from God; third, whether God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart; fourth, whether these things are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded or hardened. First article: Whether God is a cause of sin. Objection 1: It would seem that God is a cause of sin. For the Apostle says of certain ones (Rom. 1:28): "God delivered them up to a reprobate sense to do those things which are not right": and a gloss comments on this by saying that "God works in men's hearts by inclining their wills to whatever He wills, whether to good or to evil." Now sin consists in doing what is not right, and in having a will inclined to evil. Therefore God is to man a cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, it is written (Wisdom 14:11): "The creatures of God are turned to an abomination, and a temptation to the souls of men." But temptation usually denotes a provocation to sin. Since therefore creatures were made by God alone, as was established in the First Part (Q. 44, A. 1), it seems that God is a cause of sin by provoking man to sin. Obj. 3: Further, the cause of the cause is the cause of the effect. Now God is the cause of the free will, which itself is the cause of sin. Therefore God is the cause of sin. Obj. 4: Further, every evil is opposed to good. But it is not contrary to God's goodness that He should cause the evil of punishment: since of this evil it is written (Isa. 45:7) that God creates evil, and (Amos 3:6): "Shall there be evil in the city which God hath not done?" Therefore it is not incompatible with God's goodness that He should cause the evil of fault. On the contrary, It is written (Wisdom 11:25): "Thou hatest none of the things which Thou hast made." Now God hates sin, according to Wisdom 14:9: "To God the wicked and his wickedness are hateful." Therefore God is not a cause of sin. I answer that, Man is, in 2 ways, a cause either of his own or of another's sin. First, directly, namely by inclining his or another's will to sin. Secondly, indirectly, namely by not preventing someone from sinning. Hence in Ezechiel 3:18 it is said to the watchman: "If thou say not to the wicked, thou shalt surely die, I will require his blood at thy hand." Now God cannot be directly the cause of sin, either in Himself or in another, since every sin is a departure from the order which is to God as the end, whereas God inclines and turns all things to Himself as to their last end, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. I). So that it is impossible that He should either be to himself or to another the cause of departing from the order which is to himself. Therefore he cannot be directly the cause of sin. In like manner neither can he cause sin indirectly. For it happens that God does not give some the assistance whereby they may avoid sin, which assistance were he to give, they would not sin. But he does all this according to the order of his wisdom and justice, since he himself is wisdom and justice, so that if someone sin, it is not imputable to him as though he were the cause of that sin, even as a pilot is not said to cause the wrecking of the ship, through not steering the ship, unless he cease to steer while able and bound to steer. It is therefore evident that God is nowise a cause of sin. Reply Obj. 1: As to the words of the Apostle, the solution is clear from the text. For if God delivered some up to a reprobate sense, it follows that they already had a reprobate sense, so as to do what was not right. Accordingly he is said to deliver them up to a reprobate sense, in so far as he does not hinder them from following that reprobate sense, even as we are said to expose a person to danger if we do not protect him. The saying of Augustine to the effect that "God inclines men's wills to good and evil," is to be understood as meaning that he inclines the will directly to good, and to evil in so far as he does not hinder it, as stated above. And yet even this is due as being deserved through a previous sin. Reply Obj. 2: When it is said the "creatures of God are turned to an abomination, and a temptation to the souls of men," the preposition "to" does not denote causality but sequel. For God did not make the creatures that they might be an evil to man: this was the result of man's folly, wherefore the text goes on to say, "and a snare to the feet of the unwise," who, to wit, in their folly, use creatures for a purpose other than that for which they were made. Reply Obj. 3: The effect which proceeds from the middle cause, according as it is subordinate to the first cause, is reduced to that first cause: but if it proceed from the middle cause, according as it goes outside the order of the first cause, it is not reduced to that first cause. Thus if a servant do anything contrary to his master's orders, it is not ascribed to the master as though he were the cause thereof. In like manner sin, which the free will commits against the commandment of God, is not attributed to God as being its cause. Reply Obj. 4: Punishment is opposed to the good of the person punished, who is thereby deprived of some good or other. But fault is opposed to the good of subordination to God: and so it is directly opposed to the Divine goodness. Consequently there is no comparison between fault and punishment. Second article: Whether the act of sin is from God? Objection 1: It would seem that the act of sin is not from God. For Augustine says (De Perfect. Justit. ii) that "the act of sin is not a thing." Now whatever is from God is a thing. Therefore the act of sin is not from God. Obj. 2: Further, man is not said to be the cause of sin, except because he is the cause of the sinful act, for "no one works intending evil," as Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv). Now God is not a cause of sin, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore God is not the cause of the act of sin. Obj. 3: Further, Some actions are evil and sinful in their species, as was shown above (Q. 18, AA. 2, 8). Now whatever is the cause of a thing causes whatever belongs to it in respect of its species. If therefore God caused the act of sin, He would be the cause of sin, which is false, as was proved above (A. 1). Therefore God is not the cause of the act of sin. On the contrary, the act of sin is a movement of the free will. Now "the will of God is the cause of every movement," as Augustine declares (De Trin. iii, 4, 9). Therefore God's will is the cause of the act of sin. I answer that, The act of sin is both a being and an act, and in both respects it is from God: because every being, whatever the mode of its being, must be derived from the First Being, as Dionysius declares (Div. Nom. v). Again, every action is caused by something existing in act, since nothing produces an action save in so far as it is in act: and every being in act is reduced to the first act, viz. God, as to its cause, Who is act by His essence. Therefore God is the cause of every action, in so far as it is an action. But sin denotes a being and an action with a defect, and this defect is from the created cause, viz. the free will, as falling away from the order of the first agent, viz. God. Consequently this defect is not reduced to God as its cause, but to the free will, even as the defect of limping is reduced to a crooked leg as its cause, but not to the motive power, which nevertheless causes whatever there is of movement in the limping. Accordingly God is the cause of the act of sin, and yet He is not the cause of sin, because He does not cause the act to have a defect. Reply Obj. 1: In this passage Augustine calls by name of thing that which is a thing simply, viz. substance, for in this sense the act of sin is not a thing. Reply Obj. 2: Not only the act, but also the defect, is reduced to man as its cause, which defect consists in man not being subject to Whom he ought to be, although he does not intend this principally. Wherefore man is the cause of the sin, while God is the cause of the act, in such a way that nowise is He the cause of the defect accompanying the act, so that He is not the cause of the sin. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above (Q. 72, A. 1), acts and habits do not take their species from the privation itself, wherein consists the nature of evil, but from some object, to which that privation is united. And so this defect, which consists in not being from God, belongs to the species of the act consequently, and not as a specific difference. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart? Objection 1: It would seem that God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. For Augustine says (QQ. 83, Qu. 3) that God is not the cause of that which makes man worse. Now man is made worse by spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Therefore God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Obj. 2: Further, Fulgentius says: "God does not punish what He causes." Now God punishes the hardened heart, according to Ecclus. 3:27: "A hard heart shall fear evil at the last." Therefore God is not the cause of hardness of heart. Obj. 3: Further, the same effect is not put down to contrary causes. But the cause of spiritual blindness is said to be the malice of man, according to Wis. 2:21: "For their own malice blinded them"; and again, according to 2 Cor. 4:4: "The god of this world hath blinded the minds of unbelievers"; which causes seem to be opposed to God. Therefore God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. On the contrary, It is written (Isa. 6:10): "Blind the heart of this people, and make their ears heavy"; and (Rom. 9:18): "He hath mercy on whom He will, and whom He will He hardeneth." I answer that, Spiritual blindness and hardness of heart imply two things. One is the movement of the human mind in cleaving to evil, and turning away from the Divine light: and as regards this, God is not the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart, just as He is not the cause of sin. The other thing is the withdrawal of grace, the result of which is that the mind is not enlightened by God to see aright, and man's heart is not softened to live aright, and as regards this God is the cause of spiritual blindness and hardness of heart. Now we must consider that God is the universal cause of the enlightening of souls, according to John 1:9: "That was the true light which enlighteneth every man that cometh into this world"; even as the sun is the universal cause of the enlightening of bodies, though not in the same way. For the sun enlightens by necessity of nature, whereas God works freely, through the order of His wisdom. Now although the sun, so far as it is concerned, enlightens all bodies, yet if it be encountered by an obstacle in a body, it leaves it in darkness, as happens to a house whose window shutters are closed, although the sun is in no way the cause of the house being darkened, since it does not act of its own accord in failing to light up the interior of the house. And the cause of this is the person who closed the shutters. On the other hand, God, who of His own accord withholds His grace from those in whom He finds an obstacle, so that the cause of grace being withheld is not only the man who raises an obstacle to grace, but God, who of His own accord withholds His grace. In this way, God is the cause of spiritual blindness, deafness of ear, and hardness of heart. These differ from one another in respect of the effects of grace, which both perfects the intellect by the gift of wisdom, and softens the affections by the fire of charity. And since two of the senses excel in rendering service to the intellect, viz. sight and hearing, of which the former assists discovery, and the latter teaching, hence it is that spiritual blindness corresponds to sight, heaviness of the ears to hearing, and hardness of heart to the affections. Reply Obj. 1: Blindness and hard-heartedness, as regards the withholding of grace, are punishments, and therefore, in this respect, they make man no worse. It is because he is already worsened by sin that he incurs them, even as other punishments. Reply Obj. 2: This argument considers hard-heartedness in so far as it is a sin. Reply Obj. 3: Malice is the demeritorious cause of blindness, just as sin is the cause of punishment: and in this way too the devil is said to blind, in so far as he induces man to sin. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether Blindness and Hardness of Heart are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. Objection 1: It would seem that blindness and hardness of heart are always directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. For Augustine says (Enchiridion xi) that "as God is supremely good, He would nowise allow evil to be done, unless He could draw some good from every evil. Much more, therefore, does He direct to some good, the evil of which He Himself is the cause." Now God is the cause of blindness and hardness of heart, as stated above (A. 3). Therefore they are directed to the salvation of those who are blinded and hardened. Obj. 2: Further, it is written (Wisdom 1:13) that "God hath no pleasure in the destruction of the ungodly." Now He would seem to take pleasure in their destruction, if He did not turn their blindness to their profit: just as a physician would seem to take pleasure in torturing the invalid, if he did not intend to heal the invalid when he prescribes a bitter medicine for him. Therefore God turns blindness to the profit of those who are blinded. Obj. 3: Further, God is not a respecter of persons, according to Acts 10:34. Now He directs the blinding of some to their salvation, as in the case of some of the Jews who were blinded so as not to believe in Christ, and through not believing to slay Him, and afterwards were seized with compunction and converted, as related by Augustine (Questions on the Gospels iii). Therefore God turns all blindness to the spiritual welfare of those who are blinded. On the contrary, On the other hand, according to Rom. 3:8, evil should not be done that good may ensue. Now blindness is an evil. Therefore God does not blind some for the sake of their welfare. I answer that, Blindness is a kind of preamble to sin. Now sin has a twofold relation: to one thing directly, viz. to the sinner's damnation; to another by reason of God's mercy or providence, viz. that the sinner may be healed, in so far as God permits some to fall into sin, that by acknowledging their sin they may be humbled and converted, as Augustine states (De Natura et Gratia xxii). Therefore blindness, of its very nature, is directed to the damnation of those who are blinded, for which reason it is accounted an effect of reprobation. But through God's mercy, temporary blindness is directed medicinally to the spiritual welfare of those who are blinded. This mercy, however, is not vouchsafed to all those who are blinded, but only to the predestinated, to whom "all things work together unto good," according to Rom. 8:28. Therefore, as regards some, blindness is directed to their healing, but as regards others, to their damnation, as Augustine says (Questions on the Gospels iii). Reply Obj. 1: Every evil that God does or permits to be done is directed to some good: yet not always to the good of those in whom the evil is, but sometimes to the good of others, or of the whole universe. Thus He directs the sin of tyrants to the good of the martyrs, and the punishment of the lost to the glory of His justice. Reply Obj. 2: God does not take pleasure in the loss of man, as regards the loss itself, but by reason of His justice, or of the good that ensues from the lost. Reply Obj. 3: That God directs the blindness of some to their spiritual welfare is due to His mercy; but that the blindness of others is directed to their loss is due to His justice; and that He vouchsafes His mercy to some, and not to all, does not make God a respecter of persons, as explained in the First Part (Q. 23, A. 5, ad 3). Reply Obj. 4: Evil of faults must not be done that good may ensue, but evil of punishment must be inflicted for the sake of good. End of question 79. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 80 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, i.e., vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 80 of the cause of sin as regards the devil, in 4 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin as regards the devil, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the devil is directly the cause of sin. Second, whether the devil induces us to sin by persuading us inwardly. Third, whether he can make us sin of necessity. Fourth, whether all sins are due to the devil's suggestion. First article: whether the devil is directly the cause of man's sinning. Objection 1: It would seem that the devil is directly the cause of man's sinning. For sin consists directly in an act of the appetite. Now Augustine says (De Trin. iv, 12) that "the devil inspires his friends with evil desires"; and Bede, commenting on Acts 5:3, says that the devil "draws the mind to evil desires"; and Isidore says (De Summo Bono ii, 41 and 3:5) that "the devil fills men's hearts with secret lusts." Therefore the devil is directly the cause of sin. Obj. 2: Further, Jerome says (Contra Giovannius ii, 2) that "as God is the perfecter of good, so is the devil the perfecter of evil." But God is directly the cause of our good. Therefore the devil is directly the cause of our sins. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says in a chapter of the Eudemian Ethics (vii, 18): "There must needs be some extrinsic principle of human counsel." Now human counsel is not only about good things, but also about evil things. Therefore, as God moves man to take good counsel, and so is the cause of good, so the devil moves him to take evil counsel, and consequently is directly the cause of sin. On the contrary, Augustine proves (De Lib. Arb. i, 11) that "nothing else than his own will makes man's mind the slave of his desire." Now man does not become a slave to his desires except through sin. Therefore the cause of sin cannot be the devil but man's own will alone. I answer that, Sin is an action, so that a thing can be directly the cause of sin in the same way as anyone is directly the cause of an action, and this can only happen by moving that action's proper principle to act. Now the proper principle of a sinful action is the will, since every sin is voluntary. Consequently, nothing can be directly the cause of sin except that which can move the will to act. Now the will, as stated above in Question 9, articles 3, 4, and 6, can be moved by two things. First, by its object, inasmuch as the apprehended appetible is said to move the appetite. Secondly, by that agent which moves the will inwardly to will, and this is no other than the will itself, or God, as was shown above in Question 9, articles 3, 4, and 6. Now God cannot be the cause of sin, as stated above in Question 79, Article 1. Therefore it follows that in this respect man's will alone is directly the cause of his sin. As regards the object, a thing may be understood as moving the will in three ways. First, the object itself which is proposed to the will. Thus we say that food arouses man's desire to eat. Secondly, he that proposes or offers this object. Thirdly, he that persuades the will that the object proposed has an aspect of good, because he also, in a fashion, offers the will its proper object, which is a real or apparent good of reason. Accordingly, in the first way the sensible things which approach from without move a man's will to sin. In the second and third ways, either the devil or a man may incite to sin, either by offering an object of appetite to the senses, or by persuading the reason. But in none of these three ways can anything be the direct cause of sin, because the will is not, of necessity, moved by any object except the last end, as stated above in Question 10, articles 1 and 2. Consequently, neither the thing offered from without, nor he that proposes it, nor he that persuades, is the sufficient cause of sin. Therefore it follows that the devil is a cause of sin, neither directly nor sufficiently, but only by persuasion, or by proposing the object of appetite. Reply Obj. 1: All these and other like authorities, if we meet with them, are to be understood as denoting that the devil induces man to affection for a sin, either by suggesting to him or by offering him objects of appetite. Reply Obj. 2: This comparison is true in so far as the devil is somewhat the cause of our sins, even as God is in a certain way the cause of our good actions, but does not extend to the mode of causation. For God causes good things in us by moving the will inwardly, whereas the devil cannot move us in this way. Reply Obj. 3: God is the universal principle of all inward movements of man, but that the human will be determined to an evil counsel is directly due to the human will, and to the devil as persuading or offering the object of appetite. Second article: Whether the devil can induce man to sin by internal instigations? Objection 1: It would seem that the devil cannot induce man to sin by internal instigations. Because the internal movements of the soul are vital functions. Now no vital functions can be exercised except by an intrinsic principle, not even those of the vegetal soul, which are the lowest of vital functions. Therefore the devil cannot instigate man to evil through his internal movements. Obj. 2: Further, all the internal movements arrive from the external senses according to the order of nature. Now it belongs to God alone to do anything beside the order of nature, as was stated in the First Part, Q. 110, A. 4. Therefore the devil cannot effect anything in man's internal movements, except in respect of things which are perceived by the external senses. Obj. 3: Further, the internal acts of the soul are to understand and to imagine. Now the devil can do nothing in connection with either of these, because, as stated in the first part (Q. 111, AA. 2, 3), the devil cannot impress species on the human intellect, nor does it seem possible for him to produce imaginary species, since imaginary forms, being more spiritual, are more excellent than those which are in sensible matter, which, nevertheless, the devil is unable to produce, as is clear from what we have said in the first part (Q. 110, A. 2, and Q. 111, AA. 2, 3). Therefore the devil cannot through man's internal movements induce him to sin. On the contrary, in that case the devil would never tempt man, unless he appeared visibly, which is evidently false. I answer that, the interior part of the soul is intellective and sensitive, and the intellective part contains the intellect and the will. As regards the will, we have already stated in A. 1, and in Q. 111, A. 1, what is the devil's relation thereto. Now the intellect, of its very nature, is moved by that which enlightens it in the knowledge of truth, which the devil has no intention of doing in man's regard. Rather does he darken man's reason, so that it may consent to sin, which darkness is due to the imagination and sensitive appetite. Consequently, the operation of the devil seems to be confined to the imagination and sensitive appetite, by moving either of which he can induce man to sin. For his operation may result in presenting certain forms to the imagination, and he is able to incite the sensitive appetite to some passion or other. The reason of this is that, as stated in the first part (Q. 110, A. 3), the corporeal nature has a natural aptitude to be moved locally by the spiritual nature, so that the devil can produce all those effects which can result from the local movement of bodies here below, except he be restrained by the Divine power. Now the representation of forms to the imagination is due sometimes to local movement, for the Philosopher says (De Somno et Vigil.) that "when an animal sleeps, the blood descends in abundance to the sensitive principle, and the movements descend with it, viz. the impressions left by the action of sensible objects, which impressions are preserved by means of sensible species, and continue to move the apprehensive principle, so that they appear just as though the sensitive principles were being affected by them at that time." Hence such a local movement of the vital spirits or humors can be procured by the demons, whether man sleep or wake, and so it happens that man's imagination is brought into play. In like manner, the sensitive appetite is incited to certain passions according to certain fixed movements of the heart and the vital spirits, wherefore the devil can cooperate in this also. And through certain passions being aroused in the sensitive appetite, the result is that man more easily perceives the movement or sensible image which is brought in the manner explained, before the apprehensive principle, since, as the Philosopher observes (De Somno et Vigil. 3, 4), "lovers are moved, by even a slight likeness, to an apprehension of the beloved." It also happens, through the rousing of a passion, that what is put before the imagination is judged as being something to be pursued, because, to him who is held by a passion, whatever the passion inclines him to, seems good. In this way the devil induces man inwardly to sin. Reply Obj. 1: Although vital functions are always from an intrinsic principle, yet an extrinsic agent can cooperate with them, even as external heat cooperates with the functions of the vegetal soul, so that food may be more easily digested. Reply Obj. 2: This apparition of imaginary forms is not altogether outside the order of nature, nor is it due to a command alone, but according to local movement, as explained above. Consequently, the reply to the third objection is clear, because these forms are received originally from the senses. Third article. Whether the devil can induce man to sin of necessity? Objection 1: It would seem that the devil can induce man to sin of necessity. Because the greater can compel the lesser. Now it is said of the devil (Job 41:24) that "there is no power on earth that can compare with him." Therefore he can compel man to sin while he dwells on the earth. Obj. 2: Further, man's reason cannot be moved except in respect of things that are offered outwardly to the senses, or are represented to the imagination, because "all our knowledge arises from the senses, and we cannot understand without a phantasm," according to De Anima iii, 30, 39. Now the devil can move man's imagination, as stated above (A. 2), and also the external senses, for Augustine says (QQ. 83, qu. 12) that "this evil," of which, to wit, the devil is the cause, "extends gradually through all the approaches to the senses; it adapts itself to shapes, blends with colors, mingles with sounds, seasons every flavor." Therefore it can incline man's reason to sin of necessity. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xix, 4) that "there is some sin when the flesh lusteth against the spirit." Now the devil can cause concupiscence of the flesh, or even other passions, in the way explained above (A. 2). Therefore he can induce man to sin of necessity. On the contrary, It is written (1 Peter 5:8): "Your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, goeth about seeking whom he may devour." Now it would be useless to admonish this, if it were true that man were under the necessity of succumbing to the devil. Therefore he cannot induce man to sin of necessity. Further, it is likewise written (James 4:7): "Be subject to God, but resist the devil, and he will fly from you": which would be said neither rightly nor truly, if the devil were able to compel us, in any way whatever, to sin; for then neither would it be possible to resist him, nor would he fly from those who do. Therefore he does not compel to sin. I answer that, The devil, by his own power, unless he be restrained by God, can compel anyone to do an act which, in its genus, is a sin. But he cannot bring about the necessity of sinning. This is evident from the fact that man does not resist that which moves him to sin, except by his reason, the use of which the devil is able to impede altogether by moving the imagination and the sensitive appetite, as is the case with one who is possessed. But then, the reason being thus fettered, whatever man may do is not imputed to him as a sin. If, however, the reason is not altogether fettered, then, in so far as it is free, it can resist sin, as stated above (Q. 77, A. 7). it is consequently evident that the devil can nowise compel man to sin. Reply Obj. 1: Not every power that is greater than man can move man's will. God alone can do this, as stated above (Q. 9, A. 6). Reply Obj. 2: That which is apprehended by the senses or the imagination does not move the will, of necessity, so long as man has the use of reason. Nor does such an apprehension always fetter the reason. Reply Obj. 3: The lusting of the flesh against the spirit, when the reason actually resists it, is not a sin, but is matter for the exercise of virtue. That reason does not resist is not in the devil's power, wherefore he cannot bring about the necessity of sinning. _Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion? Objection 1: It would seem that all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion. For Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that "the crowd of demons are the cause of all evils, both to themselves and to others." Obj. 2: Further, whoever sins mortally, becomes the slave of the devil, according to John 8:34: "Whosoever committeth sin is the slave of sin." Now "by whom a man is overcome, of the same also is he the slave," according to 2 Peter 2:19. Therefore whoever commits a sin has been overcome by the devil. Obj. 3: Further, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 4:10 that the sin of the devil is irreparable, because he sinned at no other's suggestion. Therefore if any men were to sin by their own free will and without suggestion from any other, their sin would be irremediable, which is clearly false. Therefore all the sins of men are due to the devil's suggestion. On the contrary, It is written (De Eccl. Dogm. lxxxii): "Not all our evil thoughts are incited by the devil; sometimes they are due to a movement of the free will." I answer that, The devil is the occasional and indirect cause of all our sins, in so far as he induced the first man to sin, by reason of whose sin human nature is so infected that we are all prone to sin: even as the burning of wood might be imputed to the man who dried the wood so as to make it easily inflammable. He is not, however, the direct cause of all the sins of men, as though each were the result of his suggestion. Origen proves this (De Princip. iii, 2) from the fact that even if the devil were no more, men would still have the desire for food, sexual pleasures and the like, which desire might be inordinate, unless it were subordinate to reason, a matter that is subject to the free will. Reply Obj. 1: The crowd of demons are the cause of all our evils, as regards their original cause, as stated. Reply Obj. 2: A man becomes another's slave not only by being overcome by him, but also by subjecting himself to him spontaneously. It is thus that one who sins of his own accord becomes the slave of the devil. Reply Obj. 3: The devil's sin was irremediable, not only because he sinned without another's suggestion, but also because he was not already prone to sin on account of any previous sin, which can be said of no sin of man. End of question 80. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 81 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, evil habits, that is, vices and sins. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 81. Of the cause of sin on the part of man, in 5 articles. We must now consider the cause of sin on the part of man. Now, while man, like the devil, is the cause of another's sin by outward suggestion, he has a certain special manner of causing sin by way of origin. Wherefore we must speak about original sin, the consideration of which will be threefold: 1. Of its transmission; 2. Of its essence; 3. Of its subject. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether man's first sin is transmitted by way of origin to his descendants. Second, whether all the other sins of our first parent, or of any other parents, are transmitted to their descendants by way of origin. Third, whether original sin is contracted by all those who are begotten of Adam by way of seminal generation. Fourth, whether it would be contracted by anyone formed miraculously from some part of the human body. Fifth, whether original sin would have been contracted if the woman, and not the man, had sinned. First article. Whether the first sin of our first parent is contracted by his descendants by way of origin. Objection 1. It would seem that the first sin of our first parent is not contracted by others by way of origin. For it is written in Ezekiel 18:20: "The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father." But he would bear the iniquity if he contracted it from him. Therefore no one contracts any sin from one of his parents by way of origin. Obj. 2: Further, an accident is not transmitted by way of origin, unless its subject also be transmitted, since accidents do not pass from one subject to another. Now the rational soul, which is the subject of sin, is not transmitted by way of origin, as was shown in the first part (Q. 118, A. 2). Therefore neither can any sin be transmitted by way of origin. Obj. 3: Further, whatever is transmitted by way of human origin is caused by the semen. But the semen cannot cause sin, because it lacks the rational part of the soul, which alone can be a cause of sin. Therefore no sin can be contracted by way of origin. Obj. 4: Further, that which is more perfect in nature is more powerful in action. Now perfect flesh cannot infect the soul united to it, else the soul could not be cleansed of original sin so long as it is united to the body. Much less therefore can the semen infect the soul. Obj. 5: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 5: "No one finds fault with those who are ugly by nature, but only those who are so through want of exercise and through carelessness." Now, those are said to be naturally ugly who are so from their origin. Therefore nothing which comes by way of origin is blameworthy or sinful. On the contrary, the Apostle says (Rom. 5:12): "By one man sin entered into this world, and by sin death." Nor can this be understood as denoting imitation or suggestion, since it is written (Wisdom 2:24): "By the envy of the devil death came into this world." It follows, therefore, that through origin from the first man, sin entered into the world. I answer that, according to the Catholic faith, we are bound to hold that the first sin of the first man is transmitted to his descendants by way of origin. For this reason children are taken to be baptized soon after their birth, to show that they have to be washed from some uncleanness. The contrary is part of the Pelagian heresy, as is clear from Augustine in many of his books. In endeavoring to explain how the sin of our first parent could be transmitted by way of origin to his descendants, various writers have gone about it in various ways. For some, considering that the subject of sin is the rational soul, maintained that the rational soul is transmitted with the semen, so that thus an infected soul would seem to produce other infected souls. Others, rejecting this as erroneous, endeavor to show how the guilt of the parent's soul can be transmitted to the children, even though the soul be not transmitted, from the fact that defects of the body are transmitted from parent to child. Thus a leper may beget a leper, or a gouty man may be the father of a gouty son, on account of some seminal corruption, although this corruption is not leprosy or gout. Now since the body is proportionate to the soul, and since the soul's defects redound into the body, and vice versa, in like manner, say they, a culpable defect of the soul is passed on to the child, through the transmission of the semen, albeit the semen itself is not the subject of the guilt. But all these explanations are insufficient: because, granted that some bodily defects are transmitted by way of origin from parent to child, and granted that even some defects of the soul are transmitted in consequence, on account of a defect in the bodily habit, as in the case of idiots begetting idiots, nevertheless the fact of having a defect by the way of origin seems to exclude the notion of guilt, which is essentially something voluntary. Wherefore, granted that the rational soul were transmitted, from the very fact that the stain on the child's soul is not in its will, it would cease to be a guilty stain binding its subject to punishment. For, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 5, "No one reproaches a man born blind; one rather takes pity on him." Therefore we must explain the matter otherwise, by saying that all men born of Adam may be considered as one man, inasmuch as they have one common nature, which they receive from their first parents: even as in civil matters, all who are members of one community are reputed as one body, and the whole community as one man. Indeed, Porphyry says On the Species that "by sharing the same species, many men are one man." Accordingly, the multitude of men born of Adam are as so many members of one body. Now the action of one member of the body, of the hand, for instance, is voluntary not by the will of that hand, but by the will of the soul, the first mover of the members. Wherefore a murder which the hand commits would not be imputed as a sin to the hand, considered by itself as apart from the body, but is imputed to it as something belonging to man and moved by man's first moving principle. In this way, then, the disorder which is in this man born of Adam is voluntary, not by his will, but by the will of his first parent, who, by the movement of generation, moves all who originate from him, even as the soul's will moves all the members to their actions. Hence the sin which is thus transmitted by the first parent to his descendants is called original, just as the sin which flows from the soul into the bodily members is called actual. And just as the actual sin that is committed by a member of the body is not the sin of that member, except inasmuch as that member is a part of the man, for which reason it is called a human sin, so original sin is not the sin of this person, except inasmuch as this person receives his nature from his first parent, for which reason it is called the sin of nature, according to Eph. 2:3: "We were by nature children of wrath." Reply Obj. 1: The son is said not to bear the iniquity of his father, because he is not punished for his father's sin, unless he share in his guilt. It is thus in the case before us: because guilt is transmitted by the way of origin from father to son, even as actual sin is transmitted through being imitated. Reply Obj. 2: Although the soul is not transmitted, because the power in the semen is not able to cause the rational soul, nevertheless the motion of the semen is a disposition to the transmission of the rational soul, so that the semen by its own power transmits the human nature from parent to child, and with that nature the stain which infects it. For he that is born is associated with his first parent in his guilt, through the fact that he inherits his nature from him by a kind of movement which is that of generation. Reply Obj. 3: Although the guilt is not actually in the semen, yet human nature is there virtually accompanied by that guilt. Reply Obj. 4: The semen is the principle of generation, which is an act proper to nature by helping it to propagate itself. Hence the soul is more infected by the semen than by the flesh which is already perfect, and already affixed to a certain person. Reply Obj. 5: A man is not blamed for that which he has from his origin, if we consider the man born in himself. But if we consider him as referred to a principle, then he may be reproached for it: thus a man may from his birth be under a family disgrace, on account of a crime committed by one of his forebears. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether Also Other Sins of the First Parent or of Near Ancestors Are Transmitted to Their Descendants? Objection 1: It would seem that also other sins, whether of the first parent or of nearer ancestors, are transmitted to their descendants. For punishment is never due unless for a fault. Now some are punished by the judgment of God for the sin of their immediate parents, according to Ex. 20:5: "I am God, jealous, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, until the third and fourth generation." Furthermore, according to human law, the children of those who are guilty of high treason are disinherited. Therefore the guilt of nearer ancestors is also transmitted to their descendants. Obj. 2: Further, a man can better transmit to another that which he has of himself, than that which he has received from another. Thus fire heats better than hot water does. Now a man transmits to his children, by the way of origin, the sin which he has from Adam. Much more therefore should he transmit the sin which he has contracted of himself. Obj. 3: Further, the reason why we contract original sin from our first parent is because we were in him as in the principle of our nature, which he corrupted. But we were likewise in our nearer ancestors as in principles of our nature, which, however it be corrupt, can be corrupted yet more by sin, according to Apocalypse 22:11: "He that is filthy, let him be filthier still." Therefore children contract, by the way of origin, the sins of their nearer ancestors, even as they contract the sin of their first parent. On the contrary, Good is more self-diffusive than evil. But the merits of the nearer ancestors are not transmitted to their descendants. Much less therefore are their sins. I answer that, Augustine puts this question in the Enchiridion 46 and 47, and leaves it unsolved. Yet if we look into the matter carefully, we shall see that it is impossible for the sins of the nearer ancestors, or even any other but the first sin of our first parent, to be transmitted by way of origin. The reason is that a man begets his like in species, but not in individual. Consequently, those things that pertain directly to the individual, such as personal actions and matters affecting them, are not transmitted by parents to their children. For a grammarian does not transmit to his son the knowledge of grammar that he has acquired by his own studies. On the other hand, those things that concern the nature of the species are transmitted by parents to their children, unless there be a defect of nature. Thus a man with eyes begets a son having eyes, unless nature fails. And if nature be strong, even certain accidents of the individual pertaining to natural disposition are transmitted to the children: for example, fleetness of body, acuteness of intellect, and so forth; but nowise those that are purely personal, as stated above. Now just as something may belong to the person as such, and also something through the gift of grace, so may something belong to the nature as such, viz. whatever is caused by the principles of nature, and something too through the gift of grace. In this way original justice, as stated in the First Part (Q. 100, A. 1), was a gift of grace, conferred by God on all human nature in our first parent. This gift the first man lost by his first sin. Wherefore, as that original justice together with the nature was to have been transmitted to his posterity, so also was its disorder. Other actual sins, however, whether of the first parent or of others, do not corrupt the nature as nature, but only as the nature of that person, that is, in respect of the proneness to sin; and consequently other sins are not transmitted. Reply Obj. 1: According to Augustine in his letter to Avitus (Ep. 250), children are never inflicted with spiritual punishment on account of their parents, unless they share in their guilt, either in their origin or by imitation, because every soul is God's immediate property, as stated in Ezekiel 18:4. Sometimes, however, by divine or human judgment, children receive bodily punishment on their parents' account, inasmuch as the child, as to its body, is part of its father. Reply Obj. 2: A man can more easily transmit that which he has of himself, provided it be transmissible. But the actual sins of our nearer ancestors are not transmissible, because they are purely personal, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: The first sin infects nature with a human corruption pertaining to nature, whereas other sins infect it with a corruption pertaining only to the person. Third article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 3] Whether the sin of the first parent is transmitted by the way of origin to all men? Objection 1: It would seem that the sin of the first parent is not transmitted by the way of origin to all men. Because death is a punishment consequent upon original sin. But not all those who are born of the seed of Adam will die: since those who will still be living at the coming of our Lord will never die, as seemingly may be gathered from 1 Thessalonians 4:14: "We who are alive, unto the coming of the Lord, shall not prevent them who have slept." Therefore they do not contract original sin. Obj. 2: Further, no one gives another what he has not himself. Now a man who has been baptized has not original sin. Therefore he does not transmit it to his children. Obj. 3: Further, the gift of Christ is greater than the sin of Adam, as the Apostle declares in Rom. 5:15 seqq. But the gift of Christ is not transmitted to all men. Neither, therefore, is the sin of Adam. On the contrary, The Apostle says in Rom. 5:12: "Death passed upon all men in whom all have sinned." I answer that, according to the Catholic faith, we must firmly believe that, Christ alone excepted, all men descended from Adam contract original sin from him: else all would not need redemption which is through Christ, and this is erroneous. The reason for this may be gathered from what has been stated in Article 1, viz. that original sin, in virtue of the sin of our first parent, is transmitted to his posterity, just as, from the soul's will, actual sin is transmitted to the members of the body, through their being moved by the will. Now it is evident that actual sin can be transmitted to all such members as have an inborn aptitude to be moved by the will. Therefore original sin is transmitted to all those who are moved by Adam by the movement of generation. Reply Obj. 1: It is held with greater probability and more commonly that all those that are alive at the coming of our Lord will die and rise again shortly, as we shall state more fully in the Third Part (in the Supplementum, Q. 78, A. 1, ad 1). If, however, it be true, as others hold, that they will never die, an opinion which Jerome mentions among others in a letter to Manerius on the resurrection of the body (Ep. 119), then we must say in reply to the objection, that although they are not to die, the debt of death is none the less in them, and that the punishment of death will be remitted by God, since He can also forgive the punishment due for actual sins. Reply Obj. 1: original sin is taken away by baptism as to the guilt, in so far as the soul recovers grace as regards the mind. Nevertheless, original sin remains in its effect as regards the fomes, which is the disorder of the lower parts of the soul and of the body itself, in respect of which, and not of the mind, man exercises his power of generation. Consequently, those who are baptized transmit original sin, since they do not beget as being renewed in baptism, but as still retaining something of the oldness of the first sin. Reply Obj. 3: Just as Adam's sin is transmitted to all who are born of Adam, corporally, so is the grace of Christ transmitted to all that are begotten of Him spiritually, by faith and baptism. And this, not only unto the removal of sin of their first parent, but also unto the removal of actual sins, and the obtaining of glory. Fourth Article. Whether original sin would be contracted by a person formed miraculously from human flesh? Objection 1. It would seem that original sin would be contracted by a person formed miraculously from human flesh. For a gloss on Genesis 4:1 says that Adam's entire posterity was corrupted in his loins, because they were not severed from him in the place of life before he sinned, but in the place of exile after he had sinned. But if a man were to be formed in the aforesaid manner, his flesh would be severed in the place of exile. Therefore it would contract original sin. Obj. 2: Further, original sin is caused in us by the soul being infected through the flesh. But man's flesh is entirely corrupted. Therefore a man's soul would contract the infection of original sin from whatever part of the flesh it was formed. Obj. 3: Further, original sin comes upon all from our first parent, in so far as we were all in him when he sinned. But those who might be formed out of human flesh would have been in Adam. Therefore they would contract original sin. On the contrary, they would not have been in Adam according to seminal virtue, which alone is the cause of the transmission of original sin, as Augustine states in On the Literal Interpretation of Genesis 10:18 and following. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 3, original sin is transmitted from the first parent to his posterity, inasmuch as they are moved by him through generation, even as the members are moved by the soul to actual sin. Now there is no movement to generation except by the active power of generation, so that those alone contract original sin who are descended from Adam through the active power of generation originally derived from Adam, that is, who are descended from him through seminal power. For the seminal power is nothing else than the active power of generation. But if anyone were to be formed by God out of human flesh, it is evident that the active power would not be derived from Adam. Consequently, he would not contract original sin, even as a hand would have no part in a human sin, if it were moved, not by the man's will, but by some external power. Reply Obj. 1: Adam was not in the place of exile until after his sin. Consequently it is not on account of the place of exile, but on account of the sin, that original sin is transmitted to those to whom his active generation extends. Reply Obj. 2: The flesh does not corrupt the soul, except in so far as it is the active principle in generation, as we have stated. Reply Obj. 3: If a man were to be formed from human flesh, he would have been in Adam "by way of bodily substance," as Augustine expresses it in On the Literal Interpretation of Genesis 10, but not according to seminal virtue, as stated above. Therefore he would not contract original sin. _Fifth article. Whether if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have contracted original sin? Objection 1: It would seem that if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have contracted original sin. Because we contract original sin from our parents, in so far as we were once in them, according to the word of the Apostle (Rom. 5:12): "In whom all have sinned." Now a man pre-exists in his mother as well as in his father. Therefore a man would have contracted original sin from his mother's sin as well as from his father's. Obj. 2: Further, if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would have been born liable to suffering and death, since it is the mother that "provides the matter in generation," as the Philosopher states in On the Generation and Corruption of Animals ii, 1, 4, when death and liability to suffering are the necessary results of matter. Now liability to suffering and the necessity of dying are punishments of original sin. Therefore if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would contract original sin. Obj. 3: Further, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. iii, 3) that "the Holy Ghost came upon the Virgin," of whom Christ was to be born without original sin, "purifying her." But this purification would not have been necessary if the infection of original sin were not contracted from the mother. Therefore the infection of original sin is contracted from the mother, so that if Eve had sinned, her children would have contracted original sin, even if Adam had not sinned. On the contrary, The Apostle says (Rom. 5:12): "By one man sin entered into this world." Now if the woman would have transmitted original sin to her children, he should have said that it entered by two, since both of them sinned, or rather that it entered by a woman, since she sinned first. Therefore original sin is transmitted to the children, not by the mother, but by the father. I answer that, the solution of this question is made clear by what has been said. For it has been stated (A. 1) that original sin is transmitted by the first parent, in so far as he is the mover in the begetting of his children. Wherefore it has been said (A. 4) that if anyone were begotten materially only, of human flesh, they would not contract original sin. Now it is evident that in the opinion of philosophers, the active principle of generation is from the father, while the mother provides the matter. Therefore original sin is contracted, not from the mother, but from the father, so that, accordingly, if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would not contract original sin; whereas if Adam, and not Eve, had sinned, they would contract it. Reply Obj. 1: The child pre-exists in its father as in its active principle, and in its mother as in its material and passive principle. Consequently the comparison fails. Reply Obj. 2: Some hold that if Eve, and not Adam, had sinned, their children would be immune from the sin, but would have been subject to the necessity of dying and to other forms of suffering that are necessary results of the matter which is provided by the mother, not as punishments, but as actual defects. This, however, seems unreasonable. Because, as stated in the first part (Q. 97, Articles 1, 2, Fourth Reply), immortality and impassibility, in the original state, were a result not of the condition of matter, but of original justice, whereby the body was subjected to the soul, so long as the soul remained subject to God. Now privation of original justice is original sin. If, therefore, supposing Adam had not sinned, original sin would not have been transmitted to posterity on account of Eve's sin. It is evident that the children would not have been deprived of original justice, and consequently they would not have been liable to suffer and subject to the necessity of dying. Reply Obj. 3: This prevenient purification in the Blessed Virgin was not needed to hinder the transmission of original sin, but because it behooved the Mother of God "to shine with the greatest purity," as Anselm says (De Virginal Conception and Original Sin 18). For nothing is worthy to receive God unless it be pure, according to Ps. 92:5: "Holiness becometh thy house, O Lord." End of question 81. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC.